I woke up suddenly, unsure if this was real. I picked up a mechanical pencil and stabbed it into my leg. That was it. I felt the pain, so I knew it was real. Then, a scream caught my attention. It was that guy, bullying a weak student in front of everyone. The blonde kid knocked him down and forced the heavier boy to smell his foot odor. I was frozen in place when I saw that. However, it's not what you might be imagining. It wasn't fear. This was the day I died. I returned to the very same day, determined not to let this happen again. If villains are feared, they often wield power over others, manipulating their surroundings to achieve their goals. Their presence can instill dread, creating an atmosphere where their influence reigns supreme. I must become more feared than any villain. I will bring destruction to them and to these people. First, let me explain my reasoning. All I wanted was to graduate, but I faced numerous challenges along the way, including a fall from the top of the school building. I couldn't believe they had the audacity to do that. Those guys are to blame. They tormented me for far too long. In the end, they threw me off. I don't understand it. I didn't do anything. And now, I'm facing my end. I remained inactive. A miracle occurred. I regained consciousness, but unfortunately, I heard people saying that I was in a vegetative coma. I could hear everyone, but I was unable to move or open my eyes. My grandma visited me every day to pray. I felt the warmth of her hand against mine. Everyone abandoned me, but she never wavered, visiting and refused to let them pull the plug. She shouted loudly for me to wake up. My brother would visit occasionally. He told me that the guys at school were using him as a target now. I remained in a coma for 10 years. Every day, I find myself contemplating how I would seek revenge if I ever had the opportunity. I did nothing, yet these guys put me here. Even the teachers are guilty. After 10 years of contemplating every single day what I should do, my brain couldn't handle it any longer. I erupted and met my end. It was after that I woke up again. In the classroom, students engage in various activities that foster learning and collaboration. It felt like déjà vu. When I saw that guy standing in front of me, I stood up, approached him, and said, Part Minchell thought it was a joke. The nerdy, timid student actually had the courage to speak to him. Minchell asked if the entire class and I would be able to stop him. I didn't wait for him to make another joke. Instead, I moved on. At first, I did nothing, but then I sprang into action. I struck him with full force. Minchell was stunned. He never expected that I would actually go through with it. The loser, Kim Yoon-sung, capable of looking him in the eye. All the students were equally shocked. Minchell stood there, his face turned to the side. When he finally turned back to threaten me like a bully, I seized him by the arm, the hair, and forced him to kiss the desk. Minchell was so caught off guard that he couldn't anticipate my movements despite being skilled in combat. I didn't give him a moment to react. I struck him with all the speed and force I could muster, non-stop. All 10 years spent in bed are etched in my memories. All the suffering I experienced and my thoughts of my grandma weighed heavily on my mind. Minchell was unable to react as I struck him repeatedly. I made him smell my shoe as well. Unfortunately, I don't have stinky feet. This bully had never been on the receiving end before, and I wasn't about to back down. Suddenly, a chair was thrown from my side, forcing me to stop. Minchell's friends called out and shouted for me to let him go. I asked coldly, "What if I don't want to?" The guys were shocked and asked if I had lost my mind. Young Min-ho and his friends didn't know me until today, so he was curious about why I remained so calm, even knowing they would retaliate. Young Min-ho was cautious, but the big guy relied more on muscle than on brains. He was ready to fight. Kang Chang-sok is the strongest member of the group. He glared at me with his unattractive face, attempting to intimidate me, but I stood my ground. When a kid burst into the room screaming that the teacher was coming, it saved me from trouble. Minchell didn't have the strength to get up, but he did have the resolve to suggest they finish this later. Kang Chang-sok then stated that I should be aware my days were numbered. As they were leaving, they warned me that it was impossible to run from them. Despite that, I remained unafraid. Minchell sat at his desk, his head bowed low. Today, he faced humiliation in front of everyone and can't even recall what transpired. He is determined to do something even worse than throwing me off the school building. His intense, deadly stare in my direction revealed his thoughts as he and his friends considered how to deal with me. However, I remained focused. My mind was calm. In everyone's eyes, I am just a nerd and a wimp. Little do they know that this version of me no longer exists. In the other room, the bullies were counting down the seconds until classes ended. Young Min-ho told the group that I remained fearless even when they arrived. Now, they needed to use me as an example to ensure everyone understood they could not fight back against them. In my room, after the last class ended and the teacher left, Minchell stood up to join his friends. He didn't see my kick coming at all. Once again, I made him taste my shoe. His eyes revealed that he was about to pass out. However, I couldn't allow that to happen. I want him to experience every second of this. Minchell didn't know me, yet he was certain I was a coward. So where did all this courage come from? Instead of avoiding him, I confronted him suddenly, and now I found myself doing it again, despite the others warning me that I was in trouble. As soon as class ended, they quickly sought me out, certain I would hide out of fear. When they arrived at my classroom, students gathered at the door as if a show were about to begin. Young Minho felt a tight knot in his stomach. Minchell's friends rushed forward, pushing their way through the crowd. When they finally saw, I held the trash bag. I then stopped my cleaning job and told them they were late. This guy has become my little buddy now. Kang Chang-suk charged forward like an armored titan. In my mind, I have simulated this millions of times. I know I'm not strong enough to defeat these guys, but I can handle this. I grabbed a metal padlock and struck him with it. Perhaps that knocked him out, but I wasn't going to stop. I kept hitting with full force. No matter how many muscles you have, I don't see any strength in your head. After defeating him, I cast him aside. I don't care whether he was breathing or not. The other two were completely paralyzed. Now they must be convinced that I am insane. It's better this way because I'm not strong. Now they can think I'm both strong and a little crazy. I confronted the biggest loser in the group. If I destroy him in front of young Minho, he will be even more terrified and unable to react. I put all my weight into my strikes. Jo Young Tak has already passed out from the dive, but I can't stop now. I unleash a series of powerful punches, each one landing with force. The sound of my fists must be so intimidating that young Minho won't dare to attack me from behind. After his face was injured, the dental treatment will be quite expensive. I have prepared for this battle in my mind for years. My body is still weak, but my mind remains sharp. Every part of me aches, but I cannot show any weakness. When I looked at young Minho, I could see the fear in his eyes, as if he were questioning whether I had always been this strong. What irony it is for the bully that everyone fears. That was how he viewed me now. He was reflecting on his entire life. I approached him and, with an icy tone, asked if he had strong teeth. Young Minho froze, but unfortunately, he couldn't escape the situation unfolding around him. Just as I was about to test that, a teacher arrived to investigate the commotion. Young Minho smiled, and at that moment, I couldn't bring myself to hit him. The teacher then noticed 3 students sleeping on the floor. Young Minho was certain I was in trouble, but I'm not so sure about that. The teacher took me to the staff room, pointed his finger at me, and spoke about setting limits. Smashing other people's faces is not allowed. His fury stems from something else entirely. He simply doesn't want to get involved in the problems created by those people. He stated that he has worked as a teacher for over 10 years and has never encountered anything like this. The parents of those privileged kids will not let this go without a fight. Teacher, there's no need to make such a fuss. This isn't your first time dealing with violence, is it, teacher? Aren't you skilled at smoothing things over? Just handle it like you always do. Please handle this discreetly. Avoid making it a bigger issue than it needs to be. The teacher promptly slapped him across the face. The other teachers acted as if nothing had occurred. Their reaction was exactly what Kim Yoon-sung had anticipated. His tragic fate in his previous life was not solely the result of the bullies. It was also due to the despicable, willfully blind adults. Especially the homeroom teacher, who had committed countless unsavory acts behind the scenes. Kim Yoon-sung whispered a threat. If you continue causing trouble, I'll have to reveal that you've been taking bribes. I know you're in regular contact with young Minho's mother, and you also share secrets with the foreign language teacher, so you'd better behave yourself, you sanctimonious fraud. People often wonder why victims of bullying don't report their experiences to teachers. Yoon-sung had attempted that in his past life, but the teacher showed no interest whatsoever. He simply told them to get along with their classmates. That pushed Kim Yoon-sung further into the abyss, where even more vicious bullying from the school tyrants awaited him. He could never understand. As a teacher, if you discover that your student is being bullied, you should at least give it a try. To uncover the truth behind it, on that day, the teacher had witnessed the beating firsthand. Kim Yoon-sung was sure the teacher would finally take action, but to his shock, nothing happened. He simply turned away and acted as if nothing had happened. He later discovered that the homeroom teacher regularly accepted bribes. Jung Min-ho's parents were the teacher's primary source of income. From that moment on, Kim Yoon-sung was resolved to depend solely on his own fists. That day, the conflict with the bullies escalated to a whole new level. Jung Min-ho's parents visited the school in person to apply pressure. As a result, Kim Yoon-sung's grandmother was compelled to apologize, while the bullies faced no repercussions. It was only after he became incapacitated that he realized brute force alone could never deliver him justice. He could achieve true revenge only by perfectly neutralizing the adult's interference. The homeroom teacher, now revealed, was thrown into a state of panic. Kim Yoon-sung said coldly, "Before you speak to me in the future, you'd better think carefully. Each month, you receive money from Jong Min-ho's parents. You also have an inappropriate relationship with the English teacher, who already has 3 children, and that's not your only secret. If I continue, everything will come to light, and you'll never teach again. Don't dismiss this as just rumors. If you try, I'll drop out of school myself just to ensure your life is ruined." In the end, the homeroom teacher relented and asked, "What do you want me to do? The stakes are higher. Just continue to ignore the signs, as you always have. But this time, the consequences could be far more significant. The one you protect is me. If you can vary what happened today, I promise not to use your secrets against you until graduation." You understand what I mean. The homeroom teacher was now firmly under Kim Yoon-sung's control. However, he was just the first card in Kim Yoon-sung's hand. He needed to prepare the next card as quickly as possible. However, before that, there was another matter to address. At that moment, Jong Min-ho was causing chaos in the classroom. He had to admit that Kim Yoon-sung's earlier presence had rattled him. He believed that no one had noticed. He needed to reassert his dominance at school. He couldn't allow Kim Yoon-sung's actions to undermine his position on the throne. After venting his anger, a new thought began to take shape. Kim Yoon-sung taking out 3 people alone must have been a stroke of luck. In a one-on-one fight, he was confident he could win easily. As if sensing his thoughts, Kim Yoon-sung arrived just in time. "We still have unfinished business, don't we?" Jong Min-ho broke into a cold sweat. A punch flew toward him. This sent him and his chair crashing to the floor. The once menacing Jong Min-ho now appeared like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Kim Yoon-sung entered and delivered a sharp kick right to his jaw. Blood and spit sprayed in every direction. Jong Min-ho began to scream for help. "This guy is a complete maniac. Someone please, save me." Suddenly, the homeroom teacher appeared, and Jong Min-ho felt he had found a lifeline. But the teacher simply turned his head away. "I wouldn't rely on anyone to help you. Not in this school. No one will ever stand up for you." After defeating Jong Min-ho, Kim Yoon-sung was suddenly overcome by a profound sense of emptiness. The individual who had tormented him for 3 long years was now trembling like a leaf after just a few strikes. This made him realize just how weak he had been in the past. The students nearby were so frightened that they didn't even dare to breathe. In their eyes, Kim Yoon-sung's life seemed all but over. The principal had always envisioned transforming this school into an elite institution, which required fostering strong relationships with influential parents. 4 well-connected students had been sent to the hospital by Kim Yoon-sung. The principal was resolute. Expulsion was the only option. Just as the English teacher raised her hand in agreement, the discussion took an unexpected turn. The homeroom teacher nudged her, signaled her to keep quiet. "If you want to avoid exposing our relationship, we need to do everything we can to protect Kim Yoon-sung. If he gets expelled, it will be the end for both of us." The homeroom teacher stole a glance at Kim Yoon-sung and felt a chill at the sight of his calm demeanor. He quickly began to plead with the principal. While Kim Yoon-sung did make a mistake, he is not solely to blame. Students report that Jong Min-ho and his gang have been bullying their classmates for an extended period. "I had been planning to punish them, but I never expected Kim Yoon-sung, unable to endure the bullying, would react in this way. He was a victim before he became an aggressor. If we punish him now, we would be failing in our duty as educators." The principal announced that a disciplinary committee would convene in 1 week to determine Kim Yoon-sung's fate. Until then, Kim Yoon-sung was suspended and would need to return with his guardian. Kim Yoon-sung coolly replied, "Understood." The homeroom teacher rushed after him. "I did everything I could for you, but now this is out of my hands." Kim Yoon-sung understood perfectly. He had specifically involved the teacher because the man was quick-witted. If handled correctly, individuals would fully commit to a cause. Kim Yoon-sung stated, "I understand you've done what you could, but you were aware of the bullying from the very start, weren't you? Remember this, until I graduate, there's only one way to keep me quiet. In any situation, you must do everything you can for me. If you ever fail to demonstrate your loyalty, I will tear your life apart. And I assure you, I always honor my commitments." As much as Kim Yoon-sung wanted to see the teacher brought down, he couldn't discard such a valuable pawn out of anger. Until Kim Yoon-sung solidified his position at the school, the teacher still had his uses. However, in just 1 week, everything the principal hoped for turned out to be the exact opposite of his expectations. After spending 10 years in bed, Kim Yoon-sung finally stepped into the spotlight, showcasing his talent and determination. After years of hard work and perseverance, he has emerged as a formidable force in his field. His journey has been marked by challenges, but each obstacle has only fueled his passion and drive. Now, he stands ready to make his mark and inspire others with his story. He found himself walking the familiar road home once again. His family lived in a run-down apartment building, and as a child, he had always resented it. But now, the sight filled him with a deep sense of nostalgia. Back then, learning that his grandmother was going to sell their home to cover his hospital bills had caused his entire world to collapse. Upon his arrival, he discovered that his grandmother was not there. She must have gone out to work again to earn extra money. He paused to gather his thoughts, determined not to let sorrow consume him. He had finally been given a second chance at life. Beyond seeking revenge, he was determined to ensure that his grandmother would never want for anything again. He needed to use this week to prepare thoroughly, as his plan for the future was clear. First, he needed to strengthen himself. Winning over a particular someone would also provide him with a significant advantage in future battles. Second, he needed to gather a force strong enough to stand up to the school bullies. He was just a penniless student, unable to carry out his revenge on his own. Third, and most importantly, he needed to secure support that could help mitigate any issues, ensuring that his plans could be successfully executed. Dealing with the upcoming disciplinary committee was his top priority. Fortunately, during his years of being unresponsive, he had listened to the news on TV every day. The chairman of Myeongjin Construction was preparing to select his successor. The eldest son, Go Chang-byom, held only a high school diploma. In contrast, his younger brother, Go Chang-sok, graduated from a prestigious university and married into a powerful family, greatly expanding his network of connections. One day, Go Chang-byom was arrested for assaulting a civilian. He attempted to explain that the other party had initiated the altercation, but there were no security cameras at the scene to prove his innocence. The police were aware of the Ko family's deep connections. Releasing Go Chang-byom would certainly upset his younger brother, Go Chang-sok. Go Chang-so's influence now even overshadowed that of his brothers. Go Chang-byom understood that this incident would seriously jeopardize his chances for succession. He realized he was powerless to prove his innocence. Standing there, feeling defeated, a high school-aged boy suddenly appeared next to him and pointed at Go Chang-byom. "I am here to testify on behalf of this gentleman." Once the police reviewed the footage, they finally believed that Go Chang-byom had not instigated the fight. With no surveillance at the scene, Kim Yoon-sung obtained dashcam footage from a nearby parked car. This gentleman was provoked by those individuals and had no choice but to defend himself. If he's guilty of anything, it's simply that he knocked the other person out with a single punch. Go Chang-byom threw an arm around Kim Yoon-sung and said, "You're not just good looking, you got a silver tongue too." With this conclusive evidence, the police had no choice but to release him. Go Chang-byom then seized the police officer by the collar. "I'll remember your face. Your life is about to become very interesting." Once outside, Go Chang-byom immediately wanted to express his gratitude to Kim Yoon-sung. He pulled out a thick wad of cash as a token of his gratitude. He had expected a boy his age to be dazzled by such a large sum of money, but Kim Yoon-sung remained completely composed. Clearly, this was no ordinary boy. Suddenly, Kim Yoon-sung asked sharply, "Do you truly believe that what happened today was merely a coincidence? Let me be clear. I know you are Go Chang-byom, the eldest son of the Kong-song group, locked in a succession battle with your younger brother, Go Chang-sok." Go Chang-byom's expression instantly shifted to one of darkness. "Who the hell are you?" Kim Yoon-sung remained unfazed. "I believe today was no accident, and I have proof to support my claim. If you're genuinely grateful, please give me an hour of your time. I assure you, you won't lose anything, and it could change your future forever." They then headed to a cafe together. Kim Yoon-sung handed him the original dashcam footage. It was revealed that 30 minutes before the incident, those men were already hanging around the area. When Go Chang-byom appeared, they intentionally sought to provoke a confrontation. "Honestly, Mr. Go, you've had your suspicions, haven't you? Ever since the succession race began, it feels like someone has been setting you up at every turn. Have you considered that all of this might be orchestrated by your brother, Go Jong-sok, to damage your reputation?" Go Chang-byom asked. "So, what do you want?" When he heard the boys say they wanted to help him get revenge and become the next successor, he burst out laughing. A high school student? However, Kim Yoon-sung's next words left him speechless. "I understand you have many people on your team in this fight for succession, but haven't you realized? They're all working for your brother. I understand you may be skeptical at first, but I hope you'll give me the opportunity to prove myself." Go Go Changbayum contemplated it for a long time outside. The kid is right. Compared to my brother, I truly have nothing to show for myself. If things continue down this path, I'm going to lose everything. But can I truly trust someone I've met only once? He recalled his father's words. If you lack ability, seek out those who possess it to serve you. Don't concern yourself with their age, gender, or background. As long as they are useful to you, that is all that matters. Go Changbayum made the bold decision to take a gamble. Share your plan with me. I'll listen to everything you have to say before making my decision. Kim Yoon-sung spoke plainly. Go Chang-sok is the more qualified successor, yet he remains determined to carve out his own path. Despite his rival's advantages, he believes that his unique perspective and resilience can set him apart. I still believe you'll be the next in line. No matter how impressive Go Chang-sok appears on paper, there's only one reason your father insists that the two of you compete. He's old-fashioned and believes the eldest son should inherit the family business. If Go Chang-sok, who excels in every area, steps into this role, it could change everything. Were you suddenly dragged down to your level, who do you think your father would choose? There are 3 things you need to win. The first is connections, and in that regard, you've already lost. Through marriage, Go Chang-sok has linked himself to the local elite. The second is reputation. Yours is that of a brash and reckless thug. Third is ability. While you've been enjoying yourself, your brother is already working at the company. Let's return to the first point. We need to dismantle his connections. You need to create a rift between Go Chang-sok and his wife. Once she withdraws her support, your brother will find himself back at square one, just like before. Go Chang-sok received heartbreaking news. His wife discovered his secret villa and confronted his mistress, giving her a severe beating. The scandal dealt a significant blow to the Go family's reputation, leaving Chairman Go Myung-jin furious. I warned you that a man who can't control himself will only bring disaster. If you're going to fool around, you might as well be like your brother, live freely, and embrace a life of independence. And Go Changbayum, what brought you back to the police station this time? Go Myung-jin had anticipated his eldest son would be defiant, as usual. However, to his surprise, this time he admitted his mistake and promised it would never happen again. Go Myung-jin was genuinely pleased. Although the other side initiated the situation, you did everything possible to avoid conflict. You performed excellently. I'm proud of you. After the 2 brothers left the meeting, the younger one was filled with seething anger. I don't know who gave my wife the address, but if I ever find out, I'll make him pay. Meanwhile, the elder brother, Go Changbayum, continued to bask in his father's rare praise. My father usually just scolds me, but today he actually complimented me. From now on, I want to continue earning his approval. Of course, all of this was made possible by Kim Yoon-sung's coaching. After this incident, Go Changbayum developed a genuine fondness for Kim Yoon-sung. He declared that he would follow his lead from that point forward. Kim Yoon-sung said, "Next, you should join the company and start from the bottom." At the mention of starting from the bottom, Go Changbayum frowned. A moment later, he relaxed. "Whatever you say, I'll do it," he said. Then Kim Yoon-sung added a condition. "I'll help you, but you need to meet my demands as well." Go Changbayum replied generously, "Just say the word, Hein-song. For you, I'll do anything." A week later, the school's disciplinary committee was set to convene. Young Min-ho's mother confronted the homeroom teacher and slapped him across the face. She warned him that if he wanted to keep his job, he better ensure the student who hit her son gets expelled. The homeroom teacher found himself in a difficult situation. He attempted to convince Kim Yoon-sung to admit fault in hopes of receiving the lightest possible punishment. Kim Yoon-sung replied, "I know Jung Min-ho's mother is putting pressure on you, but you should make your allegiance clear. If I go down, you go down with me." The homeroom teacher felt utterly desperate. No matter which side he chose, his future appeared grim. That was until he spotted Kim Yoon-sung's guardian. He recognized the face from the nightlife scene. If he wasn't mistaken, it was Go Changbayum, the eldest son of the Kong Song group. In Daesan City, he was a figure no one dared to challenge. Jo Min-ho's parents couldn't even begin to match his influence. So what brought him here as Kim Yoon-sung's guardian? There was no time to dwell on that now. He was the only one who knew Go Changbayum's true identity, and he needed to switch sides quickly. He quickly turned the tables, testifying that Jung Min-ho had been the bully, while Kim Yoon-sung had acted only in self-defense. When upon hearing the homeroom teacher's statement, the principal broke out in a cold sweat. "Mr. Kim Young-chul, you'd better tell the truth," he warned. However, the teacher continued to blame Jung Min-ho. That day, Kim Yoon-sung witnessed a classmate being bullied and felt compelled to intervene. Stop fighting. We're all students here. However, he was threatened by Jung Min-ho's gang. If someone tried to hurt you, wouldn't you fight back? It's clear that Kim Yeon-sung was acting purely in self-defense. He will only be seen as a victim in this situation. If we overlook the underlying issues and impose severe consequences on Kim Yeon-sung, we risk failing to address the true problem at hand. Then we are merely adults who refuse to acknowledge the truth behind violence. The principal was thoroughly unnerved. What kind of nonsense is this? We are facing the school's first violent incident, and 4 students have ended up in the ER. Violence can never be justified regardless of the circumstances. We must impose severe punishment on the perpetrator. Only then can parents trust us with their children. Therefore, first, now, let's hear from Jung Min-ho. The victim's testimony is expected to be the most credible. Jung Min-ho pretended to be scared before he started to lie. I witnessed Kim Yeon-sung attacking his classmates. You can ask anyone for confirmation. It's a fact that he initiated the fight. I only intervened because I saw my friend being assaulted. I never expected Kim Yeon-sung to resort to using a weapon. I don't understand why the teacher is blaming me. This isn't even his first violent outburst. The teacher called him to the office, and when he returned, he attacked me in front of everyone. I didn't do anything. How is that my fault? Jung Min-ho's mother quickly intensified the situation, exclaiming, "Just look at my son's face. He's been beaten beyond recognition. How can such a horrific act of violence occur in a supposedly noble school? If it can happen to Min-ho, it can happen to any child here. We must hold the responsible student accountable, or our school will never be safe again." Her words stirred the other parents into a frenzy, and soon they were all demanding punishment for Kim Yeon-sung. Suddenly, a loud thump echoed through the room, followed by the eruption of a new voice. A group of cowardly individuals is spouting nonsense. Are you all pretending not to understand what's truly happening? Don't you see that those so-called students are nothing but monsters in human skin? The principal snapped. Do you dare call our students monsters? The voice retorted. If they're not monsters, then what are they? I've done my research. Jung Min-ho's gang is notorious for extorting and stealing from others. Everyone in the area knows them, yet you continue to protect them. Are you all accepting bribes from their families? Those punks may be in the hospital now, but Kim Yeon-sung only fought to protect himself. Didn't the homeroom teacher just say that you have to see the truth for what it is? If you experience bullying from thugs like this during your school days, would you simply stand by and do nothing? Jung Min-ho's mother erupted in anger. How dare you call my son a thug? I heard Kim Yeon-sung doesn't have parents. Who are you to speak like this? Go Chung-byum beamed with pride. Initially, Go Chung-byum didn't understand why Kim Yeon-sung wanted him as his guardian. If he simply wanted money, he could have asked for it directly. Kim Yeon-sung explained, "To execute my plans, I certainly need your resources. However, what I need most is supreme power. I'm planning to make a significant impact at school, and some of my actions may even skirt the edges of the law, so I need you to help me clean up any messes that arise. If you're my backer, no one in Decent City will dare to touch you. I promise to ensure that you become the successor." Go Chung-byum agreed without hesitation, saying, "No matter what trouble you cause, I'll take care of it." Faced with Jung Min-ho's mother's challenge, he declared firmly, "I'm Hyun-jung's guardian. He is also the eldest son of the Kang-song group. Hyun-jung is my most cherished little brother, and he would never cause trouble without a reason. The moment I heard he had been called to this committee, I dropped everything and rushed over. I had even planned to donate to this school in the name of the Kang-song group, but now I realize there's no point. Not only is this place poorly managed, but the atmosphere is also toxic. He has faced bullying every single day. Should he be punished simply for finally fighting back? The school turned a blind eye even when he was the victim. If you ignored him because he had no money or status, I will ensure that this so-called prestigious school is brought to its knees. Every last bully and every adult who protected them will meet their end in Decent City. I will utilize every resource at my disposal to make sure it happens." Everyone in the room was taken aback by Go Chung-byum's presence. The principal never anticipated that the eldest son of the Kang-song group would become the guardian of Kim Hyun-sung. If he chose to side with Jung Min-ho now, he would sever all ties with the Kang-song group, leading the school to face rejection from other influential circles. However, if he cut ties with Jung Min-ho's family, it would present the perfect opportunity to gain favor with the Kang-song group. This would make his dream of attending a top-tier school just a matter of time. The principal quickly placed all the blame on Jung Min-ho. In fact, I've heard that he is the ringleader of that delinquent group. Kim Yun-sung stands out as the most exceptional student at Chunil High. For a top student to take such an action, there must be a reason behind it. Now, let's hear from Kim Yun-sung himself. Kim Hyun-sung spoke up. My friends have reported this countless times to the teachers, but each time they respond, the Jung Min-ho I know isn't that kind of student. Even after the truth was revealed, all they received was a verbal warning. This only emboldened Jung Min-ho's gang, making them more brazen in their acts of violence. I hit Jung Min-ho and sent the others to the emergency room. After just one act of violence, why must I face a disciplinary committee? Is it because it was too violent, or do you believe I have no power? If you don't severely punish the group that has been in the wrong all along, I will ensure that everyone outside this school discovers the truth about what really happens here. There's only one way to silence me: fair and just punishment for everyone involved. Jung Min-ho's mother was thrown into a panic. I won't allow you to punish my son. Just you wait, all of you. I'm calling my husband right now. She called her husband, urgently pleading for help. However, the moment he heard the name Go Chung Bayum, his tone shifted entirely. He immediately scolded her, saying, "How dare you act like that in front of the Kong Song Group's eldest son? Do you want our whole family to suffer because of you? Come home right now. Let Jung Min-ho face whatever punishment awaits him." The room fell silent in an instant. Ultimately, Kim Yeon-sung received a sentence of 100 hours of community service, while Jung Min-ho was expelled. Unable to accept this outcome, he charged at Kim Yeon-sung, but a hand reached out to stop him. It was his mother. With a sly grin, Kim Yeon-sung remarked, "Kneel and beg me." Jung Min-ho thought he must have misheard. "I said kneel and beg me. I've already been expelled. Why should I bow to you?" Kim Yeon-sung replied, "You might want to ask your mother about that. Should you kneel or not?" Jung Min-ho's mother turned away, deliberately avoiding his gaze. Kim Yeon-sung continued, "Do your best to appease me, and maybe I'll forgive you." At that moment, Jung Min-ho's mother spoke up, urging, "Min-ho, kneel and beg him." Jung Min-ho was completely unaware of the true situation unfolding around him. He had no choice but to obey, dropping to his knees. "I won't ever do it again." But Kim Yeon-sung showed him no mercy. "Just wait. More misery lies ahead for you." With that, the disciplinary committee was finally ready to announce their decision. Kim Yeon-sung had taken another step closer to the shadowy forces that had once cost him his life. At that moment, Park Min-chol sent a text asking to meet. As soon as Kim Yeon-sung arrived, Park Min-chol quickly sought to win favor. "Cut the crap and get to the point," Kim Yeon-sung said, fully aware of what Park wanted. Even Jung Min-ho, despite all his connections, had been forced to kneel. How could a powerless delinquent like Park Min-chol possibly stand a chance? Park immediately begged for mercy, hoping that Yeon-sung's forgiveness would spare him from expulsion. "From now on, I'll do whatever you say. I'll even work like a dog for you." Then, Park revealed a shocking secret. Park revealed that a hidden force had compelled them to bully Kim Yeon-sung. As Park hesitated to disclose the name, Yeon-sung grabbed him and said, "I already know who's behind you." While in a coma, Yeon-sung saw a news story about a student who jumped from a building. The student's suicide note revealed the truth. A group known as the Golden Circle was responsible, although its core members remained unidentified. The founder of the Golden Circle, driven by the prospect of profit from others' suffering, had established a sinister business. They recruited students who held absolute power within schools and struck deals with wealthy and influential parents. In exchange for protection and guaranteed top grades, these students were instructed to eliminate anyone who outperformed them. To achieve complete revenge, Kim Yeon-sung vowed to hunt down every last member of the Golden Circle and eliminate them all. "Tell me, how did the Golden Circle discover you?" Park Min-chol was amazed by Yeon-sung's depth of knowledge. Senior Shin Young-min reached out to us, stammering as he spoke. Shin Young-min, the ultimate school tyrant, held sway over the entire institution. While not a core member, he was undeniably the Golden Circle's key to accessing the school. However, managing him would not be easy. Shin Young-min was on the path to becoming a professional MMA fighter, and challenging him now would only result in a severe beating. For now, Kim Yeon-sung had to decide how to handle Park Min-chol. Ever since his coma, his hatred for Park had never faded. His resentment lingered, simmering just beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to erupt. Grandmother had once begged for forgiveness, only to be met with insults and humiliation. "Let me show you what will happen each time you see me from now on." Kim Yeon-sung struck him sharply across the face. In his past life, Park had married and become the ideal husband. While young Min-ho and the others lived comfortable lives, I never believed that evil could be punished by more evil. Only an eye for an eye is the eternal law. I hope you all carry scars you'll never forget for the rest of your lives. Following young Min-ho's expulsion, Kim Yeon-sung became the center of attention at the school. It turns out that the quiet ones can be the scariest when they finally snap. Once they do, they descend into a pitch-black darkness within. At that moment, Kim Yeon-sung entered the room. The once boisterous classroom fell completely silent. Once he took a seat, someone approached from behind and whispered, "Thank you." It was the chubby kid whom Yeon-sung had saved from Park Min-chul. He expressed his gratitude to Kim Yeon-sung for standing up for him and promised to help whenever needed. Yeon-sung replied coldly, "Before the disciplinary committee, you pretended you didn't know anything. You said you were scared and refused to testify for me, but now you want to express your gratitude. From now on, whatever happens to you is no longer my concern. Leave my sight. I don't want to see your face again." Meanwhile, Shin Young-min was filled with rage. He had believed Kim Yeon-sung was a nobody, but it turned out that his guardian was the heir to Myung-jin Construction. In Daesan, no one could stand up to someone like Kang Song. But Shin Young-min wasn't ready to give up. Now, he had a reason to extract more money from Golden Circle. He summoned the year's top dog to come see him. First-year boss Park Jin-woo soon arrived on the rooftop, visibly trembling. Shin Young-min slapped his face and said, "There's a guy in your year named Kim Yeon-sung. I want you to incapacitate him, ensuring he can never walk again." At the same time, Kim Yeon-sung was getting ready for the dangers that lay ahead. He needed to maintain his grades. Only then could he become a thorn in the side of a Golden Circle member. He already had a few suspects in mind, but without hard evidence, he couldn't take action just yet. His top priority was to enhance his physical strength. After school, he headed to Young Do-chul's gym. Young Do-chul had once been Korea's first world champion in MMA, but now he found himself an unpopular retired athlete. Young inquired about the type of training he desired. Yeon-sung replied, "I want to improve my fighting skills to the point where I can crush every bully in school beneath my feet." Young's expression darkened instantly. "If you're only here to learn how to fight, I can't teach you." Young Do-chul, the country's first UFL champion, was now running a small gym. His career ended after he failed a drug test following a match, but he left a lasting impact on the sport. Despite this setback, he spent a year training another fighter, who ultimately reached the championship. "If I could receive your personal training, my fighting skills would skyrocket," Yeon-sung stated bluntly. "Didn't you also do whatever it took to win?" "I'm just doing what I need to reach my goal too. What's wrong with that?" Young replied, "That was a stupid mistake. If I had another chance, I would do things differently. I would never make the same choice again. I don't want you to end up like I did. Just go home. I can't help you. 100 million won. If you agree to train me, I'll transfer the full amount within a day. I'll pay up front, so even if I back out, you won't lose anything. You should have considered the consequences before taking those drugs, but you made your choice anyway. I'm choosing to stand up against bullies, even if it means I could end up crippled or in jail for life. I've already accepted that risk. Just like when you took those drugs, I'm feeling desperate now. I need your help." Finally, young Do-chul had a change of heart. "I'll assist you with training, but first, there's a test. Step into the ring with me. If you can last a round, I will acknowledge your determination." That night, when Kim Yeon-sung arrived home, his grandmother's heart ached at the sight of him. "Which bastard did this to my grandson? Tell Grandma who did it. Grandma won't let them go." Let's go back to earlier at the gym. After Kim Yeon-sung offered 100 million won for training, young Do-chul decided to give him a trial opportunity. Yeon-sung would succeed if he could remain standing in the ring for 3 minutes. The round began with Young launching the first attack. His punch landed solidly on Yeon-sung's guarding arm. Yeon-sung believed he had successfully blocked the attack, but the sheer force broke through, slamming into his nose. A sharp ache pierced through to his brain, and his body collapsed to the ground before he had a chance to react. Rise and shine. Only 10 seconds had passed. What ensued was a relentless barrage. Young unleashed a flurry of blows, striking with the intensity of a raging storm. All Yeon-sung could do was protect his head. If any punch landed, he would be knocked out cold. Suddenly, Young changed tactics with a vicious low kick. It instantly numbed Yeon-sung's leg. You can still choose to quit. But Yeon-sung gritted his teeth and stood up once more. The 3 minutes are not up yet. To prevent his stamina from being drained, Yeon-sung decided to take the initiative. He needed to turn things around, but to a professional, this merely highlighted his weaknesses. the chin, the easiest place to score a knockout. Yan-sung collapsed, stiff as a board. He fell to the mat. Young needed the money, but there was no way he would sell his pride to someone who couldn't endure this level of punishment. Simply lie there. Yet a voice came from behind him saying, "It's not over yet." Continuing onward, Young was impressed by his determination. Perhaps this kid wasn't just bluffing about his desire to learn how to fight. He had previously held back to avoid injuring him too severely. This time, he would need to give it his all. Yan-sung covered his head, always on guard for another low kick. However, Young shifted his target once more. A brutal liver punch sent waves of agony through Yan-sung's body. A shot like that could make someone vomit, faint, or even die. Yan-sung's body started to shake uncontrollably. He wanted to get up, but his body refused to cooperate. This kind of pain can't be overcome by willpower alone. It's best to just quit and go home. Yan-sung seethed with anger. "You worthless piece of trash. Get up. You've been waiting for this moment, haven't you? You spent 10 years in a vegetative state, lying in bed and wishing for death every day. I can't stand this much pain. If you want to avoid going back to that, then stand up right now." Under Young's astonished gaze, Kim Yan-sung rose to his feet again. That last hit was one that most professionals wouldn't have been able to withstand. What kind of life has this kid experienced? If someone like this gains real power, it could lead to his downfall. Determined to prevent a lifetime of regret, Young vowed to end it right there. He threw his next punch with all his strength. Yan-sung urged himself to hold on, no matter what. Even if his nose was broken or his teeth were knocked out, he would give it his all. Young's attacks grew increasingly fierce. Just as Yan-sung could, she took a deep breath and prepared herself for the challenges ahead. He had barely raised his guard when the timer's alarm saved him from the brink of death. Young couldn't help but curse. Damn, this kid really made it. When you get home, don't go around telling people that I beat you up. I'll send you my bank account details later. His grandmother's heart nearly broke at the sight of his battered, swollen face. Yan-sung reassured her, explaining that he had a run-in at school, but everything was sorted out now. During dinner, he inquired whether she had any bank books. Myeongjin Construction has launched a new housing project. Go ahead and apply for a spot. There's a chance we could be selected, and it will surely appreciate in value over time. He wanted to give his grandmother the 100 million directly, but she would only ask where the money came from. This way, she wouldn't suspect a thing. The following day, the school tyrant, Shin Young-min, summoned Park Jin-woo to the roof. He patted Park on the shoulder, commending his efficiency. "I just gave the order, and you've already beaten up Kim Yan-sung. I'm truly impressed. From now on, let everyone know that you are my sworn brother." Park Jin-woo felt a sense of confusion. He then saw Yan-sung's bruised and battered face. What happened to that kid? Was he too cocky and end up getting beaten up outside of school? Shin Young-min seems to believe I was the one who did it. If Yeon-sung can be beaten up like this, perhaps he's not as tough as everyone claims. Shin Young-min then commanded his lackeys, stating that anyone associated with Kim Yeon-sung would not escape his wrath. Under the expert guidance of Young Do-chul, Kim Yeon-sung embarked on a grueling, high-intensity training regimen. Young became increasingly impressed by his endurance. He decided to put Kim Yeon-sung through special training. "As long as you can keep up with me, everyone else will bow at your feet." A week later, Kim Yan-sung was deeply engrossed in his studies when his old friend Park Jin-woo made a sudden appearance. When Park Jin-woo said, "I don't want to ostracize you like everyone else," Yan-sung felt confused. Park Jin-woo was surprised to discover that Yan-sung was unaware of his own isolation. He explained that the main bully had threatened everyone, warning that anyone who got close to Yan-sung would be targeted. "You and I have been friends for 10 years, so no matter the cost, I can't bear to see you alone." In Yan-sung's previous life, Park Jin-woo noticed him being bullied and immediately stepped in to protect him. From that point on, he became the target of the bully himself. After suffering a broken leg, Park Jin-woo pretended not to recognize Yeon-sung. Later, while Yeon-sung was in a coma, Park Jin-woo came to apologize, saying, "If there's a next life, I'll never leave you alone again." This time, Kim Yeon-sung was determined to ensure that Park Jin-woo wouldn't get hurt because of him. "Don't pretend we're close. Just ignore me like everyone else. I'll take care of my own business." But Park Jin-woo insisted, "I won't let you face this alone. I'll find you after class." Yan-sung wanted to keep him out of it, knowing that his involvement would only lead to more misery. Except for family, all close ties had to be severed. After class, Kim Yan-sung contemplated how to convince Park Jin-woo to surrender. A long time passed, but he never arrived. He then overheard his classmates whispering, "Park Jin-woo is finished. I just saw Park Jin-woo drag him out." Yeon-sung's heart raced. In the next moment, he sprinted out like a cheetah, determined not to let the past repeat itself. At that moment, Park Jin-woo and his gang had cornered him in the bathroom. "I already warned everyone to stay away from Kim Yeon-sung. Didn't you hear me? Or do you simply not care?" Park Jin-woo confronted the bullies with unwavering courage. "He's my best friend. If you want to fight, then go ahead and do it. There's no need to waste time with threats." Park Jin-woo was ready to make his move. However, Park Jin-woo delivered the first punch, humiliating him in front of his subordinates. Furious, Park commanded everyone to launch an attack simultaneously. As he faced the group assault, Park Jin-woo's mind was consumed by thoughts of Kim Yeon-sung. He understood that Yeon-sung was pushing him away to keep him safe. In the end, he had become involved anyway. Even if Yeon-sung was angry, he had no regrets about standing up for him. To Park Jin-woo, Yeon-sung was more than just a childhood friend. He could never leave him behind. Park Jin-woo took advantage of the moment and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. "I heard you practice Taekwondo. There's always someone like you showing off. Just because you learned a few moves, you think you're tough? This world is all about your background. Your problem is that you believe you're special. From this point forward, you and Kim Yeon-sung will find yourselves wishing for death every single day. Whenever I call you out, you better get used to it." At that moment, the bathroom door was kicked open. Kim Yeon-sung stormed in, furious. "What are you doing?" He had been wanting to confront Park Jin-woo for some time. Now was the perfect opportunity. However, the two of them were mismatched physically, so Yeon-sung decided to provoke him into losing control. "Everyone is saying that you beat me up, and it's humiliating. You're nothing but a fat pig. If you have to gang up on Park Jin-woo, what does that say about you?" Park Jin-woo, a brute who relied solely on force, fell for the trap. He insisted on a one-on-one fight, but his moves were large and easy to counter. Yeon-sung continued to taunt him, calling him a waste of muscle. Losing his temper, Park Jin-woo charged in with all his might, confident in his strength. But Yeon-sung remembered Jung Do-chul's lesson: keep your distance. Strike repeatedly until your opponent is unable to stand. Today, Yeon-sung needed to instill genuine fear in everyone. Soon, Park Jin-woo was beaten to within an inch of his life. No matter how strong a bully he was still just a student. Confronted by the demon-like Yeon-sung, Park finally broke. "Tell me honestly, were you the one who attacked me before? Say it out loud for everyone to hear." Park Jin-woo was terrified. He stammered, explaining that it was all Shin Young-min's idea. "I could never defeat you. If it weren't for him, none of this would have occurred. Please, don't hit me again. I will never cross you again." Yeon-sung then turned to the others and said, "Don't you ever lay a finger on Park Jin-woo again." Yeon-sung delivered a powerful kick to Park Jin-woo's jaw. "If I see you touch him again, I will come for every single one of you." After this, the team regrouped to discuss their next steps and strategize for the challenges ahead. Each member shared their insights, contributing to a collaborative atmosphere that fostered creativity and determination. With a clear plan in place, they set out to tackle the obstacles that lay before them, united in their mission. Yeon-sung warned Park Jin-woo to keep his distance in the future to avoid getting dragged into more trouble. But Park Jin-woo grabbed Yeon-sung's hand and insisted, "Even if it happens again, I'll still stand up for you." Realizing he couldn't change Park Jin-woo's mind, Yeon-sung revealed everything. "Do you think these fights are accidents? I'm the one provoking them. They all deserve it. This is just the beginning. I will eliminate every single bully, even if it means losing everything I have. I can't reveal everything just yet, but know this: I'm seeking revenge. If you continue to be my friend, you'll keep getting pulled into situations like today. If you can't even defeat someone like Park Jin-woo, it's best for you to stay out of my affairs. Let's conclude things here. You simply wouldn't be able to handle it." At that moment, everything changed. Shin Young-min was racking his brain, trying to figure out how to spend all this money. He couldn't believe that bullying a few students had earned him hundreds of thousands so easily. Suddenly, the back door of the classroom swung open, revealing Kim Yeon-sung. He glared at Shin Young-min, his voice icy and filled with malice. "Are you that bastard Shin Young-min?" Shin Young-min had never experienced such an insult before. He was on the verge of exploding, but Kim Yeon-sung didn't give him a chance, launching a kick directly at him. Shin Young-min swiftly raised his arms to defend himself. "Who are you? How can you just attack someone without even introducing yourself?" Kim Yeon-sung remained silent as he charged in with his fists raised. Shin Young-min cursed furiously, demanding, "Who the hell are you?" He noticed that the man seemed to possess some fighting skills, but soon his punches grew weak and his moves became predictable. In the next moment, a powerful blow struck him in the gut, causing Shin Young-min to suddenly cough up blood. You want to know who I am? I'm Kim Yon-sung, the person you've been searching for. Now that the boy finally spoke, Shin Young-min demanded to know why he was there. However, Kim Yon-sung remained silent. Instead, he picked up a chair and slammed it down. Shin Young-min believed he was crazy for using a chair in a fight. But this was all part of Yon-sung's plan. He had to maintain the pressure, never letting up, or he risked losing. Shin Young-min had been on the defensive the entire time, but he finally launched a counterattack. Grabbing Yon-sung's fist, he declared, "You are not walking out of this classroom alive." Yon-sung raised his arm to block the incoming blow, only for Shin Young-min to mimic him and abruptly alter the angle of attack. "You think you're the only one who can trick me?" Yon-sung gritted his teeth, urging himself to hold on. From the very beginning, he knew he was no match for Shin Young-min. He hadn't come here expecting to leave unscathed. He was waiting for a single shot, betting everything on it. Seizing the right moment, Yon-sung grabbed hold of Shin Young-min's leg. With a sudden burst of force, he hurled both of them away. The classroom was located on the top floor, right by the window. Falling out could result in death or something even worse. Fortunately, Shin Young-min managed to hang on to the window ledge for dear life. He was utterly terrified. Yon-sung, wild-eyed like a madman, declared, "Either you die today, or I do." A classmate shouted, "Somebody pull that lunatic away." Although Shin Young-min survived, he was now utterly terrified of Kim Yon-sung. This was especially true when Yon-sung leaned in and whispered a chilling threat. "You think this is over? The moment you touched my friend, you sealed your own fate. Just wait. The next chance I get, I'll drive a chair leg through the back of your skull. I want you to remember this for the rest of your life. This is what happens when you cross me." A classmate asked if Shin Young-min was all right, but he tried to maintain his tough facade. "Why are you asking me that? Didn't you see me beat that guy up?" The student quickly apologized. "I did, but don't you think you should have your back checked out at the hospital?" Soon after, a report reached the homeroom teacher that Yon-sung had assaulted Park Jin-woo in the bathroom. The teacher anticipated that this would turn into a significant mess. This was particularly significant, as the principal had just announced their goal of transforming the school into a national model. However, when he arrived at the office, the principal instructed him to let it go. Myeongjin Construction's eldest son, Go Chang-byum, has committed to sponsoring the school, but only on one condition. As long as Yan-sung is enrolled, the school will cover up any trouble he causes. This time, we'll act as if nothing happened. I'm not asking you to do this for free. When it comes to school bonuses and rewards, you'll be at the front of the line. Plus, with Kang-song's new housing projects, Go Chang-bam has quietly reserved more than a dozen units for us. Prices are rising quickly. Shouldn't you take the opportunity to secure a few for yourself? Continue doing what you've always done to protect students. But now, the only one you need to focus on is Kim Yon-sung. The teacher immediately understood and assured that everything would be handled perfectly. Seeing how well he played along, the principal said, "Just call me Big Bro from now on." The teacher was more than happy to oblige. They quickly put on a display of brotherly affection. They shared a common goal to ensure Kim Yon-sung graduated safely and to benefit from the protection offered by Myeongjin Construction's influence. As they daydreamed about their bright future, someone burst in, shouting, "Kim Yon-sung has been attacked!" They both flew into a rage, furious at who dared to do it. Meanwhile, Shin Young-min was seething with anger. Shin Young-min was furious. Yon-sung had been the aggressor, yet Young-min was now being portrayed as the attacker. The principal and the teacher, clearly in collusion, refused to listen to anything he said. "I nearly got thrown off the top floor and a lot of people witnessed it." The teacher patted him on the shoulder. "However, what truly matters is whether anyone believes those witnesses. Kim Yon-sung is the model student of the entire school. It's clear who people will likely side with." Shin Young-min swore under his breath. The frustration was palpable as he faced yet another setback. The teacher grabbed his collar and said, "You dare yell at me? Keep this up. Your punishment will only become more severe." The teacher's blatant corruption was both familiar and unsettling. He realized that these two adults were just as corrupt as the system they supported. Pursuing Kim Yon-sung would prove to be quite challenging. In the end, he bowed his head and acknowledged his mistake. However, Shin Young-min wasn't ready to give in. He decided to use part of his payout to hire Choi Tae-yoon for assistance. Choi Tae-yoon served as the intermediary tasked with recruiting muscle for the Golden Circle. If the hired thugs failed, the entire responsibility would rest on him. The Golden Circle never tolerated failure. This tactic of leveraging connections to conceal trouble was quintessentially Golden Circle's approach. Any student who crossed Yan Sung faced expulsion, as the principal and teachers defended him at all costs. Choi Tae-yun went directly to the principal. "I heard that 4 students were recently sent to the ER and expelled from your school, but the one who hurt them, Kim Yan Sung, received only a slap on the wrist. Frankly, this situation is serious enough to warrant a police case. Are you giving Kim Yon-sung special treatment? If that's the case, I will pursue this to the very end." The principal remained unfazed by the threat. "Our only intention was to protect the students' futures by avoiding police involvement. We've shared all the information, so feel free to proceed as you wish." Choi Tae-yun responded, "I'm a man of my word." The principal's expression remained neutral. "Here in Daishin, threats like yours hold no weight." Choi Tae-yun then headed to the police station. The police stated that Kim Yon-sung's actions were a matter of self-defense. Furious, Choi Tae-yun threatened to reveal the incident. The internet's power is undeniable. However, the officer, much like the principal, remained unfazed. This is Daejeon. Even if you create a buzz online, people will forget about it after just a few days. Choi Tae-yun had completely run out of options. He never expected this place to be so corrupt. He tried to use money to expose Kim Yon-sung's connections, but found that no one would take the bait. Every public official openly defended Kim Yon-sung. If he couldn't discover an alternative, this mission was destined to end in failure. The Golden Circle never lets a failure go unpunished. His entire life could be ruined. So, he shifted all the pressure on to Shin Young-min. "Our objective isn't to eliminate Kim Yon-sung. Rather, we aim to lower his grades. I don't care how you do it, just lower his scores and the job is done. If you give up or fail, we won't just go after Kim Yon-sung, you'll pay a heavy price as well." Shin Young-min muttered under his breath. "That bastard promised to support me, but now he's backing out and leaving everything to me." Just as he was contemplating his next move, someone smacked him in the back of the head with a brick. A familiar voice said, "I told you to watch your back, Shin Young-min." He spun around ready to throw a punch, but Kim Yon-sung's words made him freeze in place. "Is that job really more important than your own life?" I heard the client went to the principal. "I understand the situation you're in. However, I want to remind you that the eldest son of Myeongjin Construction is my guardian. I never intended to resolve this with just you. You've taken on more than you can handle. Don't think that expulsion will save you. I will do everything in my power to open a criminal case against you. You'll end up with a permanent record, and once you're out of jail, Myeongjin Construction's people will come for you. They'll ensure that you can't survive in Daesun. If you want to live like a human being, you'll have to leave Daesun for good. But even if you try to run, I won't let you escape. My goal is straightforward. Anyone who lays a hand on me will face destruction. If you want to live as a person here, grit your teeth and endure it. Learn from those you once bullied." The next day, Shin Young-min arrived at school covered in bruises. Everyone whispered that Kim Yon-sung must have jumped him after school. There was no way he could have won otherwise. In reality, Shin Young-min could have easily defeated Yon-sung if he had chosen to fight back. However, the influence of Myeongjin Construction had made him untouchable in the city. Now, it was his cage. If he simply let Yon-sung go, the Golden Circle would destroy everything he held dear. It was better to be expelled and have a criminal record than to lose everything. Losing control, Shin Young-min slammed his head against his desk in frustration. He felt overwhelmed by the mounting pressure and the weight of his responsibilities. Each passing moment intensified his sense of helplessness, leaving him desperate for a solution. "I never should have taken the money or the job." He silently prayed for Kim Yon-sung to make a mistake on the next test. Even a slight drop in grades could buy him some time. Meanwhile, Kim Yon-sung was anxiously awaiting the midterms. "When I achieve overwhelmingly high marks, all the hidden resentment will come to the surface." Shin Young-min, driven by a desperate will to survive, the Golden Circle was compelled to complete their task, facing the wrath of the client who issued the order. "When they all explode at once, I'll finally get what I desire." Using the principle behind Myeongjin Construction's tricks may seem unethical, but as long as I achieve my goals, it's worth it. After that, no one at this school will dare to touch me. The fortress I've constructed through violence grants me a sense of peace I've never experienced before. At the same time, he was diligently working to enhance his fighting skills. Young Do-chul was extremely pleased with his student. If it weren't for the financial ties between them, he may have suggested that he go pro. Just as Kim Yon-sung completed his training and was preparing to leave, a familiar voice echoed from the doorway. "My name is Park Jin-woo, and I booked a consultation for fighting lessons." When Park Jin-woo discovered that Yan Sung had provoked Shin Young-min and that the two had nearly fallen out of the window, he realized that Yan Sung was sending a clear warning to the entire school. If you touch anyone close to me, you'll bring disaster upon yourself. Park Jin-woo couldn't comprehend why Yan Sung had changed so drastically. He once expressed the desire to provide his grandmother with a good life, but now his sole focus was on risking everything to eliminate the bullies. Still, since Yan Sung had chosen this path, how could his best friend abandon him? So, Park Jin-woo decided to visit Jungdu Juju's gym. Kim Yan-sung attempted to convince the coach not to exclude him, even offering to cover the additional tuition costs himself. Jung had already suspected their relationship. In fact, Yan-sung needed a friend by his side to keep him out of trouble. However, Jung didn't expect that Park Jin-woo wanted to help Yan-sung confront the bullies. Jung was exasperated. "Do you think my gym exists to teach people how to use violence to solve their problems?" Park Jin-woo tore off his bandage, exposing the bruises on his face. "I got these for standing up to bullies," he said. "The violence in schools is far more complex than adults often realize. If Yan Sung hadn't come to my aid, I could have died on the bathroom floor. He took all the risks to protect me, and I won't give up on a friend like that. If he's training here, he must have his reasons. Here's all the money I have. If it's not enough, I'll make up the difference through work." Jung pounded the table in frustration, unable to comprehend why children so young had to endure such a difficult path. Their situation was truly dangerous. He questioned whether discouraging them from fighting back was the right course of action. After a fierce struggle, Jung finally surrendered. "Come to the gym tomorrow. But if you can't keep up, I'll have to ask you to leave." As soon as Park Jin-woo stepped out of the room, a pair of gloves flew toward him. Kim Yan-sung remarked, "Judging by your face, the coach must have agreed to take you, but I haven't. So you need to prove yourself to me. Even if you find yourself in hell like I did, you must have the will to claw your way back out. Let's see just how far that so-called friendship of yours can truly take you. If you get involved, you might find yourself ambushed. You could end up spending your life in prison, and in the end, you'll have nothing left. From this point forward, I no longer consider you a friend." Park Jin-woo simply smiled. He understood that Yan Sung was attempting to discourage him by showcasing his strength. However, there was something that Yan Sung appeared to have overlooked. He had once been a professional athlete, and if he hadn't been confident in his fighting skills, he never would have stepped up in the first place. If it came down to a one-on-one brawl, he could have taken down any school bully long ago. After Yan Sung's training with Jung Do-chul, he gained new skills and confidence. Things had changed. Seizing the moment, Yan Sung pinned Park Jin-woo to the ground, then unleashed a barrage of punches without mercy. As he struck him, Yan Sung shouted, "Give up!" but Park Jin-woo stubbornly refused to surrender. The blows grew increasingly fierce. Yan Sung aimed to shatter his will through sheer force. However, Park Jin-woo ceased to fight back. He continued to laugh uncontrollably. Yan Sung finally raised his hands in exasperation. "Why go this far? You've already done more than enough as a friend." Yet in Park Jin-woo's mind, a memory always lingered. As a child, he was frequently bullied, enduring constant beatings while his parents turned a blind eye. In that hopeless darkness, Yan Sung emerged as a ray of light in a world devoid of the sun. "You may wonder why I have come this far. None of this was ever your fault. As your friend, I can't simply turn a blind eye. This is my life, and how I choose to live it is entirely up to me." At that moment, Jung Do-chul approached. He looked at the two of them and asked, "Have either of you ever considered giving up fighting to become athletes alongside me? I would stake everything to put you both on the biggest stage." This wasn't just a whim for Jung. He couldn't understand why these two brothers kept getting bullied. Against ordinary people, they were unbeatable. Park Jin-woo possessed explosive kicking power and a natural sense of distance, while Kim Yan-sung was a brilliant tactician. He was always able to predict which move would benefit him most, never missing a single opportunity. Due to their financial arrangement, Jung had not intended to bring this up. However, upon witnessing their talent, he couldn't resist. He urged Yan Sung to drop out of school and focus entirely on training, convinced that the boy had the potential to become a champion. Yan Sung replied that he had no interest in fighting, stating that every fight brings nothing but pain. He only engages in it because he feels he has to. "If you insist on pushing me to compete professionally, then let's end our agreement here. Just don't stand in my way." When Yan Sung stepped outside, Park Jin-woo chased after him, determined to fight alongside Yan Sung. No matter what happened, Yan Sung had no regrets. She set 3 conditions. First, they would train together every day. Second, if they ever encountered a fight they couldn't win, or if it escalated into a legal issue, Soo had to remain uninvolved. Third, Myeongjin Construction would provide him with a monthly living allowance. No questions were asked, and he also had to keep up with his studies. If there ever comes a day when we escape this hell, I hope you'll live better than anyone. A few weeks later, the midterms for the second semester arrived. If Yeon Sung didn't succeed in this round, his entire plan would fall apart. Strictly speaking, he didn't need top grades to seek revenge. He could have easily gathered evidence and exposed the Golden Circle. However, his true goal was to completely crush them. Golden Circle prided itself on maintaining a flawless record. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. He wanted to crush their pride into the dirt, to become the thorn they most desperately wanted to remove. Kim Yeon-sung had been in a vegetative state in the hospital for 10 years. His memories of his student days were crystal clear after his rebirth. He recalled the answers to every question. After the exams, while his classmates anxiously checked their answers, he waited calmly for his results. That's when Oh Hee-ji, the class beauty, approached him and asked why he wasn't reviewing his answers. Oh Hee-ji was not only cute and popular. In her past life, she had even confessed her feelings to him. However, he had turned her down, explaining that a romance would impact his grades. She offered to check his answers, and Yeon-sung didn't stop her, knowing her popularity would serve as an advantage for his revenge. Soon, the entire class was captivated by her surprised reaction. No one could believe it. Kim Yeon-sung had achieved perfect marks in every subject. The following day, she called her homeroom teacher up to the rooftop. "Have you heard of the Golden Circle?" Kim Yeon-sung asked. "Let me explain what the Golden Circle truly is. Take your time to consider it carefully." After Kim Yeon-sung achieved a perfect score on his midterm exam, the principal's phone was quickly inundated with calls from other parents. They questioned whether the principal had given Kim special treatment, or if he had earned his privileges through hard work, or if he had secretly enrolled in additional tutoring classes. The homeroom teacher remarked that the test had been particularly challenging this time. Achieving a perfect score should have been impossible for anyone. The principal replied, "I have high hopes for him. I can already envision Kim Yeon-sung emerging as the top scorer in the college entrance exam. He will gain admission to a prestigious university with outstanding grades. Our school will finally have the opportunity to gain national recognition. With the support of Myeongjin Construction and Kim Yeon-sung's academic achievements, my lifelong dream can finally become a reality. I have a bad feeling that Kim Yeon-sung might cause trouble again, which could seriously damage our school's reputation. So, brother, I need you to keep a close eye on him. Ensure he becomes a model student, excelling in both character and academics. Now that your class has produced the top student in the school, here's a special reward for you. I hope you continue your excellent work until Kim Yeon-sung graduates. After that, I will promote you to a core leader of our school." The money-hungry moom teacher immediately replied, "You can leave everything to me." Later, Kim Yeon-sung called the homeroom teacher to the rooftop and revealed a secret, warning him, "If anything happens to me, you'll go down too." The homeroom teacher recognized the immense power of the Golden Circle. However, by this point, he was already intertwined with Kim Yeon-sung's fate. He asked what he should do now. Should he try to stop Shin Young-min from coming after her? But Kim Yeon-sung said, "No need, whether in the past or now, my only request remains unchanged. No matter what I do, keep your hands to yourself. As long as you adults continue to pretend that nothing has happened, that's all I ask. So you'd better prepare yourself." The homeroom teacher immediately felt a wave of pressure. It was clear that this student was about to cause significant trouble. At that moment, Shin Young-min was enduring a brutal beating from an agent of the Golden Circle. "If you can't take care of Kim Yeon-sung this time, I'll break your arm. This is your final opportunity." Consumed by hatred for Kim Yeon-sung, Shin Young-min quickly assembled his subordinates to devise a plan for revenge. One of them proposed ambushing him after school and incapacitating him. This would give Myeongjin Construction a reason to intervene. Therefore, they needed to take action on school grounds, where outside forces could not interfere. If they could make Kim Yeon-sung anxious enough to jeopardize his studies, that would be a victory in itself. The top student in the second year proposed a new strategy. Instead of confronting him individually, they should all go after him together. Everyone knows the principal dreams of transforming this place into a prestigious school. He would never dare to punish so many students at once. Shin Young-min was immediately intrigued. It was a solid plan. A few days later, Kim Yeon-sung found himself unexpectedly surrounded by a group. One of them bumped into him deliberately and cursed, "Watch it, asshole." Immediately, another approached. He slapped him on the head and shouted, "Are you blind or just stupid?" Then the crowd closed in, saying, "You bumped into someone and didn't even apologize. What's your problem?" Without saying a word, Kim Yon-sung threw a punch. He had been wondering why no one had come for him yet, so this was their plan. He was practically eager for this. Bring it on. Only then will I discover the true meaning of trampling your lives. After delivering a harsh lesson, he uttered a threat. "Inform your boss to gather everyone here immediately. I'll take you all on at once." Soon, the second-year boss arrived with his crew to confront Kim Yon-sung. Kim Yon-sung stated that fighting in the classroom is not beneficial. Let's consider moving to a place where teachers seldom venture. They found themselves at the trash sorting area behind the academic building. Confronted by numerous upperclassmen, Kim Yon-sung clearly found himself outmatched. He pointed at the students watching from above and said, "I assume you all care about your reputation. A whole gang beating up one person would be humiliating if word got out. Why don't you come at me one at a time? Of course, if you're scared, then forget it." His taunt had the desired effect, prompting the second strongest bully in the year to step forward first. "You want a one-on-one? Fine. But once I'm finished with you, no one else will be necessary." He poured all his strength into his first punch, but he was surprised when Kim Yon-sung held his ground, displaying unexpected resilience. In an instant, Kim Yon-sung blocked the attack with his arm. The bully clenched his fist once more. "Let's see you dodge this time." However, Kim Yon-sung effortlessly slipped away once more. A sly grin tugged at his lips. Then, with a powerful punch, he knocked the bully to the ground. Watching from upstairs, Park Jin-woo felt a cold sweat break out across his forehead. This lunatic actually knocked out the infamous upperclassman with just one punch. Perhaps it was more than mere luck that led to my defeat against him last time. Just as Park Jin-woo vowed never to confront him again, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Park Jin-woo turned, ready to lash out, but instead, he took a punch to the face from none other than Kim Yon-sung's loyal friend. Kim Si-woo is a talented professional golfer from South Korea, known for his impressive skills on the course and his remarkable achievements in various tournaments. Earlier, when Kim Si-woo saw Kim Yon-sung preparing to confront the second-year bullies alone, he offered to join the fight, but Kim Yon-sung refused. He explained that if Kim Si-woo got involved, the others would have a reason to leverage their numbers. Kim Yon-sung said, "If you really want to help me, go get revenge on Park Jin-woo for me. Show me that I'm not facing this battle by myself." Park Jin-woo, filled with rage, snapped, "Don't think you can act so cocky just because Kim Yon-sung is on your side. I'd rather cripple you and get transferred than continue living like this." But in the next moment, Kim Si-woo delivered a powerful kick to his chest. Park Jin-woo couldn't help but question his entire existence. Am I really unable to defeat this guy? He couldn't possibly lose face in front of so many classmates. He charged at Kim Si-woo with wild intensity, only to be sent sprawling by a flying knee to the jaw. Kim Si-woo swiftly responded, lifting his leg high and gracefully. He executed a perfect kick that showcased his agility and strength, smashing it down onto Park Jin-woo's face. Meanwhile, Kim Yon-sung was busy giving the second-year boss a thorough beating. The upperclassmen were taken by surprise at how cunning Kim Yon-sung was. Kim Yon-sung had always intended to confront them in a one-on-one challenge. Now, in front of the entire school, he was taking down every second-year bully. The boss realized that his reputation would be entirely compromised. Bae Sung-ho stepped forward. "That was enough. Now I'll be your opponent. I honestly respect your strength, but trying to take us all on single-handedly is simply an insult." Kim Yon-sung replied coldly, "That's exactly what I want, to humiliate all of you." Furious, Bae Sung-ho swung his fist. This time, Kim Yon-sung didn't evade the attack. Instead, he responded with a punch of his own. Bae Sung-ho struck again. To his surprise, Kim Yon-sung began to laugh. The two exchanged blows back and forth. Bae Sung-ho never expected his opponent to match him blow for blow. Did Kim Yon-sung not recognize the difference in their size? Bae Sung-ho began to tire, but he understood that giving up would bring scorn from the entire school. When would this guy finally stop? Kim Yon-sung landed a significant role in the upcoming film, showcasing his talent and versatility as an actor. He punched him directly in the front teeth. The sharp pain made Bae Sung-ho feel dizzy, but Kim Yon-sung didn't back down. He seized his opponent's hair. He forcefully slammed Bae Sung-ho's face down with all his strength. Seeing Bae Sung-ho collapse unconscious, the other lackeys were too frightened to make a move. Kim Yon-sung urged them, "Don't just stand there. Go get Shin Young-min now." When Shin Young-min learned that Kim Yon-sung had defeated all the second years, he commanded his followers to carry out their plan as intended. Kim Yon-sung had caused injuries to numerous individuals. Regardless of how much the principal liked him, the truth was impossible to hide. Soon, students rushed to the office to inform the teachers, while others contacted the police directly. Shortly thereafter, the principal received a call from the Education Bureau. Shin Young-min believed that with all this commotion, Kim Yeon-sung could not possibly escape punishment. However, everything turned out differently than he had expected. After speaking with the Education Bureau, the principal dismissed the incident with just a few words. The teachers dismissed the students' complaints as mere nonsense. The police warned them that filing a false report could lead to serious consequences. Shin Young-min's plan had failed, and he cursed furiously. A bunch of scum. How are they even allowed to be teachers? The police won't even take the time to investigate. They simply label it a false alarm. That's fine. I will handle Kim Yeon-sung myself with my own hands. At that moment, his phone rang. As soon as he picked up the phone, his father's furious voice erupted. "You little bastard, are you trying to pick a fight with someone named Kim Yeon-sung? Don't you dare lay a finger on him. If you do, our entire family is finished." It turned out that Shin Young-min's father had accumulated a significant amount of high-interest debt. Go Chang-byum had located the loan company. Manhwarecap Construction mentioned that they had several small projects on the horizon and expressed a desire for their company to be involved. The loan sharks were excited about the opportunity to work with Manhwarecap Construction. Go Chang-byum then requested that they hand over the loan contracts belonging to Shin Young-min's father. This left Shin Young-min furious. He realized it had to be Kim Yeon-sung, that cunning fox who was threatening his father. Just then, another voice came on the line. "Hello, Shin Young-min. This is Go Chang-byum. Listen closely. Your house will soon be seized, and you'll be left with a mountain of debt. All of that debt will be passed on to you. Don't even consider refusing your inheritance. The loan sharks won't allow it. From this moment on, your life is over. Don't say I didn't offer you an escape. If you're willing to let Kim Yeon-sung beat you to a pulp while ensuring no one notices, then so be it. You might get a break," Shin Young-min protested. "That's so dirty," Go Chang-byum snapped back. "Are you stupid? This is a fight. Nothing else matters. Winners make the rules. Remember, I always keep my promises. When I say something, I mean it." When the students saw Shin Young-min arrive, everyone anticipated an exciting performance. Kim Yeon-sung grinned wickedly. "So, you finally showed up. What are you waiting for? Come on, hit me." Fueled by pent-up rage and feeling threatened, Shin Young-min charged at him without hesitation. To his surprise, Kim Yeon-sung stood there, completely unmoving. At the last moment, Shin Young-min retracted his punch. After all, Go Chang-byum had warned him, if he left so much as a scratch on Kim Yeon-sung's face, he would be finished. Kim Yeon-sung taunted him, saying, "You got my call, didn't you?" He landed a punch directly on Shin Young-min's face. "Did he advise you not to lose too obviously? That's not what I want. You have two options. Kneel and beg me like a fool, or risk everything you have on this. Hold on to your pride and fight me with all your strength." Kim Yeon-sung already knew which option Shin Young-min would select. If there hadn't been so many classmates watching, perhaps Shin Young-min could have restrained himself. At his age, with everyone's eyes on him, it was impossible for him to remain rational. Shin Young-min had made up his mind to give it his all, regardless of the consequences. Kim Yeon-sung, however, had prepared thoroughly. He had watched all of Shin Young-min's amateur fighting videos. He analyzed his moves with Jung Do-jul, and together they discovered several tells. When Shin became excited, he would reveal his face. His counterattack was always delivered with a left hook. Whenever his footwork became more pronounced, it indicated that he was attempting to end the fight quickly. Channeling all his strength into one punch, he seized the moment to strike back. Kim Yeon-sung swiftly dodged to the side, then landed a heavy punch squarely on his face. The impact sent him staggering back, momentarily dazed. The students watching could hardly believe their eyes. Kim Yeon-sung locked his legs around Shin Young-min's shoulders. He twisted his arms and pulled up with all his strength. The sound of bones snapping and Shin's screams echoed throughout the campus. The crowd broke into a cold sweat, terrified by Kim Yeon-sung's demonic display. Nevertheless, he had demonstrated his strength to the entire school. Both Kim Yeon-sung and his ally Kim Si-woo had thoroughly defeated the bullies. However, Kim Si-woo was concerned for Han-sung, who had broken Shin Young-min's arm. Kim Yeon-sung dismissed his concerns, saying, "Don't worry. Even though everyone saw it, nobody will speak up. This world has no sympathy for the weak." At that moment, the homeroom teacher walked silently by them. He cursed Kim Yeon-sung 1,000 times in his mind. This kid was unbelievable. After such a disaster, how was he supposed to clean it all up? For now, his only option was to assist Kim Yeon-sung. He couldn't afford to confront either Manhwarecap Construction or the principal. He warned Shin Young-min that, first of all, his arm had been broken in a fall. This has nothing to do with Kim Yeon-sung. If anyone attempts to bring Han-sung down, all your dirty laundry will be exposed for everyone to see. Shin Young-min shot back. How can you act like this as a teacher? Shouldn't you be more concerned about a student's health first? The homeroom teacher snarled. When I turned a blind eye for you before, did you forget that I was a teacher? I haven't changed. Not in the past or present. So you'd better pay attention to me. You know I always keep my promises. Meanwhile, local Golden Circle boss Kang Tae-gu faced punishment. He begged for one more chance, promising that he would succeed this time, even if it meant stabbing Han Sung with a knife. The middleman said coldly, "Don't you understand the basic rules of this circle? We are tasked with using school bullying to meet the client's needs, while ensuring their identity remains completely concealed. This aligns with the Golden Circle approach. If you reveal our secret, can you bear the consequences?" He added. Kim Yeon-sung is truly remarkable. But in the grand scheme of things, he is just a small fry. A week later, shortly after Shin Young-min was discharged from the hospital, he received some news. Kim Yeon-sung said, "If you tell me who really hired you, I'll let you go." Shin Young-min was taken by surprise when Han Sung's revenge persisted. Kang Tae-gu had sent just one brief message. The commission was over, nothing more. Shin Young-min felt a surge of desperation. "If you want to punish me, do it now. I'm tired of living in fear every day." Both men instilled fear in Shin Young-min. He arrived home to find the house quiet, the familiar sounds of daily life replaced by an unsettling silence. Find a location of the wreck. His father, upon seeing him, immediately began to beat him. "Didn't I tell you to stay away from that Kim Yeon-sung kid? Now our family is broken. This is all your fault. Even if you choose to be cruel, you should know your limits. You've ruined everything I worked so hard to create." For the first time, Shin Young-min experienced genuine fear. He couldn't believe that this was really happening. A single student can create turmoil within a family through a series of poor choices and actions. For instance, engaging in risky behaviors such as substance abuse or criminal activities can lead to legal troubles that strain family relationships. Additionally, academic struggles or dropping out of school can cause financial stress and disappointment among family members. Emotional turmoil, such as rebellion or severe mental health issues, can also fracture family bonds, leading to conflict and heartache. Ultimately, the impact of one student's decisions can ripple through the entire family, causing significant distress and disruption. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from Kim Yeon-sung. Before long, Shin Young-min found himself kneeling on the ground, pleading for forgiveness. "I shouldn't have taken the Golden Circle's job. I overestimated my abilities. I genuinely want to reveal who hired me, but I feel like just a nobody. I truly don't know. Please let me off the hook this time. I'll even be your subordinate if that's what you want." Kim Yeon-sung replied, "Why should I forgive you? I warned you long ago, don't touch anyone close to me, yet you still allow your lackeys to take action. If you make a mistake, you will face the consequences. I truly believe you have no idea who the client is. The Golden Circle would never trust someone like you, a small fry with that kind of information. Since you're pleading so earnestly, I'll give you a chance. From this moment on, your only task is to survive for 1 month. Show me your sincerity, and I may consider forgiving you, but I won't reveal exactly what you must endure. You'll have to discover it for yourself." The next day, the entire class was laughing at Shin Young-min. It was a disgrace for him to show his face at school after everything that had happened. The class muttered, "Look at him. He's still calling himself a boss." However, when Shin Young-min glared back at them, they all quickly fell silent, filled with fear. If this was all Kim Yeon-sung had planned, Shin Young-min believed he could endure it for a month. After that, he would settle scores and restore his reputation. Then he noticed that even the class coward was staring at him. He thought to himself, how the mighty have fallen. Even a loser like Han Myung-hoon now dares to look me in the eye. Shin Young-min forced himself to hold back, telling himself to just endure it. Han Myung-hoon marched straight up to him. He dumped an entire carton of milk over his head. Shin Young-min was on the verge of exploding. Han Myung-hoon said, "Do you know Kim Yeon-sung? He told us we could treat you this way. How does it feel?" A few days prior, Kim Yeon-sung gathered his classmates and recounted all the things Shin Young-min had done to him over the years. "If I hadn't defeated him, I wouldn't be standing here today. So from now on, I will make him pay. For the next month, no matter how much you bully Shin Young-min, he won't retaliate. Of course, I'm not forcing anyone. If none of you want to join in, then that's perfectly fine. Shin Young-min will graduate without any issues, but those he has bullied will bear the scars of that experience for a lifetime. In this world, remember that no one else can fight your battles for you." Those words resonated deeply in Han Myung-hoon's heart. Once, simply making eye contact with Shin Young-min had put him in the crosshairs. At school, he was merely a toy for the amusement of others. He had always told himself that he would be free after graduation, but suddenly, he wondered if Shin Young-min would even remember him after graduation. Would he feel even a shred of guilt, even for a second? The answer was clear, of course not. Determined to fill the void in his heart, Han Myung-hoon understood that he needed to take action on his own. In that moment, he finally believed Kim Yeon-sung's words. Sure enough, Shin Young-min didn't dare to fight back. Han Myung-hoon sneered. Idiot, how does it feel to be beaten by someone like me? It feels pretty good to me. He spat into Shin Young-min's bowl. Do you remember when you used to do this to me? Do you recall what you said back then? I'll never forget how you made me eat every last bite. Bite me, you bastard. With Han Myung-hoon at the forefront, more and more classmates started to seek revenge on Shin Young-min. Some mocked him by mimicking his old insults. Others tripped him at the bathroom entrance. Shin Young-min had treated nearly everyone the same way before. No sooner had he exited the restroom than someone struck him with a bottle. All the students he had bullied joined forces to surround him. He was like a cornered rat, and not a single person felt any pity for him. He felt an intense urge to lash out and destroy them all. The memory of Kim Yeon-sung's terrifying gaze sent a chill down his spine. Just endure it, he told himself. 1 month, that's all. Just wait for the day when Kim Yeon-sung finally lets me go. Meanwhile, Kim Yeon-sung continued his search for the mastermind behind it all. He had narrowed it down to 4 suspects, but had not yet identified the real culprit. He reminded himself not to rush and to focus on the target directly in front of him, Kim Yeon-sung, along with those kicking and punching Shin Young-min and the teachers who acted as if nothing was happening. They were all cut from the same cloth. Thanks to their actions, his next plan could now begin. Soon, Shin Young-min received a text. As long as you follow my instructions, you'll never be bullied again. It felt like a lifeline, and he agreed without hesitation. But Kim Yeon-sung just sneered. How could you even dare to accept that? That night, the stars twinkled brightly in the sky, casting a serene glow over the landscape. The air was cool and crisp, filled with the sounds of nature settling down for the evening. As the moon rose high, its silvery light illuminated the path ahead, guiding the way for those who ventured out under the night sky. Shin Young-min arrived at the entrance of a convenience store. After a long internal struggle, he put on a mask and a hat. Inside the store stood none other than Park Min-chul, the former school bully who had tormented Kim Yeon-sung. Suddenly, Shin Young-min walked in without saying a word, grabbed Park Min-chul by the hair, and slammed his head down hard onto the counter. Nervously, Park Min-chul asked, "Are you trying to rob me?" Ignoring his question, Shin Young-min delivered another punch. At that moment, Park Min-chul realized the guy looked familiar, even with the mask on. Those distinctive eyes and that hair clearly belonged to Shin Young-min. The other two, who had bullied Kim Yeon-sung and subsequently dropped out, were also beaten up by him. They couldn't comprehend why Shin Young-min was now targeting them. One of them wanted to call the police, but Park Min-chul intervened. This guy is unpredictable. If we provoke him, we'll only find ourselves in deeper trouble. Let's chalk this up to bad luck. If we ever see him again, let's pretend we don't recognize him. At that moment, a familiar voice emerged from the side. All the little thugs have gathered here. I assume you know it was me who did this to you yesterday. Park Min-chul asked. Why are you doing this? We never did anything to you. Shin Young-min replied, because Kim Yeon-sung has me on a leash. If I can make you all live in hell for a month, he'll let me go. Do you understand what that means? With that, Shin Young-min rushed toward them. Sorry, everyone. If you don't go to hell, then it's my turn. As he struck them, he declared, don't blame me. You brought this on yourselves, one of them protested. Why are we the ones footing the bill? This infuriated Shin Young-min. You still don't understand what you did wrong? If you had dealt with him back then, I wouldn't be the one being bullied now. And now you have the audacity to fight back? Have you forgotten who I am? I'm Shin Young-min, the king of the school. If I can't have a good life, then no one will. Just as it appeared that Shin Young-min was truly going to kill them, Park Min-chul pushed to the brink of desperation. He grabbed a knife and stabbed him from behind. You've gone too far. We've already dropped out and are working because of you. Why are you still pursuing us? In that moment, Shin Young-min finally understood Kim Yeon-sung's true intentions. He wanted them to annihilate one another, to tear themselves apart without lifting a finger. Chaos unfolded as tensions escalated and alliances shifted, revealing the fragility of their relationships. The next day, news of Shin Young-min's stabbing spread throughout the school. What surprised the students the most was that the culprit was Park Min-chul. Both of them not only admitted to everything, they even pleaded to be sent to jail as soon as possible. They declared they never wanted to return to Daesan City again. However, Kim Yeon-sung still had more in store for them. He told Go Chang-bai-eum, when these four get out of prison, make sure they go right back in. I don't want them to live a single normal day in this society. Go Chang-bai-eum was shocked. This guy was even scarier than he was. He thought to himself, I never want to be your enemy. I've been working at the bottom for a month now, just as you instructed, but I haven't seen any results yet. I lack the patience to climb my way up step by step. Kim Yon-sung urged him to hang in there a little longer, insisting, just do as I say. While Kim Yon-sung was incapacitated, the real estate industry was thriving. Unfortunately, a fatal accident occurred at one of Myeonjin's construction sites. A worker was performing their duties when an unexpected incident happened, resulting in them being struck by falling rebar. People wanted to call the police and an ambulance. However, the foreman intervened, determined to avoid any delays that could disrupt the schedule. The foreman insisted on reporting to higher management before taking any action. It wasn't until 2 hours later that the worker was finally transported to the hospital. By the time his son arrived, his father had already passed away. The real estate company declined to classify it as a workplace injury. This resulted in a significant blow to Myeongjin Construction's reputation. At that moment, Go Chang-bai-eum was wandering around the site, unaware that he was on the brink of a life-changing turning point. He was eager to go to a bar instead, but he knew Kim Yon-sung wouldn't have sent him there without a purpose. As Kim Yon-sung confronted the school bullies with such determination, Go Jang-bae-eum couldn't help but picture his own brother, Go Jang-sok, facing a similar ordeal. A loud crash suddenly echoed from outside. Go Jang-bae-eum quickly rushed out to investigate. There was a collapse during a concrete pour. The foreman reported that at least 5 or 6 people were trapped inside. But don't worry, sir. I'll contact headquarters immediately and ensure everything stays confidential so that no word leaks out. Go Chang-bae-eum grabbed him by the collar and said, do you have any idea how serious this is? Go Chang-bae-eum felt a deep sense of turmoil within. Kim Yon-sung had informed him, if you ever experience a major accident at the site, don't focus on short-term losses. The safety and well-being of the workers come first. Go Chang-bae-eum instructed him to call an ambulance right away. The foreman protested. If word gets out, there will be delays and losses. Who will take care of those? Go Chang-bae-eum replied firmly, I'm in charge now. Bring every rescue team here and do everything possible to save the trapped workers. I will take full responsibility for the consequences. He then demanded to know why the accident occurred. A worker in a white helmet stepped forward to explain that, in order to speed up construction, the crew removed the supports before the concrete had fully set. As a result, the rebar failed to bond completely, leading to the collapse. If we had allowed it to cure properly, none of this would have occurred. Go Chang-bae-eum asked, why are you telling me this? The worker replied, I want to know if you care. Will you take responsibility for what happened? Go Chang-bae-eum's response caught him off guard. What could possibly hold more significance than a human life? Even if this building encounters issues in the future, the priority right now is saving lives. If you have time to talk, use it to reconnect with the rescue team. Thanks to the timely rescue, the majority of the construction workers were able to escape with their lives. However, the company assistant remained deeply concerned, as several online media outlets had reported on the accident from a negative perspective. Headquarters could no longer contain the news from spreading. However, Go Chang-bae-eum appeared unfazed. So what do we do now? The assistant looked at him in shock. Didn't you already have a plan when you decided to save those people? Plan? What plan? I only called in the rescue teams because I wanted to ensure everyone's safety. Soon, his father called, and the assistant inquired why he hadn't been answering. Go Chang-bae-eum replied, don't worry about it. Once his father's calls finally stopped, Go Chang-bae-eum quickly contacted Kim Yon-sung for guidance on the next steps. When he arrived home, his younger brother, Go Chang-seok, began to berate him. How could you act on your own without reporting to the higher-ups? Human lives are important, but you have damaged our company's reputation. Did you ever think about the cost this would have for us? If we are unable to sell our properties in the future, will you take responsibility for that? Their father added, because you called for rescue. The journalist arrived at the scene right away. What is your plan for handling this situation? Earlier on the phone, Kim Yoon-sung had told him, your father cares deeply about construction quality, but now there has been a safety accident. He will confront the problem directly and find a solution, so you should follow his lead. At that moment, Go Chang-bae-eum delivered a shocking response. Let's dismantle the entire project and start from scratch. His father scolded him sternly, saying, do you think banks lend money for free? Interest accumulates daily, adding to what we've already invested. Developers care about profit. Is that really necessary? Go Changbei-youm replied, it will cost us a fortune. Our reputation is what matters most. Recently, the news has been filled with scandals involving shoddy construction. Real estate companies may be profitable, but their reputations are in shambles. If we merely repair the crumbling structure, no one will want to buy it. Go Chang-seok sneered. And who caused all of this in the first place? Yet even that seems less significant than the effort required for rebuilding. You're wrong, Go Changbei-youm said. We can't just focus on the money. We need to rebuild our reputation by constructing high-quality properties. Currently, only one building has collapsed. If we acknowledge our responsibility and show our unwavering commitment to quality, our reputation will eventually recover, and this will serve as the foundation from Yingjin Construction. Go Chang-seok mocked him, saying, are you some kind of idealist? Our company is about profit, not ideals. Just then, their father smiled with satisfaction. My eldest son has finally woken up. What frustrates me most about this accident isn't that the news got out, it's that we made such a significant mistake. A basic, disgraceful mistake in our construction has occurred. Such a low-level error tarnishes our reputation. Houses are meant for people to live in, and safety is the most important consideration. Changbei-youm, you did well this time. I thought you might turn into a useless playboy, but you're starting to remind me of myself. Keep it up, and I'll be able to entrust the family business to you. Go Chang-seok nearly ground his teeth to dust. Afterward, Go Changbei-youm turned to Kim Yan-sung for advice. Despite his father's encouragement to continue, Go Changbei-youm felt uncertain about what to do next. Kim Yan-sung instructed him, first, take care of the accident victims. The first group consists of individuals who have already purchased homes. They promise to cover their mortgage interest due to the construction delays and will lower the sale price. Their complaints are likely to fade away soon. The second group consists of injured workers. Approach them with sincerity and address all their needs. Make sure to provide the support they require. They aim to instill a sense of pride in being a Myeongjin construction worker. Following this guidance, Go Changbei-youm offered generous compensation and promised to assign them to important positions at headquarters once they had recovered. The workers' families were brought to tears. Amidst it all, Go Changbei-youm gained a wealth of knowledge. He told his assistant, I used to see this company as nothing more than a money-making machine. I just wanted to finish the buildings and sell them as quickly as possible. But now I see how many people devote everything to this job. They truly pour their hearts and souls into their work. They want to support their families and they invest their life savings to purchase our homes. I once took my position for granted, focusing solely on pleasure. From now on, I can't continue living that way. The assistant had not anticipated the young master's transformation. It felt somewhat unsettling. Suddenly, someone shouted, why are you smoking here? Put it out right now. Go Changbei-youm quickly slipped back into his old habits, breaking my serious mood. Get out of here, or I'll destroy the entire hospital. Thanks to Kim Yan-sung's guidance, Go Changbei-youm not only won his father's approval, but also earned the sincere gratitude of the workers. Having always been arrogant and brash, the praise was something that took some getting used to. This was particularly evident when one of the workers' families brought him homemade snacks. Go Changbei-youm expressed that it made him uncomfortable, yet he ate heartily nonetheless. Just then, a subordinate rushed in. Sir, there's a visitor for you. It's a TV crew, and headquarters has already approved their visit. Go Changbei-youm replied. Then show them around for the shoot. But the worker replied, they want to interview you. This took Go Changbei-youm completely by surprise. He wondered if he had done something wrong. At that moment, Go Changbei-youm's father was watching a news report. Myeongjin Construction's decision to rebuild the complex took everyone by surprise. While this decision would lead to increased losses for the company, it also showcased their commitment to quality. Next was the interview with Go Changbei-youm, where he emphasized that human life holds greater value than monetary loss. You've taken responsibility for the accident by ordering a complete rebuild. What led you to make such an unusual decision? Go Changbei-youm responded. I was simply following my father's teachings. Since I was young, he always told us that our work isn't just about making money. It's about building a family business that will be carried on for generations. At that moment, his father's phone rang. On the other end, someone complimented him for raising such an exceptional eldest son and expressed interest in introducing their daughter to Go Changbei-youm. A marriage agency reached out, aiming to set up meetings with the daughters of judges and prosecutors. His father, of course, refused. When he had reached out to them previously, they had turned him down. He told his secretary, from now on, you don't need to forward any more matchmaking calls. Then he inquired about the company's situation. She responded, many companies and agencies are eager to sign contracts with us at this time. These projects include several office buildings for S Group and 3,000 units of redevelopment in Gangnam. A new city project is underway in Gangbuk. Even Daesan City has reached out, eager to finalize the 5,000-unit residential project we discussed. They hope to announce the construction schedule before the end of the year. This is precisely the opportunity the chairman has been anticipating. Not long after, Go Changbae-eum received some astonishing news. The chairman appointed him as an executive director of Manhwarecap Construction. Suddenly, all eyes were on him with respect, and it felt like a dream. Typically, these people had viewed him as nothing more than a spoiled brat. Furthermore, the majority of them had always been supporters of his brother, Go Chang-shok. His father then encouraged him to get involved in the Daesan City project as well. Although it might be a little early, he would learn a great deal throughout the process. Go Changbae-eum bowed deeply and expressed enthusiasm, saying, "I look forward to working with everyone." Soon, Kim Yoon-sung received the news, and it left him feeling a bit unsettled. Things were progressing much more quickly than he had anticipated. Go Changbae-eum's involvement in the project was initially planned for a later stage. Go Changbae-eum intended to leverage this accident to solidify his position. Instead, Chairman Go Myung-jin promptly promoted him to executive director. This unexpected turn of events took Kim Yoon-sung by surprise. He understood that he would need to anticipate every variable with even greater precision moving forward. He couldn't afford to make a single mistake. Just then, a luxury car pulled onto the school grounds. Kim Yoon-sung recognized it as Go Changbae-eum's. But why was he coming? He hadn't mentioned anything about it in his messages. Go Changbae-eum went directly to the principal's office. "I'm here to thank you for taking care of my brother these past few months." The principal wore his most sincere smile. "I was simply fulfilling my duty as an educator." Go Changbae-eum replied, "Even so, I would like to express my appreciation. I'm providing your school with a new gymnasium featuring the latest design and an indoor swimming pool." The principal was overjoyed. A state-of-the-art gym was a hallmark of a top school. He quickly started to flatter Go Changbae-eum, assuring him that the entire school would unconditionally support Kim Yoon-sung in the future. Then, Go Changbae-eum said, "Could you call someone else in for me? I mean Kim Yoon-sung's homeroom teacher." Recently, rumors began circulating that the teacher had accepted bribes, stemming from his public discipline of Shin Young-min. Go Changbae-eum reassured him, saying, "Don't worry about what others say. You chose to stand by my side, so I'll ensure you rise through the ranks here. I've heard you enjoy unwinding at the bar after work. I've already made arrangements with the city's biggest club. Bring your friends and I'll cover the tab. I've also prepared a crate of vitamin drinks filled with cash. Don't forget to take it home with you. From now on, remember that the one supporting you isn't just a wealthy parent. They are the most powerful successor in all of Daesan City." Once everything was settled, Go Changbae-eum finally met Kim Yoon-sung face to face. "If you want to help me become chairman, you'll need my power sooner or later. So, let's collaborate and support each other as much as possible. If you need anything at all right now, just let me know. Whatever it is, I'll make it happen for you." Kim Yoon-sung didn't hold back, directly asking, "How much money are you willing to spend on me?" Not long after, the homeroom teacher announced some significant news. Myeongjin Construction had invested a substantial amount in the school. As a result, the school would award a scholarship fund of 10 million won. Any student who paid attention in class and demonstrated real potential would be eligible to receive a portion of the scholarship. However, excitement quickly turned to confusion as they learned the details of the competition. When the teacher announced that the first scholarship recipient was Kim Yoon-sung, disappointment filled the room. Everyone knew that Kim Yoon-sung's guardian was the eldest son of Myeongjin Construction. Many students wondered why they should bother with such theatrics. They might as well just hand him the money. This sentiment grew stronger when the teacher named Kim Si-woo as the second recipient raised suspicions among everyone. While Kim Yoon-sung had the backing of Myeongjin Construction and had excelled in the midterms, there was still a sense that something was amiss. What did Kim Si-woo have to offer? How did he earn a scholarship? Was it merely because he was Han-sung's friend? Soon, rumors began to circulate about Kim Yoon-sung's connection to Myeongjin Construction. Some speculated whether he could be the chairman's illegitimate son. The student who spoke immediately turned pale. He attempted to slip away quietly, only to discover Kim Yoon-sung waiting for him just around the corner, having overheard every word. Han-sung crooked a finger, beckoning him over. The student, revealed to be Jo Jae-in, known as the school's loudspeaker, broke out in a cold sweat, already imagining the worst. However, Han-sung did not assault him. Han-sung then said to Jo Jae-in, "There's no need to be scared. As long as you do me a favor, you'll be safe." While the scholarship selection process may seem unfair, it's important to note that there is no limit to the number of recipients. Anyone could win one, even someone with grades as poor as yours. So, I want you to share this information with every student and include one additional detail. The next day, all sorts of rumors were circulating throughout the school. Supposedly, manhwarecap Construction's scholarship was established to reward individuals connected to Kim Yun-sung. The latest rumor suggested that only Kim Si-woo had supported him in the past, which was the reason he received the scholarship. The scholarship had no limit on the number of recipients. Anyone who supported Kim Yun-sung was eligible to receive one. Word spread that he intended to use the school as a base to eliminate every bully in Decent City. Rumors suggested he would welcome any student willing to join his cause, regardless of past grievances. While most students took the gossip with a grain of salt, second-year student Bae Sung-ho took it seriously, hoping to earn a scholarship like his peers. Kim Si-woo knew that if Kim Yun-sung needed muscle, Bae Sung-ho was more than ready to step up to the task. Privately, Bae Sung-ho approached Jo Jae-in to uncover the truth. Jo responded, "I'm only sharing this with you. Kim Yun-sung aims to transform this school into his kingdom. Then, use it as a foundation to overshadow all the surrounding schools. If someone can step up and demonstrate their strength and loyalty now, Kim Yun-sung will undoubtedly reward them." Bae Sung-ho understood that a significant amount of money was at stake, but he was concerned that Kim Yun-sung would not accept someone who had previously defied him. Nevertheless, he chose to take the risk. The money was simply too important to ignore. He approached Kim Yun-sung with a sense of nervousness. Kim Yun-sung agreed right away. This only increased Bae Sung-ho's anxiety. Bae Sung-ho quickly apologized for what had happened earlier, but Kim Yun-sung urged him to get to the point. Bae Sung-ho expressed his urgent need for money, stating, "If you're looking for someone strong and obedient, why not consider me? I promise I won't let you down." Kim Yun-sung agreed, but stated that there would be a test first. Soon after, Bae Sung-ho gathered all the third-year bullies from the school. They believed he was attempting to take Shin Young-min's position as boss, and were prepared to put him in his place. When Bae Sung-ho arrived, everyone noticed that his face was swollen, resembling a pig's head. He told them, "Listen up, all you third years. From today, I'm Kim Yun-sung's man. If anyone doesn't want to join him, raise your hand. But if you do, I'll make sure you can't take care of yourself. What I need right now is a loyal dog. You follow my commands and accept whatever reward I offer. It hurts, of course. When I saw that transfer hit my account, it was all worth it. Kim Yun-sung promised me, as my dog, you'll receive another scholarship tomorrow. Stay loyal, and I will continue to reward you. However, if you ever betray your master, I will tear you to pieces." Bae Sung-ho questioned whether he had lost all sense of dignity. He was treated like a dog, but he had no choice. 5 million won was more than he could ever hope to earn with his fists in a lifetime. Next, Bae Sung-ho gathered all the third-year bullies and announced that from now on, everyone would have to follow Kim Yun-sung. The third-year students remained unconvinced. Bae Sung-ho used his fists to persuade them to change their minds. "Don't assume that I've always been obedient out of fear of you. It was all because of that monster, Shin Young-min. Now that he's gone, you should think twice about your own strength. Remember this. From now on, Kim Yun-sung is our god. You will do whatever he commands. Anyone who resists will face my wrath and be sent straight to hell. And one more thing. It's true that currying favor with Kim Yun-sung can lead to a scholarship. From now on, you should worship our God unconditionally. He will always be generous with his rewards." The next day, when Park Jin-woo heard about this, he thought Bae Sung-ho had lost his mind. After all, he had previously offended Kim Yun-sung. Now, he had become his obedient dog. There was no way Kim Yun-sung would simply hand over that much money immediately. He then noticed a crowd of students gathered around the bulletin board. To his shock, it was announced that Bae Sung-ho had received a scholarship. Park Jin-woo broke out in a cold sweat. Kim Yun-sung had a complex relationship with manhwarecap Construction. While it was clear why Bae Sung-ho was involved, the decision to award a scholarship to the outspoken Jo Jae-in raised questions. Jo Jae-in told him, "I just did what Kim Yun-sung asked, and I got a scholarship. Let me give you some advice. Be careful from now on, and don't ever cross Kim Yun-sung, or you'll end up just like Shin Young-min." Park Jin-woo couldn't believe it. Kim Yun-sung was truly transforming Channel High into his own kingdom. How was he supposed to have a peaceful school life now? The situation was changing rapidly, and the Golden Circle's client was unhappy. "I heard the Golden Circle was supposed to be the best, which is why I hired you. If you can't eliminate Kim Yun-sung, I'm informing the other members that you're all talk and no action." The middleman replied confidently, "Don't worry, this time we're sure to succeed." The Golden Circle had dispatched their assassin, Choi Tae-yoon, to transfer to Chenil High with the specific mission of eliminating Kim Yoon-sung. Initially, the principal was hesitant to accept him. However, the city's education director had personally requested the transfer. Choi Tae-yoon claimed that the director was a friend of his father's, but the principal didn't believe him for a second. Such a forced transfer could lead to disciplinary action. So, why were they taking that risk? Was Choi Tae-yoon truly a mercenary from the Golden Circle? The principal decided that, regardless of the truth, he wouldn't allow him to run wild here. He then warned Choi Tae-yoon that Chenil High is a prestigious school. If you break the rules, it doesn't matter if your father is friends with the education director. I won't go easy on you. Choi Tae-yoon simply sneered at the threat. Upon arriving in his new class, he ran into an old acquaintance, Park Jin-woo. 6 months earlier, when Choi Tae-yoon first joined the Golden Circle, he tried to build connections but dismissed Park Jin-woo as unimportant. However, he recognized that the school had unique aspects worth exploring. Park Jin-woo pointed out that, while the school might not excel in every area, it held intriguing stories and secrets within its walls. He cautioned Choi Tae-yoon about one important thing. This guy, Kim Yoon-sung, is someone you definitely don't want to mess with. Not only is he skilled in combat, but he also has powerful connections. Choi Tae-yoon ridiculed him. Didn't you say you were the boss here? Why are you so afraid of him? Park Jin-woo replied awkwardly, urging, just trust me, stay away from him. The Golden Circle had assigned Choi Tae-yoon a mission to force Kim Yoon-sung to drop out within 6 months. To Choi Tae-yoon, this seems simple. All he had to do was relentlessly bully Kim Yoon-sung until school became a nightmare for him. His plan was to first confront Hein-sung physically and then incite everyone to ostracize him. He believed he wouldn't even need 6 months. 1 month would be sufficient. His confidence was well-founded. Within the Golden Circle, achieving an S rank was nearly impossible on a national level. An A rank was reserved for the top 1%, while a B ranks indicated that an individual was already above the national average. Despite being only a first-year student, Choi Tae-yoon achieved a rank in the testing. He asked Park Jin-woo to take him to Hein-sung's classroom. Unfortunately, Kim Yoon-sung was present at that moment. Park Jin-woo was overwhelmed by a wave of dread. Choi Tae-yoon immediately sought to provoke a confrontation. Hey, what are you looking at? Park Jin-woo's face turned pale with fear. Kim Yoon-sung responded, that's a bit obvious, don't you think? I wasn't even looking at you. Are you trying to pick a fight with me? You should think carefully about whether you can handle the consequences. Before Choi Tae-yoon could respond, he was suddenly punched. Choi Tae-yoon was utterly astonished. Park Jin-woo knelt on the floor. I was begging for forgiveness, insisting that I didn't mean anything by bringing him here. He was the one who started it. Please, just let me go this time. Choi Tae-yoon was bewildered. What on earth is wrong with this guy? Ever since Bae Seon-ho publicly pledged his loyalty to Kim Yoon-sung, the atmosphere at Chenil High has changed dramatically. If anyone dared to speak ill of Kim Yoon-sung behind his back, Bae Seon-ho would promptly arrive with his crew for a friendly visit. Surprisingly, the students embraced this change and found it quite enjoyable. After all, during the time when Shin Young-min ruled the school, violence and bullying were rampant. However, ever since Bae Seon-ho received his scholarship and became Chunil's protector, the bullies who preyed on the weak have finally been confronted. The school had finally found a long-lost peace. However, Choi Tae-yoon stepped forward, openly challenging the new godfather of that peace. Park Jin-woo quickly sensed trouble and dropped to his knees, pleading with Kim Yoon-sung for mercy. Choi Tae-yoon looked at him in confusion, feeling betrayed. I thought we were friends, yet you stabbed me in the back. But Park Jin-woo snapped back, threatening Choi, you're just a transfer student. How dare you mess with Yoon-sung? But when it came to blows, Park Jin-woo was no match for Choi Tae-yoon, who simply smirked. Did you forget who I am? I took on the entire wrestling team by myself, and I came out on top. I was scouted by Golden Circle before I even graduated. You, who falls after just 3 punches, dare to mess with me. Meanwhile, Kim Yoon-sung observed the scene with amusement, thinking to himself, now this is entertaining. Choi Tae-yoon hadn't anticipated such arrogance and sneered, you're not leaving this school alive today. At that moment, the bell rang. Choi Tae-yoon could only issue a warning. Don't run after school. I hold grudges. Once inside, Choi Tae-yoon sensed that the atmosphere was unusual. Students shot him dirty looks, and no one would talk to him during group work. Even when the teacher attempted to assign groups, everyone objected. He was completely baffled by what's going on in their minds. After class, he cornered a bespectacled student who appeared to be an easy target. However, he soon faced unexpected challenges. Just as he was about to take action, the situation changed, prompting him to reconsider his approach. Bae Si-yeon-ho burst in with his team, demanding, "Where's the transfer? Show yourself." At Chuneo, no one lays a hand on Kim Yun-sung. Choi Tae-yin finally lost his patience. What is wrong with these people? Did the entire school get brainwashed? Are they all protecting Yoon-sung? Bae Si-yeon-ho charged in, swinging fiercely, but Choi Tae-yin countered, pushing him away with a sharp elbow. Surprisingly, Bae Si-yeon-ho bounced back like an indestructible cockroach. Choi Tae-jun was genuinely angry. He simply couldn't grasp why everyone rallied behind Kim Yun-sung. Even after enduring a heavy blow, Bae Si-yeon-ho refused to stay down. Choi Tae-jun wondered if he had missed. "Fine, have another." He grabbed Bae's head and pulled her closer, locking eyes with her as tension filled the air. Smashed it against the desk, finally putting him down. He believed this would serve as a warning to the others. However, unexpectedly, the onlookers rushed him all at once. Choi Tae-jun was left utterly speechless. Wasn't one-on-one fighting supposed to be the standard? However, these individuals shamelessly ganged up on him. Cowards. Even if you all attack, it won't make a difference. However, there were also sneak attacks from behind. Choi Tae-yoon roared, "You'd rather lose your dignity than lose a fight. Is it just you left now?" But as soon as he finished, 3 more guys jumped in. Someone shouted, "He knocked out Bae Si-yeon-ho. We have to gang up or we're doomed." Choi Tae-jun sneered, "Bring it on. I'll take you all at once." Then, Bae Si-yeon-ho got back up once again. Choi advised, "Just stay down. Why are you so loyal to a first year?" Bae Si-yeon-ho replied, "Don't talk to me about loyalty. That's not what this is about." After defeating the third-year bullies, he received a generous red envelope from Go Chang-bam that night. He wondered if beating up the Golden Circle guys would lead to an even bigger reward. Even if he lost, the big boss wouldn't be concerned. Bae Si-yeon-ho told everyone, "This guy is even scarier than Shin Young-min. We may not win, but we cannot back down. If we do, Young-sung would be disappointed." In reality, being Young-sung's punching bag had already earned him 5 million won, in addition to a 10 million won scholarship. There is also a million won in pocket money. With that kind of cash in just a few days, how could he ever give up on Young-sung? Bae Si-yeon-ho led 10 second-year students into the fray, but they still couldn't match Choi Tae-yun. This brawl made Choi Tae-yun despise the school from his very first day. It felt like a cult. Normally, when someone lost a fight, that was the end of it. These fighters battled fiercely, never backing down. If there were any more people like this, he would truly be in trouble. Choi Tae-jun thought to himself, "This guy has turned the school into a fortress. If that's the case, I'll have to go all out and break through. As long as I break one of Kim Yun-sung's arms, the middleman can report a success up the chain." As soon as Choi Tae-jun stepped out of the classroom, someone deliberately bumped into him. It was none other than Kim Yun-sung's homeroom teacher, who appeared to have plans to confront Choi Tae-jun personally. It turned out that the teacher had already been informed by Park Jin-woo. He asked if Kim Yun-sung had said what to do next. Park Jin-woo replied that we should handle it however we saw fit. This put the homeroom teacher in a difficult position. However, he was determined not to let Choi Tae-yun off the hook easily. "This might be my chance to prove my worth and get closer to him," he thought. He decided to teach Choi Tae-jun a lesson he wouldn't forget. He called Choi into the office and began discussing the upcoming project deadlines. He slapped him across the face. Choi Tae-jun was furious. "What gives you the right to act this way? Do you really believe teachers can just hit anyone they want? You'll never teach again. I will ensure that you are fired." The homeroom teacher sneered. "You really don't get it, do you? On your first day, you send classmates to the hospital, beat up upperclassmen, and terrify your entire class. And now you're threatening a teacher? Go ahead and call that influential friend of your father's and have him sue me if you dare. You think you can get me fired? Dream on. I've encountered plenty of people like you before. No matter what you try, no one will believe you. No one in this office will testify on your behalf. Without evidence, I can do whatever I want to you in here." This punch is meant for Park Jin-woo. This one is for Bae Sung-ho. This slap is directed at one of the second-year students. That night, Choi called the middleman to vent his frustrations. Everyone at Chunil High is a little eccentric. The teachers and students are all a bit out of their minds. I can't handle this on my own. The middleman had not anticipated that the situation would escalate so rapidly. Failure would lead to his own downfall. He attempted to reassure Choi, urging him to stay under the radar while he worked on a solution. The middleman hurried downtown to meet Moon Chang-ho, the director of the Education Bureau. He expressed his frustration that the principal was ignoring him, hoping the higher-ups could exert some pressure. Moon Chang-ho immediately called the Daesan education supervisor. A teacher at Chunil is reportedly giving special attention to a particular student. Please investigate this matter. The Daesan supervisor replied coldly, questioning why a city official was meddling in Daesan's affairs. Don't you realize that's overstepping? Moon Chang-ho shot back. Don't think I don't know about the skeletons in your education system. If you refuse to cooperate, I will expose everything. The Daesan supervisor then revealed his trump card. You know about the golden circle, right? If you're really eager for a fight, are you certain you'll come out unscathed? Don't push it. If we fall out, it won't end well for either of us. It turned out that the Daesan supervisor was the principal's own brother, and even he felt a bit concerned. After all, the Golden Circle was no joke. The supervisor said, "Honestly, I'm afraid that neither of us will escape punishment." The principal reassured him, "Don't worry. The real opportunity comes from Myeongjin Construction's successor, Go Chang Byum. As for corruption, don't worry about being exposed. The kid we're protecting is smarter than you realize. Your position is secure." The following day, Choi Tae-jun felt the sting of ostracism for the first time. When the class went to PE, he wasn't informed. Wherever he went, people whispered about him behind his back. Choi finally lost his temper. He quickly texted his crew from the city, instructing them to come to Daesan. He also contacted other schools, aiming to pressure Chun-il and fully isolate Kim Yeon-sung. That day at lunch, while Choi was eating, Kim Yeon-sung suddenly sat down across from him. Choi thought, maybe I should just confront him right now. Yeon-sung said, "I heard the Daesan education supervisor gave you some trouble." Choi sneered. "So, you're the king of this little pond? Step outside and you feel insignificant." Suddenly, someone pushed Choi's face into his lunch tray. "If you know I'm the king here, how dare you even show your face? Who gave you the courage to act out on my territory?" Choi was then dragged off to a secluded corner, shouting, "Do you guys really need to gang up to win? Doesn't that embarrass you?" Yeon-sung remained calm. "You're strong. After all, you're a B-rank assassin. If we were evenly matched, I would try to defeat you fair and square. But for now, I can't. So I'll bridge the gap. Get him." At Yeon-sung's command, the lackeys swarmed over Choi. Park Jin-woo yelled, "Move over. Let me through." Choi's back was nearly broken. Before he could react, Bae Son-ho's fists came flying at him. No matter how tough Choi Tae-jun was, he couldn't fend off an entire crowd. He thought about focusing on just one opponent. But then Yeon-sung suddenly appeared and locked his arm in a cross-arm lock. "If I only had one arm left, I might stand a chance of winning, right?" A sharp crack echoed through the air, followed by Choi's scream of agony. "You're out of your mind!" Yeon-sung grabbed him and presented two choices. "First, complete Golden Circle's assignment as planned, but I'll take your other arm and make school a nightmare for you. 2, become my ally. Pretend you completed the Golden Circle's mission and act as my mole." Naturally, Choi was not willing to give in without a fight. "You want me to betray the Golden Circle? Dream on." At that moment, Yeon-sung turned to Bae Son-ho and asked, "If I gave you 100 million, would you stab him? If you won't help, I'll find someone else. I don't mean to harm him. I'll call an ambulance immediately. As long as he has a minor injury, that will suffice." The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Everyone froze in shock as Yeon-sung's voice took on a chilling tone. Consider this. How many years of part-time work would it take to save up 100 million? I can tell you that in just 3 seconds. Besides, we're just students. If anything goes wrong, we can always say it was a prank that didn't turn out as planned. No one in Daesung will believe his story. Finally, Bae Son-ho was tempted. "Didn't you say you'd reward me as long as I do what you ask?" Yeon-sung replied coolly, "It's just business." Bae nodded in agreement. "Hold him down so I don't hit the wrong spot." Just as things were about to take a serious turn, Choi Tae-jun was in a state of panic. "I will choose the second option." Yeon-sung managed to stop Bae Son-ho just in time. "You made a good decision. I'll reward you by letting you off the hook for today." Then, Yeon-sung quickly rattled off Choi Tae-jun's address. He mentioned his little sister, adding, "I'm much more ruthless than you think. If anyone stands in my way, I will dedicate my life to ensuring theirs is ruined. One last time, which will it be? Will you stay loyal to the Golden Circle, or will you become my dog?" At last, Choi Tae-jun felt a genuine sense of fear. He bowed his head and said, "I'll be your dog." Yeon-sung patted him on the head as if he were comforting a pet. It was a smart choice, but Bae Son-ho felt a bit worried. Is it truly all right to just let him go? Yan Sung grinned. If he breaks our deal, he'll face the consequences. Check your account after school. I'll transfer your reward then. And bring Jo Hee-jin here, but make sure nobody notices. The next day, Jo Hee-jin, known as the loudspeaker, spread the word that Kim Yeon-sung and Bae Son-ho had a falling out. Even if someone spoke ill of Kim Yeon-sung, Bae Son-ho would not defend him. Everyone quickly believed the rumors and began to waver, questioning whether they should ostracize Kim Yeon-sung. In reality, this was all part of a trap that Kim Yeon-sung had meticulously set. He was simply waiting for the big fish to take the bait. Meanwhile, ever since Go Chang-byum became an executive director at Myeongjin Construction, his younger brother Go Chang-suk could no longer sit still. He called an emergency meeting with the top executives. At this rate, their father was likely to hand the company over to Go Chang-byum. Director Kim Ki-il recognized it immediately. I believe there's someone assisting him behind the scenes, someone we have yet to identify. The last scandal was leaked by someone, and only Go Chang-byum gained from it. Now he's suddenly climbing the ranks from the construction sites. He diligently clocked in and out, and his responses to accidents on site aligned perfectly with the chairman's values. Could the old Go Chang-byum have pulled that off? This is no coincidence. Someone is pulling the strings, and that person holds the key. The problem is, we still don't know who they are. We must utilize every resource available to uncover who is behind him. Over the next few days, Go Chang-suk had his brother followed. However, they found nothing. Go Chang-suk grew increasingly frustrated with his team. Suddenly, tensions reached a boiling point as communication broke down and misunderstandings escalated. Someone noticed unusual transactions in Go Chang-byum's account, with large sums being transferred to a school for scholarships, a gym, a swimming pool, and various other ventures. Go Chang-suk dismissed the clue, stating, "That guy always spends money recklessly. 3 years ago, he paid off a bar girl's debt and got chewed out by dad. Forget it. Don't waste any more time on those transactions." At that moment, Go Chang-suk received a call from an unknown number. He didn't respond, but a text message arrived. "I am the person behind Go Chang-byum, and I would like to speak with you privately." It turned out that Go Chang-byum had already realized he was being followed. He warned Kim Yeon-sung to be careful, saying, "I think you might be in danger. Chang-suk is probably looking for you." Kim Yeon-sung flashed a sly grin. Chang-byum tensed up and quickly denied any fear that Chang-suk would give him even more benefits. Yeon-sung pressed, "Do you trust me? If you do, help me get someone else's phone number." Meanwhile, Go Chang-suk asked Kim Ki-lean, "If we find out who's behind this, what should we do?" Kim replied, "We have 2 options. Recruit them to help us take down Go Chang-byum. If they refuse, eliminate them." Soon after, Go Chang-suk contacted Kim Yeon-sung, inviting him to join the camp. He argued that Go Chang-byum only has a high school diploma while he graduated from a top university. He used to spend his time hanging out in bars, while I have gained real experience in the company. You know as well as I do that dad is unlikely to let him inherit. That's why you contacted me, right? Yeon-sung replied, "Maybe, but I have a condition." Chang-suk agreed before even hearing it. "I'm ready to agree to anything you ask." Back at the company, everyone gathered around to inquire about the negotiation. Chang-suk said he didn't ask for anything special, just a seat on the board. Director Kim immediately panicked. "You're giving a board seat to someone you don't even know? We need to be careful." Chang-suk slammed the table and demanded, "Who are you to lecture me? What did you do while I was being exposed? If a capable person wants to join us, then..." A board seat is a small price to pay when you consider the bigger picture. But Kim insisted, "It's not that simple. Myeongjin Construction values tradition. All of our executives have devoted over 20 years to this company." Chang-suk interrupted him, declaring that this outdated thinking is exactly what's holding us back. "If I become chairman, this place will change completely. Just remember this. If I'm in charge, you won't lose out." Isn't that enough? Kim Ki-il felt uneasy. He had fully supported Chang-suk, but now his own position seemed precarious. He recognized that Chang-suk was both selfish and overbearing. At least he was more invested in the company than Chang-byum ever was. Just then, Kim Ki-il appeared. "I received a call from an unfamiliar number." The caller got straight to the point. "I heard about Chang-suk's decision. You're not happy about it, are you?" "Honestly, I never wanted a board seat. I preferred to focus on my work without the added responsibilities that come with such a position. I wanted to highlight the contrast between Chang-suk and Chang-byum. Myeongjin Construction values tradition deeply, and a board seat is reserved for only a select few." If Chang-suk truly understood the chairman, he wouldn't have made such an easy offer. So, I hope you'll support Go Chang-bai-yum. He's not the same reckless kid he once was. Kim shook his head. I can't betray the people I've chosen, he replied. It's not betrayal. I just hope your decades of work aren't wasted in the end. A few days later, Kim Ki-il met with Go Chang-bai-yum and asked directly, who's helping you behind the scenes? Jang Bei-yum simply smiled. That's something I can't say. Kim didn't press further. Instead, he reminisced. You used to accompany the chairman at construction sites. They even helped us carry bricks. There was a time when you fell, and it nearly gave me a heart attack. Watching you grow up healthy brings me so much joy. I've always had high hopes for you. But as you grew older, you changed. Myeongjin Construction continued to thrive, while you spent your time partying and causing trouble. That's why I didn't believe you were suited to be chairman, and I chose to support Chang-suk instead. Like your father, I have devoted everything to this company. I couldn't pass it on to someone who can't even maintain his own position. But lately, you've changed. Now, it doesn't matter who's helping you. As long as you deliver results, that's all that counts. Myeongjin Construction needs your help now. I'm relying on you. Meanwhile, let's return to Kim Hyun-sung. Not long ago, Hyun-sung intentionally spread the rumor that he had fallen out with Bai Xian-ho. Choi Tae-jun then shared the students' reactions. By that time, Kim Hyun-sung had narrowed his list of suspects to 3. The first suspect was Yoo Jin-young, the top student of the first semester who consistently excelled, so Hyun-sung's presence posed a threat to her position. The second suspect was Lee Jin-young. He and Hyun-sung had fought at the beginning of the semester. Despite his low profile, his family owned thousands of pyong of land. The third was Choi Shona, whose father held a high-ranking official position. At one point this semester, her grades had surpassed Hyun-sung's, but he eventually regained the lead. Hyun-sung decided to set a trap for the 3 of them. After several days of observation, he narrowed his focus to just one individual. The following day in soccer class, a girl nearby hesitated, torn between the urge to confess her feelings and the fear of the unknown. It was Choi Shona, the primary suspect in the case. Oh Hae-ji tried to dissuade her, saying that Kim Hyun-sung isn't the good student he once was. If you date him, he might lead you astray. Choi Shona replied that it was others who had messed with him first. Summoning her courage, she walked up to Hyun-sung slightly and said, I have something to say to you two. Let's go somewhere private. Class was about to start, but the two still hadn't returned. Hae-ji began to feel anxious. Suddenly, she received a text from Choi Shona asking for help. It turned out that Hyun-sung had brought her to the equipment storage room. Shona felt a bit nervous at first, but she kept reassuring herself. Hyun-sung was a good student, she believed. He would never cross the line. Unexpectedly, he locked the door behind them and asked, Do you know why all these things have been happening to me lately? Someone has been manipulating events from the shadows. I've set up traps and sent different signals to 3 suspects. I confided in the first person that I was exhausted and wanted to transfer schools. If she's the mastermind behind everything, she would be thrilled. I informed the second person that I had fallen out with Bai Si-yeon-ho. If he is responsible, he would come looking for trouble immediately. I hinted to you that I'm tired but still holding on. If you're pulling the strings, you would push Golden Circle to act faster. Now, knowing all this, how do you feel? Before long, Oh Hae-ji rushed in, anxiously inquiring about what had happened. Had Hyun-sung bullied Shona? At that moment, Hyun-sung, hiding nearby, spoke up. Shona, you can go. Baffled, Oh Hae-ju watched as Shona left obediently. Then Hyun-sung shut the door and said, Hyuji, you stay. Despite Shona's suspicious demeanor, I had reason to believe she wasn't the culprit. I had asked Go Chang-bae to investigate all 3 suspects, and Shona had a crucial detail. Her brother had taken his own life after enduring relentless bullying. Her family had moved to Daejeon to protect her, which is why she hated school violence more than anyone else. When she learned about my experiences, she encouraged me to be brave. There is only one conclusion. Shona merely relayed the rumors she heard. But the true mastermind is you. Oh Hae-ji. Hae-ji broke free and ran toward the door. I don't know why you suspect me, but it's not true. However, the door was locked from the outside. With no way out, Hae-ji tried to reason with him. We've always been close. I have no reason to hurt you. I'm certain it was Shona's idea. She seemed upset when your grades started to improve. Her father is a high-ranking official, and the Golden Circle has connections with individuals like him. But Hyun-sung wasn't deceived. He would never bring up the Golden Circle in her presence. Once her cover was exposed, Hae-ji dropped the act, stating, You brought this on yourself. If you hadn't always been so cold, it never would have come to this. It turned out that Oh Hae-ji had met Kim Hyun-sung several months earlier. From their very first encounter, she was smitten. He was handsome, he was at the top of his class, and an all-around athlete, practically flawless in every way. Despite the attention he received, many girls were drawn to Kim Hyun-sung, but he turned down every single one of them. Afraid of being rejected, Oh Hae-ji chose to test the waters instead of confessing her feelings outright. Every time Hyun-sung patiently assisted her in solving a difficult problem, she felt a glimmer of hope. She even had her friends inquire about his ideal type. Kim Hyun-sung expressed, "I like girls like Hae-ji. Cheerful girls are the most attractive to me." This instilled renewed confidence in Oh Hae-ji. With a thoughtfully selected gift and a sincere letter, she finally gathered the courage to confess to him in person. However, she was rejected nonetheless. Growing up in a wealthy family, this was the first time she had ever experienced defeat in her life. Her resentment toward Hyun-sung deepened. "Did you commission Golden Circle to get back at me?" "Oh," Hae-ji demanded angrily. "Didn't you say I was your type? Why did you lead me on if you never liked me?" "But I never imagined things would escalate to this point. I only wanted you to understand what despair truly feels like. I promise I will never do anything like this again. Just please let me go." Kim Hyun-sung replied calmly, "I didn't reject you because I dislike you. I just don't have time for a relationship. I can't afford the snacks and gadgets you bought on a whim. Even if I liked you, I would still have to say no." For a moment, Oh Hae-ji believed she had glimpsed hope. "Then why didn't you just tell me? If you had been honest, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Can we not go back to how things were?" Suddenly, Kim Hyun-sung grabbed her hair, his voice icy cold. "It's too late for that. I'm going to tear your life apart, piece by piece. You will never understand why I am this cruel. I survived without becoming a vegetable because of my resilience. My family did not collapse because we leaned on each other for strength. I endured 10 years in hell through sheer determination. I never stopped fighting. It's people like you who pushed me into the abyss and then sat back to watch the spectacle unfold. You'd better start researching which plastic surgeon is the best in town." At that moment, the homeroom teacher rushed in, visibly shocked by the scene before her. "You're hitting girls now?" Hyun-sung replied simply. "She is the one who hired the Golden Circle." The teacher's attitude changed instantly. "If she truly is the client, then perhaps you went too far. However, she must face the consequences of her actions. I'll take care of the fallout." Hyun-sung replied that it wasn't necessary and instructed to just send her home. When Oh Hae-ji's father, Oh Chun-sam, saw his daughter's battered face, he was filled with fury. "You will pay for this. Kim Hyun-sung and Chung Beum, I'll see both of you in jail." Before taking any action, Chun-sam wanted to confront the Golden Circle middleman regarding the leak. "You claimed you never fail. I'll make sure every client knows about this." However, the middleman, Jong Shan-soo, remained unfazed. "Whatever you want, our business is finished. As you said, the Golden Circle has never failed. If I broke the rules, what do you think would happen to me? I've already handed over all the evidence of our deal to Kim Hyun-sung. That's my insurance in case I want to stay alive." Chun-sam shouted. "Then let's all go down together. I'll report you and expose the Golden Circle for what it truly is. No one will escape this unscathed." Jung Shan-soo remained silent and hung up the phone. Jung Shan-soo acted on this because Kim Hyun-sung had reached out to him before Oh Chun-sam ever did. "You're the local middleman for Golden Circle, correct? I've already made sure Oh Hae-ji got home safely." Jung Shan-soo was stunned. Not only did Hyun-sung know the client, but he also had his phone number. In that moment, Jung realized that Choi Tae-jun had betrayed him. Kim Hyun-sung continued, "You've revealed the identity of a client. Now, you pose a threat to the Golden Circle. Their only option is to silence you and Oh Chun-sam permanently." As he spoke, two men with knives appeared silently behind Jung Shan-soo. Kim Hyun-sung's tone shifted. "Do you want to live? Then do exactly as I say. Report to your superiors that the assignment was a success. Inform them that I have been taken care of, the client is satisfied, and Choi Tae-jun completed the job." Meanwhile, right after hanging up, Oh Chun-sam heard the doorbell ring. To his surprise, Kim Hyun-sung entered the room. Hyun-sung sat on the sofa and coldly ordered, "Sit down and listen. You have two options. If you seek revenge, call the police. But if you do, I will release all the evidence that Jung Shan-soo just provided me. The Golden Circle won't be taken down, but both you and Shan-soo will face the consequences. You'll end up in jail, and Hae-ji will be implicated too. Neither of you will achieve a positive outcome." You'll receive at least 3 years, while she'll get a few months at most. What do you think will happen to Hiji while you're away? Do you really think I'll let her off easy? Oh, Chun-sam roared, you're threatening us. Do you really think you'll get away with this? Hyun-sung replied with a confident sneer. You can't touch me. I have Go Changbei behind me. I could have him cripple Hiji. Ruin her eyes. At this, Oh Hiji trembled, struggling to stay on her feet. Hyun-sung slowly reached behind him, pulled out a knife, and tossed it onto the floor. Here's another option. Take matters into your own hands. Ensure this demon can never harm anyone again. With that, he left the room without looking back. You're insane! His wife screamed. Oh, call the police! He's gone! Call the police! But old Chun-sam knelt, staring at the knife, haunted by Hyun-sung's words. If this gets out, he's going to jail. Against my Yongjin construction and Go Changbei-im, they never stood a chance. If their lives and legacy were destroyed, who would be responsible? Without me, can you truly protect Hiji? I warned you not to spoil her too much. Seeing the look in her father's eyes, Hiji ran away in terror. For the first time, she recognized madness within him. To safeguard his status and power, Oh Chun-sam was ultimately willing to sacrifice his own daughter. No matter how much she begged, it was in vain. Young Shansu asked, even if Oh Chun-sam chooses the second option, you're not just going to let this go, are you? Kim Hyun-sung responded calmly, I have evidence of all his crimes. If he resists, I will report him for domestic abuse. When that happens, their family will lose everything. She will be left disabled and living alone. Young Shansu was taken aback by his ruthlessness, but the Golden Circle will discover the truth sooner or later. Kim Hyun-sung replied, that's why I want to make a deal. I'll be a Trojan horse, infiltrating your organization as a mole. You joined Golden Circle for the money, didn't you? Work with me, and you'll earn even more. Young Shansu laughed and said, do you really think my Yongjin construction alone is enough to support you? I admit, I joined Golden Circle to advance my social status, and Golden Circle has the influence to make that happen. I'm putting my life in your hands because I'm just as scared of them. But you expect me to trust you in Manhwarecap construction with this kind of risk? No way. Then Kim Hyun-sung spoke a single phrase, top tiers. He proposed, what if, for the next 2 years, I have you manage only the top tier members? The top tiers consisted of Golden Circle's most elite clients, the creme de la creme of Korea's chaebol families. Golden Circle employed special middlemen exclusively for their operations, and the compensation was astronomical. Most importantly, the middlemen at the top tiers were regarded as top-tier members themselves. Young Shansu was stunned. He hadn't expected Hyun-sung to possess such knowledge. How could you possibly get me a top-tier, only middleman position? I asked. Hyun-sung replied coolly, you just need to keep your mouth shut for the next month. After that, you will receive what you desire. He understood all of this because, in just a few years, everyone would be aware of the approaching storm. Society would come to know it as the Golden Gate scandal. Yet the names on the top tier's member list would remain a mystery. The entire situation would quietly fade away. Taking down the Golden Circle wasn't enough. The wealth and power supporting them would never crumble so easily. Now, he was ready to set the next phase of his plan in motion. To completely dismantle Golden Circle, Kim Hyun-sung decided to recruit a congressman from the Prosperity Party as his new ally. Kim Pan-ho, a former university professor, had leveraged his connections to secure a position in the National Assembly. He gained these connections by opening doors for the children of the elite. However, a twist emerged when Congressman Jang Ho-il from the rival party entered the scene. This revelation suddenly exposed a corruption scandal involving Kim Pan-ho. This was the opportunity Kim Hyun-sung had been waiting for, as Kim Pan-ho urgently needed outside help at that moment. Kim Hyun-sung informed him that Congressman Jang holds no personal grudge against him, and that attacking him offers little political benefit. I suspect he is simply acting as a mouthpiece for someone else specifically, your party's rising star, Assemblyman Yang Min-koo. You've expanded your power too quickly, and he wants you out of the way. However, since you are in the same party, taking direct action against you is too risky. He allowed Jang Ho-il to strike first. As an opposition member, Jang's accusations carry more weight with the public. Kim Pan-ho countered, even if you're right, what is your solution? Kim Hyun-sung stated that a drug scandal involving international students would soon come to light, and one of those students would be named publicly. Coincidentally, Jang Ho-il's son is currently studying abroad. If you handle this correctly, you can turn the tables. I've also prepared additional plans that will benefit you. If you're willing to trust me, please give me a call. I'll wait for 1 week. Days later, the drug scandal broke, just as predicted. Kim Pan-ho regarded him with suspicion. "You're just a student. How do you know these things?" Yun-sung simply smiled. Thanks to Go Chang-bai-yum, his circle of friends hears everything. Kim Pan-ho praised him, saying, "You've got guts and a good head. So what else have you prepared?" Hyun-sung replied, "Before I share more, tell me, are you planning to run for president? Frankly, your odds are slim. You lack a story that resonates with people. Coming from an elite family, everything has gone your way. As a professor and lawmaker, you belong to the top 0.01% in Korea. Voters simply can't relate to your experience." At this, Kim Pan-ho became furious. "Are you asking me to give up everything I have?" Kim Hoin-sung replied calmly, "With your personality, you'd never give up, so leave everything to me. I'll make you a king. First, Wanyang-gen Construction will fund your campaign. I'll assist in shaping your presidential image, creating a narrative that inspires respect. You will become the political hero who takes down the Golden Circle. Once the Golden Circle is condemned by society, swiftly cleaning up the mess can make you a star overnight. I will manage everything, including unexpected crises. You only need to assist during the critical moments. I understand your hesitation to trust a student, but I recommend that you quietly investigate me during this period. You'll find that I'm not just a student. I'm the strategist behind Go Jang-byum, the very advisor his younger brother has been desperately seeking." Back at school, students whispered about Oh-hae-ji's unexpected withdrawal. Some claimed she had been hospitalized just days earlier, so severely injured that she couldn't even walk. Kim Hyun-sung had not anticipated that Kim Pan-ho would go to such lengths against his own daughter. Now, all that remains is for this power-hungry man to accept my proposal. If he refuses, I'll implement my backup plan. I will eliminate him if he discovers my true identity. Then I'll recruit someone new. Perhaps I'll encounter an even tougher opponent. In the worst-case scenario, he aligns himself with the Golden Circle. Just then, someone called out to him from behind. A burly man threatened, "Go in by yourself or we'll drag you." These were Kim Pan-ho's men. He already knew that Hyun-sung was Go Chang-bam's secret strategist. "I don't understand. You were never a victim of the Golden Circle. Why do you despise them so much?" Yun-sung shot back. "Have you ever felt the despair of being targeted for no reason, completely powerless to fight back? Perhaps someone like you, with power, could resist. But the Golden Circle never targets people like you. They choose those who lack strength. They have no way to defend themselves. Victims are unable to transfer schools, as doing so would jeopardize their future. There's no support from teachers or adults. The Golden Circle has already infiltrated, and the grown-ups simply look the other way. At school, you face constant bullying. After school, there's no escape. You feel powerless, forced to endure it all. It's a living nightmare. I will put an end to this endless cycle of violence once and for all. Violence may never disappear, but the Golden Circle, which profits from it, must be eradicated." Kim Pan-ho paused for a moment before responding. "Share your plan with me, and then I will provide my response. The Golden Circle maintains its ties to the powerful because they have never failed. However, I have already persuaded a middleman to submit a false report. Next, I will transfer to a prestigious high school in Gangnam for my senior year, where I will strive to maintain my position as the top student nationwide. In Gangnam, academic performance is paramount. If the elites discover that the Golden Circle couldn't handle me, their reputation will suffer. Along the way, I'll need your help to ensure I'm not expelled. The longer I last, the more passive the Golden Circle becomes. The more Kim Pan-ho suddenly asks, "Do you know why I want to be president? Honestly, I just want to experience it for myself. Everyone around me dreams of it, so I thought, why not me? I've never failed. I've attended a top university, become a professor, and served as a lawmaker. So why not aim for president? But if you fail even once, I will drop you immediately and erase all evidence that you ever worked for me. If you can handle that, I will accept your commitment." The following day after school, Choi Shona approached Yeon-sung. She had witnessed what happened to Oh-hae-ji and was determined to join in the quest for revenge. Her brother had also been killed by those people. Shona couldn't stand people like Oh-hae-ji, self-centered individuals who lacked empathy and embodied the traits of classic sociopaths. As Yeon-sung rummaged through his bag, he asked, "How far are you willing to go?" Choi Shona replied, "I'll do anything." Yeon-sung handed her a pen and asked, "Could you take out someone's eye with this? When I break someone's bones, I am prepared for my own to be broken. If you ruin someone's life, you must be ready for your own to be ruined as well. If all you have is a little resolve, how can you truly help me? Don't approach me with half-hearted intentions. They will only weigh me down." To Yeon Sung, this path was too dangerous for Shona, and the same applied to his friend, Kim Si-woo. Si-woo could fight alongside him in Daesan, but not in Gangnam. One person jumping into the fire was enough. Even though Yeon Sung had left, he hoped that Si-woo would thrive in this place. At that moment, Kim Si-woo said, "The guy from the cram school is back." Recently, every cram school in Daesan was competing to recruit Kim Yeon Sung. This was primarily a result of the principal's obsession with elite schools. To enhance the school's reputation, the principal arranged for the media to report on Yeon Sung's perfect scores in the mock exams. The man before him presented a deal. If Yeon Sung agreed to be their star student, he would receive a monthly scholarship of 3 million won. He didn't even need to attend. He just had to admit that he had studied there. It was a tempting option. However, Kim Yeon Sung declined him without hesitation. The following day, a new face appeared at the school gate. Lee Mi-seo introduced herself as the administrator of the Daechi Area Sky Mom Forum. This forum acted as a central hub for parents in the Daechi area to exchange educational information, establishing it as a vital intelligence network within the local education landscape. Lee Mi-seo hoped that Kim Yeon Sung could tutor her children and those of several friends after school. She offered 4 sessions per month at 2 million won per student, with all lessons taking place in Daesan. Unfamiliar with the forum, Yeon Sung stated that he would need a few days to think it over. That evening, he conducted research on the forum online. He discovered that most posts were from parents discussing their daily study routines. Nothing that appeared to provide substantial value. Lee Mi-seo discreetly handed him a premium membership account valued at 10 million won. She claimed it provided access to a secret message board, visible only to paying members. Once inside, Yeon Sung's interest was piqued. During the last Live's Golden Gate incident, the fiercest backlash had not come from politicians. Instead, it stemmed from parents who were fiercely protective of their children's futures. Their anger wasn't directed at the unfairness of the Golden Circle. However, their own children couldn't access those resources. Kim Yeon Sung quickly recognized the immense value of this group's influence. He agreed to Lee Mi-seo's request without hesitation. The next day, Lee Mi-seo's son, along with a group of wealthy kids, arrived in Daesan as planned. They didn't buy into Yeon Sung's reputation. After all, why should a student from a small town be ranked #1 in the country? Kang Min-woo immediately suggested, "Let's ditch class." Some students were concerned their parents would take away their phones and allowance. Kang Min-woo reassured them, saying that if they all skipped, the school would simply fire the teacher. Even the top student in Korea can't do anything against us. When class time arrived, the classroom stood empty. The group was taking refuge in a club. Kim Yeon Sung located them swiftly. Just as Kang Min-woo was on the verge of losing his temper, Yeon Sung struck him sharply across the face. When a teacher arrives, it's only polite to say hello. Kang Min-woo roared, "Do you know who my parents are? One phone call, and you're finished." Kim Yeon Sung replied coolly, "Then call them right now. Tell them about your first day at cram school when the teacher smacked you like a dog." Yeon Sung's attitude was the epitome of street punk. Kang Min-woo never imagined that the country's top student could behave in such a way. He expected the teacher to be bookish and cold, so Kang Min-woo immediately called his mom to express his frustration. When she found out he had been punished for skipping class, she exploded with anger. "Didn't I tell you to listen to your teacher? Skipping on the first day? When will you ever learn?" Kim Yeon Sung said as she grabbed the phone and put it on speaker. Lee Mi-seo offered her sincerest apologies. "Please forgive him just this once. I promise it won't happen again." Yeon Sung reminded her, "Remember what I said about punishment rights." She promised immediately. "Of course, if Min-woo messes up again, you have free reign to punish him however you see fit." The other parents agreed as well. Yeon Sung turned to the class and said, "It's your choice. Pay attention or learn a lesson the hard way." After class, Kang Min-woo was still fuming. He asked Shin Yumi if Daesan had any local tough guys. She replied that there were a few, but they mostly kept to themselves. Min-woo's frustration grew as he thought about how to handle the situation. They needed payback after taking a hit like that. As it turned out, Shin Yumi knew someone who claimed to be the local boss. Kang Min-woo asked her to call him because he wanted to teach Yeon Sung a lesson. After some coaxing, the so-called boss agreed without hesitation. No one expected the boss to be Park Jin-woo, and he had no idea that his target was Kim Yeon Sung. Trying to impress the girls, he bragged endlessly. However, Yeon Sung had to train at the gym before class. Shin Yumi took them directly there. As soon as Park Jin-woo entered, he shouted, "Who's the student? Bring him out! I want to see what he's got!" Fresh from training, Kim Si-woo recognized him and asked, "What are you doing here?" Shin Yumi's eyes lit up at the sight of Kim Si-woo. "Do you know this handsome guy?" Park Jin-woo felt a sense of relief upon realizing that Kim Soo was not his target. Suddenly, Shin Yumi pointed and exclaimed, "He's the one who hit us." At that moment, Kim Yeon-sung made his entrance. Park Jin-woo's face turned pale, and he took off running. Shin Yumi ran after him. "Where are you going?" Park Jin-woo broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he had nearly caused a scene. She caught up to him and grabbed his arm. "Park Jin-woo, the tutor is Kim Yeon-sung, the one who hit us. Are you the boss of Daeshan?" Park Jin-woo asked, panic rising in his voice. "Say no more, and don't ever call me again. If you want to stay safe, just listen to Yeon-sung." With a look of helplessness, he muttered, "I knew this would happen. In the end, nothing is worth more than your life." After that, the disgruntled students could only return to class in silence. During the lesson, someone began to nod off. Yeon-sung raised his voice, urging, "Wake up! I know the commute to Daejeon. 3 times a week can be tough, but it's important to make an effort to understand your parents. After completing my course, if your grades don't improve, the outcome may not be favorable. You'll receive even more tutoring, so just accept it. However, if your grades improve this semester, we'll reduce it to once a week. I'll even speak to your parents about letting you drop the other cram schools. If you follow my method, your grades will improve, making college admission a breeze. Would you rather spend every day at cram school or take my class just once a week and enjoy your free time?" Half a month later, everyone's final grades had improved significantly. Lee Miso was thrilled and asked Yeon-sung to continue tutoring them once a week. "We will pay you 10 million won per student each month, and if scores improve again, there will be a bonus." Yeon-sung didn't care about the money. "As long as you keep your word, I'm in." She agreed right away. Just as she was about to leave, Yeon-sung suddenly asked, "What does Min-woo's father do?" The truth was, he had taken this job to get close to Kang Min-woo's father. These families wielded money and power, yet had never joined the Golden Circle. The reason was straightforward. Kang Min-woo's father served as the deputy chief prosecutor at the Central District Prosecutor's Office. After finals, winter break began. Yeon-sung and Si-woo requested Coach Jung to assess their current skills. Jung observed that while Si-woo's boxing skills are at a professional level, his grappling remains weak, limiting him to competing only with amateurs. As for you, Yeon-sung, you could challenge professional fighters, but only those ranked at the bottom, as your body hasn't fully matured yet. Your true opponents are those in their 30s, at the peak of their abilities. In matches against them, whether in boxing or ground fighting, you would likely lose due to the significant physical gap. Yeon-sung grinned and said, "Then, coach, let's use this winter break to bulk up together." At 5 a.m., they started their training with a straightforward run before moving on to strength training. They lifted dumbbells, did pull-ups, and engaged in various other strength exercises. Squats are a fundamental exercise that targets the muscles in your legs, glutes, and core. They help build strength, improve flexibility, and enhance overall athletic performance. Incorporating squats into your workout routine can lead to better balance and stability, making them a key component of any fitness regimen. They trained 3 times a day and had 5 meals. One day, after enduring all those grueling days spent running on the hamster wheel, Yeon-sung wonders if he pushed himself too hard during training, or if it was because he forced himself to eat. He was sweating coldly, and his insides felt like they might break. If the coach found out, he would reduce the intensity of the workouts. However, since he was improving, he didn't want to stop until he could handle Taejun, who is a B rank. This is just the beginning. He must endure as he finally possesses all the necessary pieces to dismantle the Golden Circle. He can't allow everything to fall apart. He must recall all the suffering he endured before and the desperation with which he pleaded for another chance. As long as he achieves his revenge, everything will be worth it, even if it costs him his life. Sin-woo observes his friend from a distance. He heads to the coach's room, insisting he needs to intervene with Hyun-sung before the situation escalates. The coach responds, acknowledging the concern, but noting that Hyun-sung has no intention of backing down. As a coach, this is something he should never do, yet he remains steadfast in his decision. He doesn't know what happened to Hyun-sung, but he is determined to never give up. If I try to stop him, he'll just find another, more dangerous alternative. In that case, I prefer to be the one looking after the boy. I was allowing him to make his own decisions because I didn't have the right to make them for him. In the 5th week of training, Hyun-sung delivers a powerful right cross to the punching bag. He steps forward again and delivers a straight punch to the bag. He calls out to the coach asking, "What level am I at now?" The coach analyzes the situation. "Your muscles have developed quickly. While they may not be fully dense yet, I believe you're ready to take on a professional now." The protagonist wonders if the coach is his opponent. The coach smiles and calls him a brat. He then tells him to get in the ring and see for himself. They greet each other, and Hyun Sung says, "Don't go easy on me." His coach evaluates. "Your reaction time is good. The athlete is holding up well, and his focus has improved." However, the coach soon spots an opening. He strikes the protagonist's knee. With his confidence soaring, it's easy for him to misjudge his abilities. Therefore, the coach must remind him of his place. He strikes him in the face with his glove to prevent him from doing something dangerous in his haste. Hyun Sung lands a solid hit to the stomach. The coach quickly retreats, prompting the protagonist to reflect, "I must create opportunities and ensure I don't lose them." No matter who he faces or the conditions he encounters, he knows he must win at any cost. If he continues to make excuses about his opponents being stronger or outnumbering him, he risks losing focus. Suddenly, the coach moves in swiftly to strike his face. But Hyun Sung blocks the blow and counters with a hook to his chin. The coach responds, "Thank you," then retaliates with the same attack. But with greater intensity, Hyun Sung collapses to the ground, unconscious. His coach says, "I have no doubt that he has talent, but there are still worlds he can't reach." The protagonist loses consciousness after this and wakes up minutes later to find Shin Woo asking, "Are you okay? Because you're not weak." The coach is a beast. He absorbed all your punches and still managed to overpower you in the fight. However, Hyun Sung starts to laugh, prompting Shin Woo to ask, "Did you finally go crazy?" The protagonist reflects, "The first time I fought the coach, I couldn't land a single blow. This time was different. He lost in the same manner, but the trainer approached the fight with a serious attitude. He still has another year ahead of him, and he can become even stronger than he is now." Later at the construction site, the workers gathered to discuss the day's progress and address any challenges they faced. Jong Bom asks, "Did something happen to you? You're scary." Hyun Sung replies, "I just trained a lot." Jung Boom shifts the conversation. The house he referred to is for sale. He questions, "Why do you need it? The neighborhood is empty. It can't be for a shopping mall, and there are better places for a factory." Hyun Sung realizes he may need to reveal his name to persuade him. He reveals that he obtained this information from Senator Kim Pan-ho. The next day, the seller signs the papers and says, "You made an excellent decision." He was concerned about whether he could sell it, even if he lowered the price to 500,000 won per square meter. However, Director Changbom doubled the price instead. Previously, the director noted that the area would be transformed into an industrial zone, with part of the land designated for an expressway. The protagonist confirms that it's a prime location and suggests considering the Myeongjin building as a complex. Chung Vam then analyzes the profit he can gain. In Hyun Sung's past life, these 1,000 pyong of land were sold for 2,000% of the original price. But there was a more important reason. He asked if Chongbeom had seen the cadastral map, noting that there are limits to development. Instead, there are about 20,000 pyong of land in this area that would be useless now. However, he wonders what would happen if they bought this land and combined it with that. Even if the price starts as low as 500,000 won per meter and rises to 2 million won, the land profit would amount to 30 billion won. This should also be added to the construction company's premium. This would not only be his achievement, but also an opportunity to prove himself as CEO. Back in the present, Chungbom asks, "Do you know who owns that land?" Meanwhile, the protagonist walks through the school streets, lost in thought. Training significantly enhances my skills, and I have excellent support from Changbom and Panho. However, there will be challenges that I cannot tackle alone. I'll need guys like Chan Soo and Sung Hoo during my second year. There's still a lot of work ahead, but I'll keep preparing calmly. Spring has arrived, and it's now March, which means he'll be returning to school. Somewhere in the school, the delinquents remark that second-year student Kim Hyun Sung is violent, noting that he dealt with Shin Young Min. His friend asks if he just got out of reform school. A guy with a big nose mocks them for believing that rumor. Jang Hyuk Jin states that Shin Young Min is the best fighter he has ever seen, but someone approaches and orders him to put out that cigarette. The man with the prominent nose turns to identify who it was. His friends grab Hyuk Jin and tell him to calm down. They plead, "Please forgive him, senior. He should check Hyun Sung's name tag." Hyuk Jin becomes frightened and pleads, "I'm sorry. I'll put out the cigarette." On the rooftop, the protagonist reveals that he has learned about Dun's hierarchy and the agreement to protect their territory without resorting to violence. He also despises bullies like Shin Young-min, which is why he took it upon himself to clean up the high school. He plans to expand his efforts over the next 6 months, and his subordinates are impressed by his determination. Si Young-ho asserts, that's not just talk. If they initiate a fight, the high school will become enemy number one. Even the students have begun to recognize the emerging factions, especially those who were aware of the Golden Circle. With that knowledge, they were able to support one another. He must completely eliminate this shadow. He announces, I'm not forcing you to follow me. I'll give 500,000 won for each school you attack. He asks, do you think that's worth it? A few days later, Yukjin calls a kid a bastard and shoves the boy's face into the table, yelling, you had that ugly face since yesterday. He thinks to himself, they were idiots in my class. Soon they'll be in the palm of my hand. Hyun-sung enters the room immediately afterward. He asks, was it you who hit that kid? He lands a kick to his stomach immediately after confirming his hypothesis. The delinquent is thrown a considerable distance from the force of the impact. He gets up and tries to hit the protagonist, asking, why are you bothering me? Hyun-sung then punches him in the face. Hyuk-jin wonders, what was that slap? It was so strong. The teacher attempts to enter the classroom, but upon noticing the protagonist, he turns to grab the class newspaper. Hyun-sung asks, do you know why you're getting beaten up? The guy replies, no. The protagonist believes he shouldn't pick on others and typically avoids getting involved in trivial arguments. However, he can't allow violent scumbags like him to get away with their actions. That's why he showed up, just to beat him up. He strikes Hyuk-jin's face again. Everyone in the room is captivated by the violence unfolding before them. After the fight ends, they remark that Hyun-sung beat him up simply for intimidating others. It was incredibly intense. The senior, Hyun-sung, forbade anyone else from participating. A student remarks that soon he will clean up all the schools in Daesung, inviting anyone interested to join him on their own. He says that if he's one of the leaders, hundreds will drop into his bank account. On the rooftop, Sung-ho expresses that dominating Daesung will lead to conflicts with other schools. The protagonist acknowledges that he could indeed create issues with one faction. Among them is Young Hae-min from ICT High School, who gained recognition for defeating Young Min in an amateur fight. Sung-ho questions how he plans to move forward, noting that simply looking for a fight isn't the right approach. Hyun-sung believes that with the assistance of Changbei's experts, he has uncovered that Hae-min is a mercenary from the Golden Circle. Centered around him, a strange atmosphere was transforming Daesung into Gangnam. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before this unpleasant reality took root in Daesung. He then states that where there are scumbags, there are also victims, much like light and shadow. These victims will serve as his justification. At Jail High School in Daesung, the teacher asks if Daehun stole money from other students. It was reported that Daehun had been tampering with their backpacks. The teacher decides to call Daehun's parents. Daehun begs for forgiveness, promising that he won't repeat his mistakes. The teacher asks, what's wrong with you, kid? For stealing 500,000 won, you need to return the money. Daehun replies, I lost it. The teacher is taken aback and shouts, you not only lied after stealing, but now that you've been caught, you say you've lost the money. He says, get on the floor. You need some lashes. Later on the street, a bully claims that Daehun has been stealing from others. He adds, if I hadn't seen it, the other kids would have blamed me. He continues, next time, just beg others for help, since you're poor. People like you are the reason the school has a reputation for bullies. His friends joke that it's hilarious, and they find his creative ways of tormenting Daehun particularly entertaining. Daehun believes he is the one who stole the money. The delinquent asks, did that hurt? Then he orders, take off your pants. Daehun pleads, please don't do this. The bully, growing angry, recalls that rainy day. Daehun promised on his knees that he would listen to every word he said. He warned, you better be a good boy before I lose my patience. Daehun lowers his pants, leaving everyone in shock. His classmates, that's disgusting. We're going to puke from this. Hong-jin approaches and says, that was a little money. You should bring another 50. Dae-hyun replies, I don't have all that money. The bully kicks him and asks, did you think I was wrong to ask for it? He replies, then you made a mistake. If the son doesn't have money, they should punish the mother. He warns his friends, we're going to pay his mom's store a visit. Dae-hyun shouts, stop it, you scoundrel. Hong-jin stops midway and asks, what did you just call me? Daehun pleads, I'm sorry. Then the bully replies, he must pay for his mistakes too, and this world won't go easy on him. Suddenly, his words are interrupted by a kick. Hong-jin collapses to the ground. Dae-hyun and his friends are taken aback. Everyone is asking, who is he? He doesn't seem to be from our school. Hyun-sung punches each of the bullies with his fists. He says, I'm just a friend of Dae-hyun. In the past, after being beaten up, Dae-hyun found himself questioning how he had reached this point. Why did he have to suffer for something like this? He wondered if he should just use a knife on him, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. He had never fought anyone in his life, and this existence felt like hell. That was until a notification appeared on his phone. Dae-hyun opens the notification, tears streaming down his face. The message states that they are receiving complaints about school violence. He needs to reveal his identity, explain the suffering he endured, and identify those responsible. They promise to ensure his revenge. Another day at the plaza, Yoon-sung asks Dae-hyun, was it you who sent the email? He continues, this world is a mess, and you shouldn't have to suffer just for being vulnerable. Some people overlook your pain, dismissing it as a child's prank, but it's far more complicated than that. Victims are left traumatized, while aggressors often feel no guilt at all. It shouldn't be this way. After all, acceptance only breeds more aggression, and confrontation only exacerbates the situation. A single attempt can transform victims into criminals. The victim's concerns are presented from a one-sided perspective. This is precisely why this page was created. Therefore, they should consider reaching a deal. The next day, at Jae-il's school, Hong-ru opens the door and asks, who is Dae-hyun? Hong Jin points at the boy and says, this loser must have forgotten who my brother is. Hong Ryul approaches the boy's desk and slaps his face. He demands, answer me. Then he grabs his hair, calling him a bastard. He questions, how did this trash call himself a friend? Dae-hyun questions, why are you hitting me? This infuriates Hong Ryul, who is angered by his tone. He declares that he won't let him go unscathed after hitting his brother. He questions, who is this damn friend of yours? Dae-hyun replies, that was his number. After the call, Yoon-sung answers. Hong-ryul introduces himself and asks, were you the one who hit my brother? Yoon-sung urges him to lay the facts on the table, explaining that he was merely seeking revenge for his friend. Hong Jin had been bullying Dae-hyun for 4 years, even going so far as to strip him in front of a girl. Now, he was giving Dae-hyun just one chance. His brother needed to apologize for his actions. Hong Ryul dismisses it as nonsense. He believes his brother was just having fun with someone he considers a loser. He insists that his brother should reveal the name and school of this person so he can confront him. Hyun-sung tells him to make a choice and introduces himself as Hyun-sung from Kaol-il High School. In the evening, he joins his group at the designated location. Hong Ryul asks, was it you? And Hyun-sung confirms. Hong Ryul says, if we fight, this won't end well, so we should try to resolve it calmly. He then inquires about apologies from both sides. Hyun-sung believes that, based on his behavior, he already knows who he is. He replies, your brother is the one who should ask for forgiveness. I can see through your tricks to save yourself. They glare at each other with anger. Hong Ryul urges his brother to apologize and to stop creating problems. Hong Jin steps in front of Dae-hyun and apologizes. Dae-hyun responds, I didn't hear you. He then asks Hong Jin, Hyun-sung presented you with 2 choices. The first option is to end things, provided you promise not to interfere with him again. This is the safer choice. Alternatively, you can seek revenge for everything that has happened. However, that doesn't disrupt the vicious cycle. Suddenly, a fist strikes Hong Jin's face. Dae-hyun states, I chose the second option, and then calls him a piece of shit. The man falls backward, knocked out. Hong Ryul screams, you bastards. He adds, the war has begun, and we must eliminate everyone here. Si Young-ho punches one of the delinquents, sending him staggering back. He counts as he hits 3 more. He thinks, I'll get 500. For each school, the bonus will be mine. Another man attempts to attack him from behind. Sin-woo kicks him in the face, determined to prove himself at any cost. He lands more kicks and punches, aiming to be useful to Hyun-sung's plans in the future. He needs to stay with him until the very end. The other gang members rush toward the rival school, exclaiming, we're going to make a lot of money. Hong Ryul punches one of them and lunges forward. He hits the others and asks, how dare you pull this crap? He thinks they have a larger group of people. Eliminating the protagonist will bring this fight to an end. But a fist strikes his nose, and Hyun-sung-hye tosses him aside. The protagonist plays an audio recording on his phone of everything Hong Ryul had said. In the recording, Hong Ryul asks, what will you do now? Hyun-sung replies that the victim's testimony was sufficient for disciplinary action, and with this evidence, everything is concluded. Today, this incident was merely a fight among the Ja-il guys. If anyone discusses it, the consequences will go beyond simple disciplinary action and expulsion. He grips his neck and demands that he respond. He knows that Hong Ryul doesn't want to face a difficult situation, especially since he isn't responding right now. He repeats, "Answer me." Hong Ryul trembles with fear. His classmates watch in fear as he cries out in pain. The protagonist yanks out one of his teeth, stands up, and says, "You took too long to give me my answer." The next day at school, a few guys bump into Daehyun and call him worthless. But then he remembers the protagonist and feels a wave of remorse. Daehyun thinks, "Hong Jin's subordinates apologized to me," and in that moment, he felt as if his entire world had shifted. He reflects on how school used to be such a peaceful place, and now it's his turn to uphold his promise. He comments on the forum that he saw the post promising to punish bullies, and mentions that he just needs an email to proceed. Other delinquents comment, "There's no way we'll get screwed over. It has nothing to do with Jail High. If someone confronts me, I'll make sure they regret it." Hyun Sung calls out to Young Ho. The bully turns around and asks, "Who are you? Do I know you?" Hyun Sung replies, "I know you very well. My informant revealed everything about you, including your history of frequent violence and involvement in forced robberies. It's quite a diverse background." Young Ho opens his hand and runs, asking, "What will you do about it?" The protagonist responds, "You spoke like a real piece of trash." Elsewhere, Sung Ho instructs some bullies to raise their right hands. He sends a message announcing that Lee Ji-shol has been dealt with. Following Daehyun's post, which saw an explosion in views, this interest led to an influx of emails. Sin Woo announces, "I finished off Yang Ju-hyuk too." The delinquent groans in pain. Sin Woo asks, "Does it hurt? You seemed to enjoy it when you were extorting and beating others." He says, hitting his face. He continues, "But life will never be normal again for scumbags like you. I'll make sure of that." At Daesung ICT High, a guy asks Haemin what she plans to do about Kim Hyun Sung from Chi-il High. Given his behavior, he's likely to screw us over as well. Haemin responds that they indeed finished with young men, but he should focus on his own responsibilities instead of stirring up trouble and attempting to take control of all of Daesung. He then instructs him to call Hong Ryul and ask him to come over, because they remain friends and can't keep quiet. After the guy arrives, and Haemin comments that he received requests through a social network, using the victims as an excuse. When he defeated Hong Ryul, he at least left his teeth intact, though it must have hurt a lot. He wonders if that bastard will fearlessly come after him. Hong Ryul replies, "I don't care about that." Haemin suggests that he should strike first, and then asks for a favor. "Report to the teachers that he knocked out your tooth and assaulted you. According to the law, he will face serious consequences." Hong Ryul refuses, saying, "I can't do that." Haemin grabs him, insisting that even after getting beaten, he still isn't using his brain. "That means you're afraid of Hyun Sung. I'm going to tell someone for your own good, because I can do that." At Jail High School, a teacher reported that he had asked a student from Chi-il High School to assault someone through social media. Kim Hyun Sung will certainly face consequences as well. Regardless of the brother's intimidation tactics, a student cannot brutally assault others without repercussions. "I still can't believe something straight out of a gang movie was happening here." He asks, "Daehyun, do you have anything to say?" The man replies, "I'm sorry, but Hyun Sung has nothing to do with this." The teacher says, "You made the post." Daehyun replies, "Even if I was the informant, it's fine. After 4 years, I got my revenge. Someone helped." The teacher shouts as you attempt to explain that you did nothing wrong. Daehyun insists, "I didn't write that. I was just the informant. Besides, Hyun Sung has nothing to do with this." That's the truth of the incident. Elsewhere, the delinquents gather, wondering why Haemin has called them together. They speculate that it must be related to Hyun Sung. Haemin then says that individual was controlling a precise system in all schools, where anyone who committed violence would face retaliation. He attempted to engage with Ja-il High, but there was no response. Kim Hyun Sung was attempting to take control of all of Daesan, using victims as a pretext. He believes that, above all, he has every reason to stand his ground, so he won't tolerate that nonsense. Despite that, they refuse to let some punk ruin their fun. The delinquents ask, "So what's the plan?" Haemin responds, "This situation is very intriguing for Kim Hyun Sung, and it's likely to cause him some serious trouble. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that." In the warehouse, a delinquent confronts Ho Jun, asking, "Do you think it was unfair? Your post turned you into a piece of trash. He was the one who attempted to save his toy in the first year and threw the first punch. He is simply reaping what he has sown." He gets ready to strike, emphasizing the need to take responsibility for the stress. Before the punch lands, the protagonist steps in and says, "You must be Ho Jun. And the trash beside you must be Yoo Jung-hyun." Ho Jun turns and calls out to the protagonist, "I'm so sorry. I had no choice. They threatened to take my brother's life if I didn't cooperate with their plan." The delinquent strikes him and commands, "Shut up." Delinquents emerge from all sides, commenting, "So it really worked." Heyman introduces himself, saying it's a pleasure to meet this piece of trash. With him attempting to take over Daesun like a madman, they were never going to welcome him with snacks. This was a trap for him. Hyun-sung remarks, "There are about 100 of you. It seems like Trash has a lot of free time." He then asks, "Would you like to hear a funny story?" The administrator of the page they used for reports was Jo Jae-jin, who could see who wrote the posts and comments. To prove himself to the protagonist, he actively participated in this plan. Yoon-sung says, "I'm a very close friend of the page administrator, who is aware of the identities of those hiding behind screens to remain anonymous. The individuals who wrote the comments about helping Lim Ho-jun were all despicable, not so different from Yoon Young-yong." The other delinquents wonder, who were those guys? Was it Choi Yan-il High School? K-Min asks. Hyun-sung asks Ho-jun why all those delinquents are on that side. "You regret pursuing Jung-yoon to help your friend. From that day forward, you became his plaything. But you don't need to feel guilty. I already knew. It wasn't you who fell into the trap. It was all the delinquents." Hyun-sung speaks with Hungry-ol, asking if he knows young men and the trouble caused by Choi-ol. He questions who he thinks sent them to reform school. Then, Hyun-sung challenges Hungry-ol, saying, "What do you think I should do with you? You don't seem any different from them." Hungry-ol pleads, "Forgive me. I made a mistake. I won't even ask to be let off, but please, let me graduate." Hyun-sung believes he should face the consequences. He adds, "But for now, you might be useful. Starting tomorrow, gather everyone from Jae-il High and have them ready to come when I call." Heyman wonders if there are more or fewer than 20 of them and questions what can be done with that many. She notes that all of them were defeated by Hyun-sung, leaving them with no pride left. "Did you lose your mind, Hungry-ol? Don't you understand what will happen if Daesun falls into Hyun-sung's hands?" Hyun-sung asks, "What does that have to do with me? Who do you think you are to interfere if Daesun is taken over?" Hungry-ol shouts, "You're the crazy one. Do you think you're the boss, ordering me around? Of course I can handle it." Hungry-ol responds confidently, "Whoever dominates Daesun will emerge as the strongest. If you're so worried, then face Hyun-sung in a one-on-one fight. I'll handle whatever comes my way if he wins." Hungry-ol's provocation was all part of the plan. Hyun-sung challenges him, saying, "Come at me." If he refused, the protagonist had a backup plan ready. Heyman is confident that he knows how to fight. "However, we are severely outnumbered. I shouldn't let it worry me." Hyun-sung says, "You're taking too long. Keep thinking." Hyun-sung rushes forward and lands a knee strike to initiate the fight. He strikes everyone who is behind him. Heyman wonders if he wants them to attack together. But why are my subordinates just standing around? Perhaps this unpredictable individual is suggesting that he can take on everyone by himself. Heymin grinds his teeth and then shouts, "Take him down!" Sinwoo recalls the protagonist, declaring, "I won't take on all 100 alone, but I'll show everyone what happens when you don't obey. I'll make it clear as day right here in front of everyone." He delivers an elbow strike to a delinquent. He strikes him with his fist. Hyun-sung says, "Gangnam will be on another level compared to Daesun, with groups that are much more prominent, stronger than Choi Tae-jun." A delinquent throws a punch that lands squarely on his face. Hyun-sung responds with a powerful knee strike. Sinwoo recalls Hyun-sung advising him, "Don't even think about joining a fight without calling for help. Because if something like that can bring you to your knees, you'll never achieve your revenge." Sinwoo takes a moment to process this information. Si Young-ho asks if everything is all right. Sinwoo the blonde replies that Hyun-sung told them to wait. A delinquent asks, "What the hell are you doing against one guy? Attack him all at once." The protagonist faces criticism from all sides. He fights back, taking them on one by one. Heymin trembles in fear, thinking to himself, "This guy is a crazy bastard." Hyun-sung resolves to see this through to the end, even if it costs me my life. He bites the arm of the person who is putting him in a chokehold. Hyun-sung thinks to himself, "I have no intention of going down while I'm still conscious." Heymin exclaims, "What the hell is this? This bastard is completely insane." Heymin turns around, realizing he can't defeat him. If he stays here, he'll end up like Youngmin. The delinquents think to themselves, he called us all here, but now he's running away. Hyun-sung asks, "Where are you looking? If you start something, you'd better finish it." The delinquent orders, "Everyone, step aside. I'll take care of him myself." He prepares to deliver a powerful strike, but the protagonist dodges by throwing himself backward. She quickly moves toward him and grabs him by the waist. The troublemaker falls to the ground, and with a smile, she says, "I'm Yoo Jong-hyun." He then continues to punch him repeatedly in the face. The delinquents shout, "He's crazy! Get that bastard away from him!" They attempt to seize Hyun-sung, while others tremble in fear. The delinquent pleads with him to stop. "We've lost." Sung-ho and Sin-woo celebrate, declaring, "It's game over. You should stay away from Hyun-sung." The protagonist stands up and declares, "From now on, everyone in Daesan will follow the orders of Chil Il-hai. If I ask you to come, you must come. Does anyone disagree?" 2 weeks later, at Daisen ICT High, classmates gossip that Heymin was present but fled in the middle of the fight. Heymin believes that even if he were to eliminate that madman, there would still be retaliation. First and foremost, you shouldn't provoke a lunatic like that. He then shouts, "I get it, you bastards. Be quiet. If you continue gossiping in front of me, you'll face the consequences." Then, Young-sung declares, "I found you." "Why are you here?" Young Heymin asks. The protagonist responds, "I couldn't mention it last time, but you should know about Moon Byung-san because he sent an email." Heymin thinks to himself, "That's the target the Golden Circle hired me to take down. I must find a way to silence him." He steps closer to the protagonist, asking, "What are you going to do about it?" But he only receives a punch square in the face. Later, Heymin wakes up in a hospital bed next to the Daesan High principal, who claims it was all Hyun-sung's fault. How can he cause trouble in other schools and escape the consequences? But the principal says, "You were the one who hit first. Hyun-sung only came to talk to you, and the world calls that self-defense." Heymin stands up and asks, "What nonsense is that?" The principal states, "Everyone else believes Heymin was in the wrong. You have quite the reputation for causing trouble, and it all adds up." Heymin shouts, "My face hurts. I'll take this to court." The principal asks, "Do you know who Moon Byung-san is?" Young Heymin was unaware of this while he was unconscious. Oh Dae-won stepped in to protect the protagonist, covering for them to avoid potential trouble. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-sung had already begun working on a deal that the Golden Circle was unaware of, one that would send Heymin straight to hell. Outside, Heymin thinks to himself, "This sucks. I've been expelled from school, and now my dad is blaming me for losing his manual labor job." Young Heymin couldn't have imagined that. As always, Kim Hyun-sung was behind it all. Byung-seon calls the man and says, "It's been a long time. I've heard about you. You shouldn't be hurting over this, especially since Dongjun's family is a complete mess. However, he is a piece of trash who hired the Golden Circle to come after him." Hyun-sung was determined to completely ruin his own life, as well as the lives of his clients. Meanwhile, Heymin aspired to become an instructor. Sin-woo and Sung-ho appear behind him, saying, "It's been a while." Byung-seon says, "That dream won't come true because you can't use your hands anymore." Daesung Science High, some students gossip about how wild everything that happened was. A guy accidentally bumps into a delinquent's shoulder and quickly apologizes. The blonde guy shouts at him, "Apologize!" But the other guy replies, "I already apologized." Hyung-jan says, "You're not in a position to offend him. That you were the one who bumped into him." The blonde delinquent slaps his face and warns, "Do you want to lose your life?" Last winter, the protagonist asked, "Which high school do you want to attend?" Yoonjin replied, "Cheola High." He wanted to attend the same university as you. His brother believed that, unlike in his past life, he could protect Yoonjin even at Cheola High. Perhaps it's better to explore a different path for him. He advised him to study diligently and suggested Daesung Science High School. Hyunjin asked, "Should I enroll there? I'll do whatever my brother wants." In the present, the boy explained the situation, how he had been punched. The teacher shouted. Byung-soo was shouting, even though he was the one who threw the punch. Byung-soo insisted that Hyunjin had hit his shoulder first, claiming he didn't start it. He thought to himself, this old man won't fall for that lie. Hot Bum believed he had a general understanding of what had occurred. "Both of you are wrong for fighting. You need to bring your guardians tomorrow." Byung-soo agreed, and Hyunjin looked downcast upon hearing this. As they were leaving, the blonde boy remarked, "He's such a goody two-shoes. If he pulls a stunt like that, his grandma would get sick having to come here." Yoonjin repeated, "Don't talk about me." Byung-soo scoffed in response and warned, "My dad owns a construction company, and it turns out that old man is quite the suck-up after all." My older brother is the top dog at Daizan University, having recently completed his studies. He asked, why would a miserable orphan take such an action? The following day, the teacher met Byung-soo's father and introduced himself. Chol-ho demanded an explanation, stating that Hyun-jin treated his son like a joke and even hit him yesterday. That is an incredible display of audacity. My son couldn't just remain silent. Violence is unacceptable, except in cases of self-defense. The other teachers agreed that Byung-soo's father was not wrong and suggested that they should just put an end to the situation. Chol-ho believed that Hyun-jin should face the consequences he deserved. He said, if Hyun-jin's guardian asks for forgiveness, I'll let it go. The teacher interrupted, stating, I have a duty to guide my students in the right direction. That's why I called you here. They need to go to the council room. Hyun-jin's guardian is already waiting there. Chu-ho-ho turned away, muttering under his breath. He commented, the teacher is stubborn, but that changes nothing. It was a trivial matter, but Byung-soo believed they were discussing his father and brother, so Hyun-jin was in deep trouble. They entered the room, and everyone was taken by surprise. Hyun-jin's grandmother was meant to be his guardian, but then his brother arrived. The three kept their heads down as the teacher began recounting the incident. According to witnesses, Han Byung-soo was the one who started the fight. He acted violently. Chol-ho shouted, I apologize. It was his fault for raising his son poorly. Byung-soo should take responsibility and apologize for lying. The boy shouted, I didn't do anything wrong. Hyun-jin hit me first. Byung-soo was struck on the head. His brother ordered, apologize right now. Hak Byung stated that the school would impose disciplinary measures on Byung-soo, and his father concurred. The protagonist rose to their feet. The teacher requested a few minutes to speak. She said, in this school, I'm seen as a goody two-shoes, someone who adheres to the rules a bit too strictly. However, my main goal is for my students to thrive here. I've heard that the influential figures are backing Hyun-sung, even if she doesn't like him. If Hyun-jin can attend school without any issues, I would still consider the protagonist a guardian. Hyun-sung thought to himself, this is why I transferred my brother to this high school. In my past life, this teacher was dismissed for standing up for a student. He believed in the student's integrity, trusting him to resist the temptations of wealth and power and consistently make the right decisions. He warned that he would ensure this does not happen again. If Hyun-jin does something wrong, he should be punished severely. He lowered his head in gratitude. For an educator like him, it was perfectly acceptable to do this with pride. Byung-soo expressed his frustration about his father not supporting him. Chu-ho-ho responded, don't you understand the situation you're in? You messed with Myung-jin construction. The delinquent asked, why are they supporting him? His brother replied, don't you know the child you messed with? His older brother is the one dominating Dae-san. The protagonist opens the door and says, Byung-soo, come with me. I have something to say as well. Byung-soo follows closely behind as Hyun-sung asks, why aren't your brother and dad coming too? They're outside the school. Byung-soo kneels and pleads for forgiveness, promising that he will never interfere with Hyun-jin again. Shu-ho replies, we'll make sure it never happens again. Byung-soo's older brother nods in agreement, but the protagonist declares, with one call from me, your father will go bankrupt. The older brother will spend the rest of his life in bed. Anyone in Daesan who crosses me is in serious trouble. Eliminating you is far too simple. Both of them kneel and plead for forgiveness. Seeing Hyun-jin, after Han Byung-soo struck him, reawakened a trauma that Hyun-sung had long suppressed. He warns them, that scoundrel dared to lay hands on my brother. I could tear you to pieces right now, and it wouldn't be enough. I'm holding back for Hyun-jin's sake. If you want to calm my rage, you should beg my brother a little. Later in the classroom, Byung-soo kneels and begs for forgiveness for his actions. He promises, from now on, I won't do this to anyone else in the school. Hyun-jin says, it's okay, you can get up now. I understand that it's difficult to do this in front of everyone, so I accept your apology. Hyun-sung wanted to safeguard his brother's innocence, which is why he sent him to Decent Science High School. From that day forward, Hyun-jin's world transformed. During recess, even the seniors were eager to meet him. Hyun-jin thinks to herself that she knew her brother was popular, but she didn't expect it to be on such a large scale. That was also the moment Dae-san fell into Hyun-sung's grasp. Numerous rumors surrounded him, but time passed, and he remained inactive. Soon, June arrived, bringing with it hotter days. In Chang Byum's office, a secretary bursts in, screaming, we got it! The government officially announced the Sejong reconstruction project. Chang Byum cheers, celebrating as his gamble finally pays off. Directors play a crucial role in shaping the vision and execution of a film or television project. They guide the cast and crew, making key decisions about the story, performances, and overall aesthetic. Their leadership influences every aspect of production, from casting choices to the final edit, ensuring that the narrative resonates with audiences. Through their unique styles and approaches, directors bring stories to life, creating memorable experiences that leave a lasting impact. The construction business doesn't thrive on prayers. Another executive points out, you're only viewing it from one perspective. They caution leader Chang-suk, emphasizing that buying land at this price is a real bargain. A luxury villa complex would be a welcome addition. If we're correct, the road plan is already in its initial stages, indicating a strong demand for the land. Chang Byam asks, "Leader, are you still going to act recklessly?" A nerdy director asks, "We need to concentrate on generating revenue. People are eager for buildings and apartments designed by Myung-jin, yet you're investing in a complex instead. This is the most inefficient plan imaginable. As a director, you should be aware of that." Chung Byam replies, "The land isn't going anywhere. We just need to wait for the right moment. You're the only one who doesn't understand that? Stop complaining if you want to become an executive director." But the leader interrupts, stating, "I put my name on this plan. Success or failure, it's in your hands." Chung Byam assures the CEO, "Trust me, I won't disappoint you." In the present, a director analyzes the situation, stating that the profit has already reached 30 billion and will continue to increase. The CEO stands up and states that Chung Byam has always been a problematic son. He discovered a new source of business and achieved success. As I mentioned earlier, success or failure would be entirely his to claim. Today, I'm pleased to announce that the next CEO will be our executive director, Go Chang-byum. Chang-suk stands up and says, "You can't do that. Reforming ministries is basically a lottery." The CEO responds, "It's not because of the results. What did you do when the idea first came up? You were against it." The focus was solely on Chang-byum's success rather than the achievements of the company. That's why he is the best option. He seeks input from others. Is my eldest son not good enough? All the executives agree. Myung-jin Construction simply needed a successor. Starting tomorrow, Chang-suk will leave the construction company. I want to reward you now for everything you've done up to this point. Outside, Chang-suk wonders how this could have happened. He kicked me out as if I were nothing. I never wanted to resort to this. But I cannot leave the place I am meant to inherit. Mr. Reporter, are you busy? I would like to have lunch with you. Chang Byam asks the protagonist if they remember this place. The protagonist replies, "Of course. This is where I got my opportunity." The young man admits, "To be honest, I thought you were crazy. But do you know why I believed in you? It's because you didn't hide your greed. I understood that you would become CEO no matter what it took. Thank you for your support. I've secured the position because of you. As for my promise, I will stand by you until the end." Hyun Sung has stated that if he keeps his word, you will remain his top priority. Director Chel Jin then calls Chang Byam. Chang Byam panics and asks, "Who said the article was released?" Online, discussions erupted about Myung-jin Construction's heir, rumored to be the illegitimate child of an affair from decades ago. Chang-sok says, "That idiot shouldn't have coveted my position. He should know his place. If he had just stayed quiet in his corner, things would have been different. I would have treated him like an older brother. But upon reflection, he's quite fortunate. I caught a glimpse of some unusual money flow from the CEO." Chang-sok mentioned this to his mother as a precaution. That's when he discovered that Myung-jin had been having an affair. The most important aspect was the woman who gave birth to a child decades ago. His mother urged him not to tell Chung Byam. Chung Byam warns the director, "I don't care if you wipe everyone out or bribe them. Just get rid of these articles." Then, he apologizes to the protagonist, saying he has to leave because Chung-sok made a mess. The protagonist understands that Chung-sok made a mess. The protagonist understands that Chung-sok used every trick in the book to become CEO. But there are lines that shouldn't be crossed. This time, he won't forgive him. Yoon Sung asks, "What are you planning to do? Are you going to find Go Chan-sok and confront him? That won't solve anything and could backfire, causing you to lose everything." Chang Byam says, "Right now, it feels as if my mother has been stabbed." Yoon Sung asks him to be honest, revealing that the illegitimate son isn't him, it's Go Chang-sok. In a past life, Chang Byam broke his brother's jaw. Myung-jin hired an expert to oversee the succession, and that's how the scandal began. However, Yoon Sung was less focused on the violence and more attentive to the family's movements. The succession race was already leaning in favor of Chung Byung. Despite this, Chang-sok made a surprising revelation, but Myung-jin continued to support Chung Byung. Not only that, but Chang Byum's mother also resolved his problems. In contrast, Chang Sok was sent to study abroad by the same mother who had embraced her husband's son. After investigating the mystery, Yoon Sung deduced that Chang Sok is the culprit. Why didn't you use this information against your brother? It could have led to his downfall. Chang Byum says, when I was little, Myung-jin wasn't a good father. In fact, he was the worst. My mother and I fought every day. Little Changbyam asks, should I scold Dad? Perhaps he's feeling a bit touched by the situation. She said something that resonated with her son. Chang Sok isn't your brother. We don't even know who his mother is. He is still your father's son, and I had no choice but to raise him. Yet, every time I see him, my heart breaks. Chang Byum asks his mother to seek a divorce, assuring her that she can stay with him. However, that day his mother said, even so, we are family. This was the reason. The competition was a separate issue. He couldn't allow it to harm his mother. He contemplated whether he should take Chang Sok's life. Yoon Sung called his friend and said, I have a way to solve this without hurting anyone. He said, do you want to hear it? The next day, in the press room, Chang Byum thought to himself, I am not an alcoholic. I am the heir to the corporation. Then he introduced himself and apologized for disappointing everyone due to his family problems. He assured everyone that he would answer all questions today. It was true that his father had an affair, but that does not mean I am the illegitimate child. He held up a DNA test, declaring, this DNA test proves I am CEO Myung-jin's son. As you can see, my mother's and father's blood runs in my veins. A reporter asked, is there another bastard? The young man replied, there was one. Unfortunately, that child lost their life before entering the world. His father felt guilty about it, which is why he sent money as a pension. People began to panic, shouting, we have a question. Chang Byum responded, this is the truth about my family. If anyone approaches them with bad intentions after this, as the next CEO and the eldest, I will ensure that you can expect significant consequences. Chang Sok slammed his fist against the wall in frustration and shouted, this is a lie, he yelled. Everything is false. In the meeting room, Myung-jin expressed his gratitude to his son for considering the family's needs. The young man responded, I only did what was expected. His father advised him, do not worry. Live a life as CEO that you will not be ashamed of. He then asked Chang Byum to wait outside, as he needed to speak with Chang Sok. Myung-jin said, I know you did everything to become CEO, and I can't blame you for that. There was a time when I believed you would be the best option. That way, the family would treat you well, and you wouldn't suffer as a bastard. Yet, you dug your own grave. Chang Sok knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Myung-jin said it was scary, noting that your mother was also wicked, especially with how she was sucking up money. However, he believed the boy would be worth it. Then he announced, I will give you some buildings. You shouldn't worry about money. Chang Sok begged for one final opportunity. The father shouted, the reason Chang Byum kept the secret and never used it in the competition is that you are part of the family. He did it because he saw you as a younger brother. In hindsight, I could have easily handed the CEO position to Chang Byum. I gave my bastard son a chance to enter the race. Not only Myung-jin, but your mother and Chang Byum also considered you family. Chang Sok realized his mistake and began to cry in despair. He understood that he was the truly privileged son. His older brother overheard this from behind the door. At Incheon International Airport, Chang Sok revealed, I married without any feelings. I even had an affair. He provided the materials his brother needed to manage the company. He also mentioned that he has assigned his staff to support the future CEO moving forward. They are typically quite helpful, so be sure to utilize them effectively. But first, he asked one thing. Who the hell'd my brother? Chang Byum smiled at being called brother. The younger one continued, it might have been an executive, and if it wasn't someone from the company, the only one I spent money on was Hyun Sung. He is just a high school kid, but he questioned his choices. The brother's reaction was one of surprise and disbelief. He couldn't quite process what he had just witnessed, his eyes widening as he struggled to find the right words. The mix of emotions played across his face, revealing a blend of concern and curiosity about the situation unfolding before him. Chang Sok asked, are you serious? Was it him who helped? But Chang Byum thought to himself, you are an imbecile for letting your guard down. Then he said, I won't let you get away with it if you touch Hyun Sung. Chang Sok admitted, you are better at using people. That's why you should be the next CEO. You took a chance on a high school student after all. Now, far from his brother, he answered a call. Hyun Sung said, I already know who it was. Chang Sok said, do you want to say goodbye? The protagonist replied, I was just going to warn you. I am not like Changbyam who resolved things peacefully. You can live as a member of the royal family, but you won't have a drop of power. He shouldn't attempt any tricks, yet Chang Sok simply laughs at that. He states that his brother wouldn't allow him to get away with it if he touched Chang Sung, and he envies their loyalty. He clearly acknowledges his brother's abilities. He expresses his gratitude for that, being the youngest, and also representing Myeongjin Construction. Yun Sung strolls along the terrace, convinced that he has found a solution to his problem. He realizes he has only a few months remaining, the day he will execute his plan to take down the Golden Circle. Before that happens, a child hiding under the table pleads with Yun Sung. Young Min-ho keeps calling and sending him messages non-stop. The protagonist needs to clean up his mess. In the principal's office, he asks, to what do I owe the honor of your presence, Changbyam? The young man states that it's nothing complicated and warns that Hyun Sung will be transferring to Seoul next year. The principal is taken aback, believing that Hyun Sung is a valuable asset who could help make their school famous. Changbyam says that eventually Hyun Sung will graduate and you should focus on your relationships without depending on him. He expresses his desire to continue supporting Kaole. The principal states, as an educator, I care about my students. Someone like our protagonist deserves to swim in bigger waters than Dae-sun. Min-ho continues to send messages to Hyun Sung. Someone remarks that this guy is a joke, until Min-ho arrives at the location and asks, do you have a minute, protagonist? After fleeing Dae-sun, he dreamed of beginning anew in a different city and school. Min-ho believes his parents invested heavily to erase his past. He is determined to live a completely new life from this point forward. He realized that by paying for snacks for others and helping them when they needed it, he could also experience life as a typical high school student. He believes he locked the room and placed the key in the teacher's lounge, allowing him to head to the PC cafe. Then someone calls Min-ho asking, how about we take you home? It's right around the corner. Min-ho believes this guy has a bully's expression. If he appears foolish, he'll end up as an errand boy. Even if he gets beaten, he must demonstrate that he isn't a pushover. He says, I don't want to. However, Park delivers a kick to his stomach. Min-ho believes that if he gives up after just one punch, he would be in serious trouble. He can't afford to appear weak. He lunges forward and asks, why are you hitting me? But Park grabs him and tells him he's weak. He retaliates with a punch to the young man's jaw and spits on his head. Then he addresses everyone, declaring, introducing your new toy. After that day, Min-ho's life was turned upside down as his classmates continued to bully him relentlessly. When he attempted to engage with others, he was consistently overlooked, and his reality grew increasingly challenging. Elsewhere, Park asks if it would only be 50,000 won. He is aware that Min-ho covered the cost of snacks and the hours spent at the PC cafe. There was nothing he could do, not even if he told his parents or tried to use a knife against him. His friend back there comes from a wealthy family in Gyeongdu. A simple word from his parents sends even the principal running. Crying won't help him now. If he snitches, his friend will hire a lawyer. Min-ho asks, why are you doing this to me? Park replies, someone asked me to. You should have lived a meaningful life. Kim Hyun-sung had been waiting for Min-ho to ascend the stairs of hope from the very start. The higher he climbs, the greater the fall. Sean-soo warns that there's a guy named Park Min-gu at Young School, and he's definitely skilled. Hyun-sung offers an advance of 1,000, with an additional 5,000 to be paid once the job is completed. He also ensures that Min-ho understands he has no hope, no matter how hard he tries. When his friend calls him a crazy bastard, Hyun-sung chooses to take it as a compliment. Min-ho is convinced that the protagonist hired the Golden Circle, and he knows he still needs to escape. However, he questions what he can do next. He will always hold on, believing he just needs to endure, because that's how life works. Things might get better. Another Park recounts that he left this elite brew aging for 3 whole days. If you shake it, you can see just how thick it has become. Park continues, if he drinks this and makes it to the next class without going to the bathroom, I promise I won't bother him again. Min-ho wonders if it's true. Park responds, it's a promise. The young man takes a drink. Class begins, but it doesn't take long for him to sense something strange. He believes he just needs to hold on for 1 hour, and then everything will be over. However, after some time, he can no longer endure it. Suddenly, a noise compels him to leave the room. Min-ho runs out as his classmates exclaim, that was sick. He can't take it any longer. He refuses to face this alone. He realizes that he now has evidence on his clothes. No matter what happens, if they see this, they'll come to his aid. In the teacher's room, Park offers an apology, acknowledging that his prank was too extreme and promising it won't happen again. Park continues, but you can ask anyone. I'm just a close friend of Minho's. Outside, Park confronts the young man, declaring, teachers are public servants. They prefer to remain quiet in their corner until retirement. It's important to pay attention to them. He slaps his own face. Park warns, now both of us are guilty, but they'll only see Minho as the one in the wrong. Park continues, you should hurry up and snitch on me. I dare you to show me what you can do. Minho walks around reflecting on how he trusted a teacher simply because there was no one else to turn to. He lost his sanity after enduring the beatings. His classmates ask if the rumor is true, wondering if he was expelled from a school in Dasan for bullying other students. Minho believes this is karma. As a final resort, he decides to leave school. A few days later, he arrives home and opens the door. Park kicks him aside and says, it's been a while. Minho asks, why are you here? The job is already done. Park replies, you're not wrong. He continues, from time to time, clients come to me with unusual requests. They ask me to challenge you once a month. Back in the present, Minho kneels and pleads for forgiveness, expressing his willingness to do anything. Hyun Sung states, you've experienced firsthand that malice can take a life. He then adds, but I'll give you one last chance. Out of respect for the lengths you went to find me, you need to get rid of Park. Minho asks how he can do that. Minho, clutching his leg, says, I have no money left and no power. You have your body. You just need to create a situation that will draw the police in. Hyun Sung continues, to attain freedom, you must demonstrate what you possess. Park sits in the room, commenting, it's boring now that my toy is gone. He believes the Golden Circle is a great business. He can't believe he earned $6,000 just for beating Minho, along with an additional $1,000 each month. Suddenly, a police officer enters the room and asks, are you Park? You need to come with us quietly. Minho jumped from a building yesterday. The officer continues, stating that he is still alive but unconscious. Park asks what that has to do with him. The detective replies, that's a lot of nerve. The detective continues, stating that young Minho included your name in his will because he didn't want to live because of you. He adds that there were many witnesses who saw you bullying others. There are security recordings of you breaking into people's homes. The detective explains that it only took a quick glance for them to be overwhelmed with evidence. Park believes this is unfair. He didn't act out of desire, yet they expect him to take the blame for everything. He says he was hired by the Golden Circle, but the detective interrupts him, telling him to shut up. He silences the cameras and turns away as Park asks, I'm here to assist you with your requests. The detective asks, don't you understand why they gave you so much money? It wasn't for the work. You were meant to take all the blame if something like this occurred. You can discuss the Golden Circle, but you have no evidence to support your claims. You can try as much as you want if you're curious to know your fate. So, you can explore different paths and possibilities that may reveal what lies ahead. You should quickly take the blame if you want to survive. At Yonggi General Hospital A television report reveals that a bullied student jumped from a building. Fortunately, he survived. However, the culprit was Park. He will be arrested, and many people are commenting that individuals like him deserve to rot in prison. Hyun Sung believes that, in the end, Park took the blame. He realizes that he could have ended up in the same situation. He must remain calm in order to dismantle the Golden Circle. He will continue to enjoy his small pleasures while doing so. Minho's mother is taken aback when the protagonist enters the room. She firmly tells him, get out of here right now. Hyun Sung states that he simply wants to talk to Minho, insisting that he's not crazy enough to do anything in a hospital. I promised the boy that I wouldn't bother him again, and I fear what I might do if this persecution continues. Minho's mother warns him, don't you dare touch a single hair on my son's head. You should keep that in mind, because I'll step in if I hear anything. The protagonist reassures her, don't worry. He takes Minho's hand. He prayed on the way there, hoping that Minho would be conscious, so that he could remember this feeling and the words he was about to say. You should have given up like the others. You should have accepted your fate. Watching a guy like you struggle to survive was entertaining, but I have no intention of keeping that promise, so it's better to continue like this. If you wake up, we'll meet again in the hell I call reality. Later at the market, the protagonist reflects on how he chose this path for revenge. But he can't allow himself to dwell on that feeling. In this life, he must ensure that his friends are happy. A girl was scanning snacks at the checkout, while the protagonist considered making some eggs for his brother. The girl becomes frightened when she sees the protagonist. She runs away, and the protagonist instantly recognizes her as Oh Hyunji. Changbyum calms, I spent money to investigate, and it's just as I suspected. They pretended to cut her Achilles tendon. He contemplates whether he should eliminate the doctor or Heji. The protagonist asserts that he has both money and power, and he wouldn't easily abandon his daughter, especially since he hired the Golden Circle to protect her. He asks if he knows what Hinji bought at the market, and it turns out it was just some snacks. She pretended to be a patient for months, and it must have felt suffocating. She even wore a hood, fearful of being caught, suggesting this might not be her first time. It doesn't matter if she goes out like this occasionally. She can walk on her own 2 feet, but she prefers not to do so in front of others. And that is essentially hell on Earth. Earth, the third planet from the Sun, is the only known celestial body that supports life. Its diverse ecosystems and climates provide a vibrant home for millions of species, including humans. The atmosphere, rich in nitrogen and oxygen, is essential for respiration and protects against harmful solar radiation. With 71% of its surface covered by oceans, Earth regulates temperature and weather patterns. Geological activity, including tectonic movements and volcanic eruptions, continually shapes its landforms, creating a dynamic environment. As time passed and the end of the second year approached, the days remained calm. However, Hyun-sung was not backing down. He found himself in a fierce battle with Sinwoo in the octagon. The protagonist swiftly dodged and delivered a strike to Sinwoo's arm. As his fist moved closer, his friend's foot followed suit, bringing them dangerously close to colliding just as the fight time expired. Sinwoo asks, "Aren't you tired, my friend? We've been at this for 5 rounds of 5 minutes each." The protagonist responds that he can handle it. The professor then calls the 2 boys over. They mention that they have been training properly, and the 2 greet the coach. Doo-hak then asks, "Hyun-sung, do you recall? When we first met, you asked me to take you to a place where you would have no rivals by the winter of your second year." His training was nearing its conclusion, and he needed to clear his schedule for the weekend to review the results of his training in Seoul. Before that, Doo-hak asked, "Why would I do this? Is it to punish my own students?" He felt he hadn't changed at all, viewing himself as the same person he once was, burdened by a troubling past. Then, Doo-hak declared, "I won't attempt to debut again." He expresses a desire to see how much they've improved and takes pride in having a junior who is similar to him. Doo-hak sees this as his opportunity to humiliate Doo-shul while promoting his academy. Therefore, he accepts. On the designated day, Sinwoo observes that Seoul feels different. Doo-shul tells him to drop the country bumpkin act. Sinwoo observes that there are many famous faces present, even individuals from the martial arts community. Doo-hak orchestrated all of this to toy with him. Then Doo-shul calls his students over, saying, "Come over here." He explains that they understand why so many spectators were gathered to watch what seemed like a simple sparring match. It wasn't that the fight would be difficult. It meant that if they finished them off, in the worst case, no other student would ever reach their level. At that moment, for the very first time, Doo-hak realized that his passion could ignite a fire within his students. Coach Doo-hak had prepared for a tough fight. The bald fighter thought to himself, "I feel bad hitting a student." However, Sinwoo's expression was quite irritating. The battle commences. The fighter charges forward, intent on smashing Sinwoo's face. Sinwoo delivers a kick to his calf. The fighter wonders if he knows kickboxing or taekwondo. He pretended to be hit in the face and even feigned a kick. However, his real intention was to block the low kick and counterattack. Then his calf gets hit again as Sinwoo delivers another calf kick. It's a kick to the calf that employs shock to limit an opponent's movement. The fighter thinks to himself, "This guy has a terrible fighting style." Sinwoo delivers another powerful kick. The guy retreats, thinking that his opponent will kick to take him down because he relies on boxing. However, his opponent is just going to aim his kick lower. Sinwoo thinks to himself that he has been hit a few times and that his opponent is already focused on his feet. It seems he's looking for a ground fight now. Sinwoo arrives. A kick lands squarely on the bald fighter's face. He thinks to himself, "I just need to be half as strong, a second faster." The strike effortlessly knocks him out, prompting the referee to halt the fight. Sinwoo reflects that Hyun-sung must be planning to come to Seoul. He feels the urgency to show him right here and now that his role doesn't end in Disan. Sinwoo tells Doo-hak that Seoul is an open ocean, yet this professional didn't even last 1 round. If this is their level, there's no reason to involve Hyun-sung in it. "I'll fight the next one," Doo-hak declares, his anger boiling over as he yells at Sinwoo. "You insolent brat! You clearly didn't learn any manners at your own academy. He's talking far too much. Doo-hak should put him in his place. He's just babbling after winning by sheer luck." Du-hak states that he's not wrong. That guy didn't even last one round. That's how the professional world operates. You have to be prepared to handle it. Then Du-hak questions himself, asking, so what are you going to do? Sin-woo is already warmed up. Du-hak believes he simply got lucky. He then declares, I'll do it myself. If my student gets hurt, it's not my problem. The bald fighter exits the octagon, and Du-hak tells him to shut up and go train. Du-hak tells Dim-young to leave, and the young man responds, you know I'm an expert in this style. Du-hak replies, I trust you. As the fight commences, Dim-young begins to circle. He only throws punches with his lead foot and tends to be quite passive. Du-hak thinks it's as if they know something about him. Dim-young was simply testing the waters to gauge Sin-woo's influence. He swiftly moves towards Sin-woo. Du-shil reflects. The kick arrived like a flash from afar. It barely missed. Dim-young excels at controlling distance. Du-shil wonders what Sin-woo's next move will be as he blocks the strike. The blonde recognizes his opponent's strength, but he knows that if he gives up now, all his hard work will have been for nothing. He swiftly dodges a punch, struggling to recall the reason he endured that grueling training where he was beaten every day. It was during those relentless sessions that he finally noticed an opening in his opponent's jaw. However, Dim-young feigns a grappling move, only to deliver a powerful cross. Sin-woo stumbles backward from the impact, but that only fuels his determination to attack even more. He lunges forward, and Dim-young thinks that perhaps Sin-woo is seeking a test of strength. Sin-woo believes his friend has changed and wants to understand what happened. But no matter how merciless he becomes, he remains the same person on the inside. He cannot comprehend why Dim-young insists on facing all the danger alone. It may take him a lifetime to fully grasp his emotions. Just as he reached out during difficult times, he would help his friend. Sin-woo traps Dim-young in a triangle. He continues to squeeze, and the young man pleads for him to tap out. The referee calls a halt to the fight. Then the blonde says, I defeated 2 professionals, even though I'm weaker. This will support Hyun-sung's plans. He will be my pawn. If he refuses, I will act as I please. Why are you going to such lengths? You seem like someone who has lost everything in life. Du-hak asks, what were you talking about? You need to focus on preparing for the next fight. Shin Chang-hoon still awaits defeat. People are saying that Du-hak was unfairly treated, as a professional was forced to surrender to a high school student. The coach believes that if this situation ends here, his reputation will be destroyed. People will discuss how Dookie-yul is both the best fighter and an exceptional coach. He says that Chang-hoon must fight at least once. His student replies, I haven't even made my debut yet. He was Du-hak's most talented student, contemplating how to make an extravagant debut. To become an MMA star, Chang-hoon warns, Coach, you owe me one for this. Du-hak explains that Dookie-yul wants to assess the capabilities of his students. Therefore, he allows the other student to face off against Chang-hoon. The coach asks the protagonist what he wants to do. Hyun-sung reflects that in his past life, there were 2 individuals destined for a future in martial arts. One was Kim Moo-yul, and the other was Chang-hoon. Among them, Chang-hoon made a flashy debut under the nickname Dynamite, surprising the nation by qualifying for the biggest event. Hyun-sung agrees, noting that although Chang-hoon isn't quite at that level yet, he certainly has talent. He adds that he will speak with Sin-woo later. At the start of the fight, Dookie-yul is caught off guard by the protagonist's sudden advance. Chang-hoon feels as if he is walking to his own grave. If he wants to end this quickly, it must be done swiftly. He attempts a strike, but the protagonist dodges and delivers a blow to Chang-hoon's stomach. The fighter becomes furious after taking a hit. The antagonist attempts a strike, but the protagonist skillfully blocks it and counters with a powerful cross. Chang-hoon and Hyun-sung engage in a series of intense exchanges, trading blows repeatedly. Dookie-yul thinks, that is not the style I know my student to have. Hyun-sung states that he cannot guarantee how long being calculative will be effective. The soul remains unexplored, and I will have to confront daunting monsters. It's time to let go. I must surrender to my instincts, knowing that I won't achieve perfection in soul either. Hyun-sung continues his relentless assault. Chang-hoon wonders what suddenly happened to him, as he was attempting to corner him. Yet he found himself cornered. As the protagonist prepares to unleash their final attack, tension fills the air. Dookie-yul believed that as a fighter, Hyun-sung was unmatched, with no one superior to him. However, the most frightening aspect was his complete disregard for his own safety. He was determined to defeat his opponent, no matter the cost. He knocked Chang-hoon to the ground with a powerful hook. The crowd cheered for the fighter, despite their defeat. Hyun-sung called his trainer and said, I realize how meaningless the favor I asked for was. I know it wasn't easy, but I reached the level I was striving for. I'm truly grateful that you kept your promise. Dukil said, "That's all I could have done for you. Take care." Dukijul students completely dominated Duhok's, surprising the entire national scene. Those who heard about Hyun Sung were thrilled for his debut. After a quick glance at the market value of young Dukil students, those who had previously forgotten and ignored him began to reach out. However, none of it mattered to Dukil. He expressed that he felt he had lost his motivation. Initially, he was driven by money, but at some point, he discovered that he genuinely enjoyed the life of a teacher. He once believed he felt inferior to Lee Duok, but after training those two, those thoughts vanished. He could use either of them to make money, but he wouldn't find a student who met his expectations. Until a young man entered the gym and asked, "Are you Coach Young Dukidu?" The sparring match truly impressed me. "I don't care what others say. I believe you are incredibly talented. I'm seeking your help to train because I aspire to become a champion." Jukiyul couldn't shake the feeling that he was reminded of Hyun Sung. He asked, "What's your name, kid?" The boy quickly replied, "My name is Kim Moo-yul." A few days later, while sitting on a park bench, Hyun Sung said, "I'm sorry, but I can't take Sin-woo to Seoul. He understands how dangerous the things I'm about to do are. But I never said he isn't needed. If I need him, he should come to Seoul, because at that moment, I'll want my friend by my side. I appreciate all the sincerity he's showing. Until then, I'll leave Daesun in his hands." The next day, in Sungo's classroom, Sin-woo said, "I have a question for you. When Hyun Sung leaves, Songo believes he should take the lead, stating, 'It's clear it should be me.' The blonde guy never accomplished anything," Songwoo responded. "That's a problem. It was clear that when Hyun Sung leaves and Songo graduates, the position will be vacant. Even if you attempt to take control, the bullies will not cooperate." He suggested that they fight him. Songo remarked, "Power is too sweet. It's too early to overturn the hierarchy." Meanwhile, Sin-woo stated, "I learned a lot from Hyun Sung." The two began to fight. Outside the classroom, gossip circulated among the students. Sin-woo started fighting Songo and defeated him. "I've also heard that he's been taking down any bully who dares to challenge him." After fighting alongside Songo, Sin-woo began to establish the hierarchy. First, the third years came for him, followed by the second years and the freshmen who were decent fighters. However, the outcome was that everyone lost. By the window, an extra remark, "If someone is at the top, there's always a second place. I'm satisfied being that," he replied. His friend added, "Hyun Sung is the leader." The extra then said, "Having third place isn't bad." The hierarchy was established, with Sin-woo becoming the leader of Cheon-il High School. After the exams concluded, time moved forward. Hyun Sung thought to himself, "I got a perfect score again, and that's exactly why I prepared." His grades and his presence in Gangnam would be taken seriously, and these two factors could lead to calamity. I was certain the golden circle wouldn't remain in place. Until a chubby kid entered the room and called out to the protagonist. A student warned that he had something important to say. Hyun Sung glares at him with a cold intensity. The student begins, "I was aware of how brazen it was to ignore you after receiving your help. If you want to curse me, I'll understand." After that, everyone isolated me from my perceived selfishness. I focused solely on my studies, and I didn't find it difficult at all. In fact, I was quite happy during that time. Park Mikhail's gang never troubled me. I finally experienced what it was like to have a normal life. Being friendless for a while wasn't so bad after all. Now I have friends who truly understand me. Friends who have experienced similar situations in the past. Yet, every now and then, I find myself wondering, what if I could return to the time when the revision board was open? I probably wouldn't be able to do it. After all, I'm just a coward. I was too busy running because your few words, Hyun Sung, filled me with fear. But I couldn't do that anymore. Not after hearing about the transfer. I can't forget. So, I want you to know this. We are truly grateful to you. Thanks to you, we were able to live. Jung was a pioneering figure in psychology, known for his exploration of the unconscious mind and the development of concepts such as archetypes and the collective unconscious. His work emphasized the importance of individual experience and personal growth, influencing not only psychology but also art, literature, and spirituality. Jung's theories continue to resonate today, as they offer profound insights into human behavior and the complexities of the psyche. Min's actions served as a catalyst. Other students began approaching Hyun Sung. Hyun Sung reflects that he didn't intervene with the bullies for the benefit of others. He tells them, "So you should stop smiling and praising me. I don't deserve it. Don't mistake my selfishness for kindness. You need to let this go in one ear and out the other. If my emotions fade, everything could come to an end. The issue is, it wouldn't just end at school. A newcomer asks, "Are you Hyun Sung from Chalil High?" The new guy expresses his gratitude, saying, "I'm really grateful. Without you, I wouldn't even be here." Hyun Sung replies, "I just crushed those annoying jerks to show I'm stronger than they are." The guy says, "It doesn't matter what your reason was. The important thing is that escaping that hell was thanks to you. There are many more kids like me in Daesan." After he took control of Daesan, that page transformed into a bulletin board where people interact, documenting the bullies who have been taken down. Reading the posts, it's clear that people want to attend Chilo High. They wish to express their gratitude to Hyun Sung for everything he has done. Thanks to him, everyone can live happily. We are grateful for that. The protagonist reflects that more students smile when they see him now. Vivid memories flood his mind, recalling all those trembling, fearful gazes that were once directed at him. He realized that hate only breeds more hate, and it must be rooted in evil. It doesn't matter if it was merely distorted justice. He believed he had stumbled into something truly immoral. However, as he took out the trash, the people around him began to feel happy. And that's not evil. It's a blood judgment instead. Something no one wants to face, but someone has to take it on. I will gladly take that role, as it may be the key to returning to the past. Winter break arrived unexpectedly, and after this day, Hyun Sung's relationship with Shil would be entirely over. He completed his conversation with Yo Dae-won regarding the transfer. He then offered a quick farewell to Yoon Chul. But they had no idea. Anyone Hyun Sung sets his sights on will never find comfort. He thinks to himself, "I have no intention of forgiving you just because you helped a little. There's no doubt you'll assist other worthless people." Siona suddenly calls the protagonist and asks if they have a moment. "My father wants to meet with me." In the dining room, the old man remarked, "Siona is right about your appearance. We'll talk while they prepare the food." Hyun Sung added, "I was your daughter's classmate." Sung Pil expresses his gratitude for the freedom to speak openly. The protagonist reflects on his role as the president of the Anti-School Violence Committee, a position he holds after the tragic loss of his son. He believes there will be benefits to his presence in this important work. Sung Pil says, "I asked to meet with you after hearing about what happened. I worked to eliminate school violence, but it wasn't easy. Understanding how tedious this task can be, I couldn't contain my happiness when I heard the news. My son often wonders if he would still be alive today if he had a friend like you, someone who could speak fearlessly about what happened. This is all meaningless. If I had done my job as his father, none of this would have happened. I was an incompetent father who failed to understand my son's subtle hints. He struggled to express himself, and when his grades began to drop, I lectured him without ever asking why. Then, his son suddenly mentioned transferring schools. He believed his son was simply trying to escape his difficulties. What happened still hurts him deeply. He only wanted a happy family, but he didn't realize what he was prioritizing over his son. So, he came to Daesan with the intention of raising his daughter properly. In the end, it was Hyun Sung's approach that proved successful. He is the leader of the club dedicated to punishing evil, and his move to Seoul signifies his intention to expand its reach. He has something important to say. "No matter what you do in Seoul, I will be on your side. It won't be easy for anyone to stand in your way, so please keep that in mind, because behind you are me and many others." The protagonist is a complex character who navigates a world filled with challenges and obstacles. Throughout the story, they face internal and external conflicts that shape their journey. As they encounter various characters and situations, their growth becomes evident, revealing deeper layers of their personality. Ultimately, the protagonist's experiences lead to significant transformations, making their story both compelling and relatable. He stands up and says, "I won't forget today." Then he expresses his gratitude. Outside on the playground, Siona declared that she would take revenge on those who hurt her brother, but she didn't do anything. She lacked the confidence. Hyun Sung replies, "It's not your fault." Siona says, "I know that, but I have a new dream." After he acquired this power, he faced no challenges. I witnessed it firsthand. While it's disturbing to see how power can corrupt, it only fuels my desire to obtain it for myself. I am going to become a prosecutor. I want the power to live as I choose. Therefore, I need you to do me a favor. Do not lose. Become my hope, for I will never give up. Hyun Sung says, "I will genuinely root for you." As the holidays began, Hyun Sung dedicated himself to spending more time with his family. They enjoyed a variety of delicious food, and the stunning landscapes were truly appreciated. They visited an amusement park together for the first time. The protagonist would never forget how his grandma looked like a young girl, full of happiness. No matter where they traveled, staying home felt far better. Those moments were filled with happiness and were truly precious. In fact, what he cherished most about returning to the past was the way the family's pain vanished. That made him happier than anything. Chang Biam informs him that it's all done and says, "I'll see you in a week." The Day Taiyang Group ranks as the third richest company. They offer a wide range of products and operate numerous subsidiaries, consistently ranking among the top 3 companies that graduates target in their job searches. A young man strolls by, and many people remark on his handsome appearance and his status as the heir to the Day Taiyang Group. Hyun Mun wishes everyone a wonderful day, and the girls dream of a date with him, inspired by his journey from rock bottom to his current success through hard work. He would have eventually become a partner. In the car, he removes his tie and asks, "What is this situation?" The same scenario unfolds at school. All the mothers are asking what this means. They refuse to calm down, as their children are in 12th grade, and even the smallest change in exam rankings is significant. They say the student who ranks first in the mock exams will transfer to this school. "You need to clarify this." The director begins to speak, but then another woman arrives. She asks, "Are you going to accept this student?" As the leader of the parent association, she has been instrumental in resolving many challenging situations, including personal issues. The director understood the extent of her investment, but he had no choice. A month ago, a masked young man presented evidence of all the director's misdeeds. This is sufficient to ensure criminal punishment. You need to be more cautious when you drink. It would be fascinating if all of this were to come out publicly. The director asks, "What do you want from me?" The masked man explains that a student with excellent grades is about to transfer to the high school, and the parents are likely to voice their complaints extensively. He emphasizes that your life is far more important than that of a few high school students, noting that the parents in Gangnam wield too much power. He admits he can't handle this alone. However, the man reassures him, saying not to worry. He will send someone to help and begins messaging Chang Beam. The director wonders when they will arrive. Only 5 minutes have passed and he needs to buy some time. He claims he did his best to stop the transfer, but the student changed addresses. All the paperwork was in order, and refusing the transfer would only lead to more complications. One of the mothers shouts, "That's your problem. Our children will be affected because of you. How will you compensate us?" The director responds, "This isn't something that can be resolved by shouting. Being emotional will only make things worse." But the mothers insist this is just a joke. Johai says, "I thought you were a logical man, director. That was a significant mistake on my part." She continues, "I'll go public about you accepting bribes. I'll ensure you understand the magnitude of your error." The director attempts to calm her down, but she responds by slapping him across the face. She asks how she can calm down when her child is about to face a new obstacle in life. She's not naive. She won't simply wash her hands of this. The director continues to try to appease the situation. Then another mother arrives and asks, "What is all this?" Jo-hai turns around and responds, "Are you Min-woo's mother?" Miso's life was turned upside down when she met Hyun-sung. Her husband's family began to appreciate her more, and her reputation soared. Around that time, Hyun-sung called and mentioned that he had a favor to ask. Lee Miso shared the tips he requested to be circulated online. The number of users at Mother's Sky Cafe increased by more than 30-fold in just 3 weeks. As a result, she gained complete control as the moderator of the largest Mother's Forum. She says, "It's hard to believe this, even seeing it with my own eyes." She continues, "You've gone too far. Threatening the director over a student with good grades? I don't find that acceptable." Yohai says this matter pertains to your school. Miso replies, "In that case, you no longer need the information I shared." The mother replies, "That's not what I meant. Minwoo doesn't even attend this school, so you shouldn't get involved." Lee Miso replies that the transfer student is a very good friend of her son's. "I won't just stand by," she asserts. "Of course, you are all free to do what you think is best. However, some choices can be interpreted as hostility." Johai lets out a nervous laugh, prompting them to decide to end it there as they were feeling a bit uncomfortable. The last mother says, "We've come this far for him. We'll turn a blind eye for Miso." She informs Hyun that she has resolved the issue, and the parents will no longer interfere. She continues, "Since you're looking after my Minwoo, if you need anything, just call." The protagonist replies that this is just the beginning. Daesung Mirai High School was the hub of activity for the Golden Circle. If he, the top-ranked academic student, transferred to that school, they wouldn't let it slide. In a school where commissions are actively carried out, being on the target list won't be a problem. His history in Daesung wasn't relevant there. Hyun Sung was even more excited. He had finally arrived in Gangnam, the place he had always dreamed of. Time passed as expected, yet the world remained just as corrupt. An agent informs Hyun Min that he was a target in the past. Your agents failed, and the job came to an end. Upon investigation, they realized it was a complete failure, resulting in retaliation for everyone involved. Hyun Min asks, "Why wasn't I informed of this?" The secretary reveals that Young Chan-soo and Tae-yoon were compromised by Hyun Sung. They quickly pursued Jung Chan-soo, but he had already escaped. He must have sensed the danger before making his getaway. This suggests that his motive for staying in the Golden Circle was to leak internal information. Hyun Min asks if that is your conclusion. The secretary kneels, pleading for forgiveness. But then his head is stomped on, and the blonde man asks, "What took you so long to explain that we are drowning in shit? If this information leaks, the members of the Golden Circle will panic, potentially causing disturbances they won't be able to resolve. He can't afford to lose control over his members because of these fools. He must keep going for a long time, but Hyun Sung is captivating. He could have graduated in December, but he chose to come to Seoul instead. His target was definitely the Golden Circle, and he was approaching them, fully aware of everything. The police, the justice system, the press, and politicians were all bowing to him. He says, 1 month after classes start, to deal with Hyun Sung, no matter the cost. A man on the phone states that he will provide a summary about the target. Based on his interactions with the agents, he believes that Hyun Sung is aware of the Golden Circle. He also unified all the schools in Daesun. While it may not be as prestigious as Seoul, his strength is estimated to be between rank A and S. Hyun Sung was able to create all these problems due to the support he received from the principal and teachers. He also had the support of the executive director of Myeongjin Construction. Additionally, a parents' committee attempted to block Hyun Sung's transfer. However, they failed because of the interference from Lee Miso, Dong Chul's wife, who is currently managing the Mother's Forum. The speaker feels a connection with the protagonist. In summary, Hyun Sung arrived in Gangnam with a specific goal in mind. The speaker inquires if anyone in the meeting has questions. A young man then asks about his relationship with Vice Chief Prosecutor Dong Chul. The speaker responds that he won't do anything for Hyun Sung. Another person asks if politics is involved, but the speaker denies it for now. Park Hyunjin, an executive of the Golden Circle, thinks to himself that this guy is impressive. They can't leave him alone. After all, there has never been a failure in the organization's history. He asks if there is anyone useful at the school. The speaker replies that there was Choi Myun-hoo, holds an S+ rank. Hyunjin responds that there shouldn't be any problems. The speaker states that all the teachers are on his side and that they plan to replace the principal. The executive then states, "I will take care of this personally this time. They must prioritize this above all else and seek support whenever necessary. The superiors want this completed within the first month of classes, but they plan to finish it within the first week." Yoon Sung walks through the school reflecting on how quickly time has passed. He can hardly believe that classes have already begun. Skyscrapers towered all around. Luxury cars filled the streets, and crowds of people moved about. Located near the subway station and impeccably maintained, Daesung Marai High School truly embodies the essence of downtown, attracting those wealthy enough to reside in Gangnam and possessing connections that could shape the future of Korea. Passing through that gate will mark the beginning of his revenge. In the third year, third class, the teacher says, "There's a friend I'd like to introduce before we start. You've all likely heard about the top scorer on the mock exam." Jang Won-gi asks the protagonist to introduce himself. Yoon-sung believes he appears to be problematic. The group was also seeing him for the first time, and their hostile expressions were unmistakable. He couldn't tell if their animosity stemmed from his grades or if someone had instructed them to act this way. He introduces himself to everyone, believing that he enjoys chaos. The teacher starts to speak. The March exams will consist of the SATs, so it's important to prepare. Focus on last year's questions to help you study effectively. However, something captures his attention. He mentions that the protagonist ranked first in the national mock exam and has good looks, so he should demonstrate how to solve this problem. Ha Yoon-sung thinks to himself that he doesn't care about the attention. The issue is that all the teachers, beginning with this one, are exercising caution. It's as if they're suggesting that he will lead to a decline in their students' grades. His blood nearly froze at the thought. It didn't take long for him to confront reality. A student expresses frustration, saying, "This is ridiculous. We should protest against the top student. It's not the school's fault. The real issue lies with the transfer student. Why did he come to our grade-dependent school and create this problem? It's pure selfishness." Then he claims, "We saw it earlier." He hesitated for a moment before stepping up to the board. He got up with excitement, his confidence at an entirely new level. Yoon Shung thinks they are low class and cannot do whatever they please. He slams the table and asks, Yoon Shung, do you have clogged ears? He wants to know what on earth you are thinking. Transferring to this school? Yoon Shung asks. Am I obligated to answer you? That guy gets annoyed and says, everyone is bothered because of you. Then he continues, if that's how you're going to behave, that's fine. You'll receive what you deserve. He then strikes himself in the face. Yoon Shung asks, what are you doing? The student replied, I was just messing with you. Then he drops to his knees screaming, the new kid is hitting me. He pleads for assistance, while Yoon Sung watches the scene with disdain. In the teacher's lounge, Won Ji says he hit your friend to silence him so he could study. Yoon Sung replies, I didn't do that. The teacher asks him to explain what happened to his face. Then Yoon Sung repeats, I didn't do anything. Won Ji calls the witnesses and asks if Yoon Sung hit Dong So. His friends replied that Yoon Sung started the fight and defeated him decisively. We heard plenty about him. He was considered a lunatic at his old school. Yoon Sung wonders if they are from the Golden Circle or if they simply want to get rid of him. Whatever the reason, he's fallen into a trap on his very first day, and it hasn't even begun yet. This reveals that the Golden Circle has already uncovered his existence, the truth he has been concealing, and his intentions for coming to Seoul. The internal actions of the Golden Circle remain unknown, as young Chon-soo is not present at the moment. This is war, he warns them. Dong-soo's friends are unreliable witnesses. If I'm guilty, I will accept the consequences. The teacher insists that the student's face is evidence enough, yet this brat continues to lie. He asks, who are you calling? Yoon Sung replies, I'm calling the police. Someone is attempting school violence at Daesung Mirai High School. They need to arrive quickly. The teacher asks, what are you doing? Yoon Sung states that he needs to clarify the facts in order to solve the problem appropriately. And there it was, the evidence he had been searching for. He pulled out a pen. He is a very cautious and quite convincing individual. A detective reported that a student was threatening to harm himself. What a disgusting world. He asks, what the hell were you thinking, Dong-soo? The boy replies, I was frustrated when I heard that the top student was transferring. The detective points out that the teacher is also at fault for not listening to all the students' perspectives. Won-gi responds, I lost my reason. The detective continues, Yoon Sung must be feeling terrible about this. After all, it was his first day. A woman states that grades aren't important, but in Gangnam, everything revolves around them. I'm sure none of them had bad intentions. She continues, saying that the upperclassmen act based on their feelings. The teacher trusted the student he already knew. The detective states that the complaint has been filed. Kyung-hee responds that they should punish the student, but notes that there are many other issues occurring at the moment. We typically don't accept transfers, but the director insisted. Meanwhile, we're occupied with internal hearings. The detective should approach the young people with understanding rather than severity. We will ensure that the disciplinary actions we take are strong enough to prompt reflection among the oppressors. The detective suggests that if you're willing to do that, Yoon Sung should receive a sincere apology and be allowed to move on. Yoon Sung thinks this was a well-rehearsed play where they were appeasing one another. It evokes a familiar sense of déjà vu, marked by the helplessness of a victim. As expected by the students, teachers, and police, the Gangnam Cartel is certainly different from Daejeon. It's evident that this serves as a reminder of the Golden Circle's main base. He finds it quite bizarre, noting that he never claimed he would forgive anyone. Yet the police officer spoke on his behalf, while the vice principal negotiated a compromise with the police. It's clear in their eyes, if he rejects the proposal, he'll be a fool for attempting to sabotage something that should remain hidden. Kyung-hee states, I made the suggestion so he wouldn't be portrayed in a negative light. The detective adds that he still has an entire school year ahead of him. The protagonist expresses gratitude for their concern. However, they understand that he is a minor, so this matter must be discussed among adults. A tall man walks into the room. He introduces himself as Park Jung-so, Kim Yoon-sung's lawyer. Lee Mi-so was not part of his plans. Her greatest strength lies in having a chief deputy prosecutor as her husband. His plan will be even more effective if he has him on his side. However, his research indicates that he is not that type of person. Even though he is committed to justice and social justice, his skills and record are extraordinary. He is virtually untouchable in his field. Yoon Sung believes that approaching someone in the wrong way could lead to disaster. This is a positive development. He needs someone on his side who understands the law, making it essential to find a competent lawyer. Lee Mi-so picks up the phone. She said she was listening to the professor. Back in the present, Jong-so says he generally understood the situation. This incident warrants prosecution for the involved parties, as it involves both assault and concealment. It's difficult to comprehend the situation fully. However, the professor claims it is merely a misunderstanding. The lawyer replies, "I'm not talking to you right now. It would have been better if the school had responded appropriately. However, they would merely treat the culprit under the guise of caring for the students." Hyun-hee asks if the treatment is too severe, considering they are all very young. Jung-so responds, "I'm not the one who makes that judgment. The court does." Jung-so falls to his knees, yelling that it will never happen again. "You must forgive me this time," he pleads. But the lawyer responds, "Mistakes occur when situations arise unintentionally, while actions taken with malice are classified as crimes in court." He wants to know what the vice principal's next move will be. Everyone exchanges glances and agrees to handle the matter as you wish. Initially, the lawyer considered the offer outrageous. He would accompany him for the next year and receive $10,000 each time he acted. All of this is aimed at resolving a situation without a proper trial. If it went to trial, the compensation would be a different matter, and that would apply only if the client is a victim. He gave up his career as a prosecutor for the sake of justice. As a defense lawyer, he encountered many troubling situations. However, Hyun-sung's case was particularly compelling. This is a strange case. He requested to stay close on the very first day. So, he asks, "Who the hell are you?" Hyun-sung says, "You're not welcome here. That's all I can say." At the window, Kyung-ki says, "They asked me to take care of this case. I need to ensure that everything goes perfectly." However, setting this case aside, no one would suspect that Hyun-sung had a recording. We need to be more careful moving forward, as we don't often receive such tight deadlines from our superiors. If we don't meet this deadline, we must accept that it could be the end for us. We need to tread carefully from now on, just as we have before. Kyung-hee responds, "We will do this the old-fashioned way." Yoon-sung believes that hiring a lawyer was a wise decision, as the school has suspended Dong-soo and his friends. The protagonist transformed from a figure of suspicion to someone others actively sought to avoid. Regardless of the Golden Circle's intentions, Yun-sung became increasingly isolated. He never expected life in Seoul to be easy, but in this way, it's even better. This exaggerated reaction clearly shows that it has impacted the entire school. A passerby remarks, "This lunatic was overly aware while entering the cafeteria during lunch." Then, they ask if the taste is good. They take food from her plate. He asks to try some. Hyun-sung thinks, finally, he has arrived. It's Choi Man-gun, and he asks if that is the recorder. He doesn't care and gets straight to the point. "You won't be treated like a human, but that's all due to your behavior. If you act out of pure frustration, your teachers will harshly dismiss you. Your proud record from D-san will hold no value." He's saying this because something interesting will happen as a result of his actions. If you feel angry or frustrated, bring it on. I'll take you down. Welcome to the chaos of D-sung Mirai High School. A friend asks Man-gun why he let him off with just a warning instead of taking more drastic action. The teachers are backing this decision as well. Man-gun responds, "After reviewing the information provided by the Golden Circle, I realized that bastard isn't normal. He confronted an entire school by himself, overpowering everyone and leaving them in a dire state. He either sent them to juvenile detention or rendered them incapacitated. One of them was from the Golden Circle, and that guy is truly insane. He believes that's the reason the Golden Circle is paying $100 million. If I perform my job flawlessly, I might even receive a bonus. He can't treat that guy like an idiot. He doesn't give up easily. They need to demonstrate that to him. Unlike D-san's soul is hell on earth, he needs to grasp the true meaning of that." In the classroom, Hyun-sung thinks, the deadline set by the Golden Circle is likely to coincide with the first semester exams. The commissioners will take care of it. The Golden Circle won't remain silent, even with a recorder present. A piece of eraser is tossed onto his desk. He contemplates, "I anticipated something like this, but they were behaving even more childishly than he had expected." This is also a test of sorts. He wonders how long he can endure it. How long until the situation becomes ideal for the Golden Circle and he explodes. They are aware of how unpredictable he is, yet they continue to behave this way. He has even prepared himself for this particular lifestyle. Even if he destroys Man-gun, someone else will take his place. What he truly needs is a clear demonstration that the school system is powerless against him. He prefers to be a thorn in their side. He asks the guy, "Are you having fun?" The man looks surprised as Hyun-sung repeats the question. He switches off the recorder built into his pen. Hyun-sung forcefully slams the student's head onto the desk. The student asks, "Why am I being beaten up?" Hyun-sung thinks to himself, this isn't right. The student responds, this is school violence. You hit me first. Hyun-sung states that he understands, noting that, unlike Dong-soo, he intentionally fell for the provocation. The two situations are different. He was simply doing what he needed to keep his plans on track. He then tells everyone to pay attention, declaring, you are all witnesses to this. He begins to punch the student's face wildly. In the teacher's lounge, they ask Young-ho to explain what happened. Young-ho expresses his anger, stating that he is upset about Dong-soo's situation, which he believes is a result of Hyun-sung's actions. I was throwing erasers at him as a joke, but that was already an exaggeration. The teacher said, you were unilaterally punched. Kyung-hee states that the action taken against Dong-soo was fair and expresses relief that you acknowledge your mistakes. However, Kim Hyun-sung's use of violence against a classmate over a prank makes him just as culpable. If he believes he is innocent, he should present that remarkable recording. Hyun-sung confesses that he hit him, and he believes this situation shouldn't be resolved in that manner. He will be punished if necessary, so he hopes they reach a fair decision. The teacher remarks that it's unusual for him to comply with the suspension. He's a meticulous individual, the kind who always comes prepared with a recorder. There is indeed a plan to appease the council, and he is quite compliant. This is Gangnam, beyond the Golden Circle. This place isn't swayed by background or outside support. There's no chance of success here. He's simply improvising at this point. Everyone should remain calm, as he no longer attends this school. Lee Mi-so happily opens the door and brings some snacks to her son. Studies were good, but they were challenging, Min-woo replies. Something unfortunate occurred. Mr. Hyun-sung said he can no longer teach me. There are 7 days until the council opens. Miso informs the other parents that her tutor appeared to be in trouble after unilaterally punishing a student. She says, we must join forces in this case to support him and ensure he isn't treated unfairly by outside influences. If we show our sincerity, maybe he will continue the tutoring. Lee Miso speaks with her husband, expressing that she has talked to other members and would like him to lend a hand. Dong-chil replies that he does not receive money from taxpayers or any amount of power to use for his personal agenda. His wife appears downcast. The man says, it's not your fault if Min-woo doesn't get into Korea University. He has been very distant until now. He wipes away his wife's tears and assures her that he will teach their son separately. I can't help in my role as a prosecutor, but I can help as a husband. There are 5 days remaining until the council opens. The lawyer screams, this is different from the proposal. I can't represent him at the council. If you want to make a purchase with cash, you need to void the contract and find another prosecutor immediately. There are plenty of individuals who would eagerly take advantage of these conditions. He becomes irritated and sits down on the sofa. He admits, to be honest, I didn't even sleep after that. He is eager to find out what happened and who was supporting him. The innocent student and teachers perceive him as a villain, while he genuinely seeks help but is unwilling to ask for it. He believes he simply wants to uncover the true intentions. Lee Yun-sung says, the conditions remain the same. I can void the contract without any fee if you wish, but the die is cast. He asks, do you want to hear what I have to say? He wants his opponent to lose his life. This means he doesn't plan to remain idle. On the day of the council opening, a heavy atmosphere hangs over the venue. Kyung-hee observes that everyone appears to be present. In this case, the council will initiate the discussion about Kim Hyun-sung's involvement in school violence. A few days earlier, a radio played. The protagonist remarks that the teachers would tear him to pieces cruelly, noting, it's the weakness of the Golden Circle. Hyun-sung's explanation left Jong-so utterly speechless. He was the only target the Golden Circle couldn't eliminate. Jong-so hesitated to respond. Confronting the Golden Circle was a dangerous move. In the past, when he accepted requests from victims, they were expressions of fear. Now, he encountered another victim of the circle. He expressed his doubts about whether he made the right choice in leaving his position as a prosecutor. He had fought against the corruption among veterans and, as a result, faced ostracism. His wife divorced him because of it. He pondered what the right choice was if he wanted to be a good father and husband. If he set aside his conviction, everything would have been in vain. Therefore, he seeks justice and insists he did nothing wrong. He did his best to survive. The protagonist pleads with the council, saying, please, don't go. The teacher explains that the incident happened because Yoon-go acted immaturely, while Hyun-sung retaliated with violence, but took it too far. Due to this incident, he sustained permanent damage. This catches everyone off guard. According to the diagnosis, Yoon-go lost 3 teeth. He not only has physical consequences, but also requires therapy. This statement from the high school parents clearly demands that Hyun-sung be punished. They argue that the tendency to commit violence serves as circumstantial evidence. This indicates other violent tendencies. Therefore, we request severe disciplinary action. Lee Mi-so thinks to herself that she cannot even attempt to help him. Kyung-hee thinks everything is going just as she wants, but Hyun-sung remains calm. The lawyer from earlier was absent, and the unusual silence felt unsettling. It is concerning the diagnosis. The statement, the lawyer. This was all perfectly planned. They ask, what do you have to say in your defense? Hyun-sung admits, I hit Yu Young-ha, but he insists that he does not believe there is any permanent damage. The detective questions whether he is suggesting the diagnosis is incorrect. Hyun-sung responds by confirming his doubts with two suspicions. He wants to know if his teeth actually fell out, but Young-ha did not reveal that during the incident. Additionally, there was a time when the school suspected him due to Dong-soo's false accusations. He would have faced unjust punishment immediately after transferring. As a result, Hyun-sung will never trust the outcomes of this incident. The school takes actions without conducting proper investigations. Yoon-hwa filed a false report. The detective stands and states that this is too much speculation. The teacher insists that Hyun-sung should feel remorse for his actions. Kyung-hee believes his intention is to admit only to the assault, but he remains nothing more than trash. She then states that he has clearly demonstrated violence and has not reflected on his actions, especially in light of the multiple incidents. She continues, student Kim Hyun-sung has been expelled. Elsewhere, an executive expresses gratitude to the director for her decisive actions. She expelled Hyun-sung despite the risks involved. He assures her that he will reward her for the successful outcome. Now, she has proven herself more than capable of handling her role as director. The woman says, that is good news. Thanks to that idiot director, everything is going smoothly. It's the power of being a director with the Golden Circle's support. Life was beautiful. The next day, she walks into the classroom. Where is that bastard? Do my words mean nothing? He was expelled, but he is still in the classroom. Yoon-sung replies, I have no reason to follow that decision. The director insists that a mere student cannot refuse so openly. Yoon-sung says to take the paper and discuss the details with his lawyer, as he needs to prepare for class. The woman becomes irritated and asks, what the hell is this? Young-soo states that yesterday's council results have raised many points of controversy. They have requested a stay of execution. To clarify, if the stay is accepted, then no. No matter what they do, your client does not have to listen. Even if it is a forced expulsion, I will use everything at my disposal to take this case forward. After this, your client will have graduated. If that happens, those who reached out to the Golden Circle will be in a panic. Kyung-hee believes that suspending disciplinary actions is ridiculous. Instead of talking trash, he should have hoped they wouldn't uncover his plan. Young-soo says, no matter how much money you spend in court, you cannot deliver your own verdicts. If a precedent exists and a nonsensical verdict is rendered, it could lead to the judge being dismissed. This evidence demonstrates how frequently the Golden Circle employed this method to suspend disciplinary actions. He sets the paperwork down on the table. He asks what this means, because if you want to deny the stay, you will need to disregard all incidents involving the Golden Circle. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. In Hyun-sung's past life, there was a troubling incident. An aggressive student was accused of pushing another student to the brink of taking his own life. A newspaper article reported that actions were taken. However, they were put on hold due to a request for suspension. The student continued attending classes while Hyun-sung reconciled with Jung-soo. He also learned about the strategy employed by the Golden Circle. Hyun-sung declares that they will continue this fight. He vows to ensure they can no longer touch him, promising to turn their own dirty methods against them. Back in the present, Jung-soo asks if anyone knows the common factor among everyone there. They were all clients of the Golden Circle. All of these cases involved requests for suspension, yet they graduated without any issues. The Golden Circle poses challenges for my client, but I will utilize every legal precedent in court. This will guarantee that he receives the actions he is entitled to. Kyung-hee says he's crazy and that they'll get rid of him. Sacrificing a judge means nothing. How dare you challenge us with such empty threats? You won't be able to touch our client. Young-soo says this is perfect timing. I know you all dislike revealing your identities. If you want to turn this situation into complete chaos, just take a look outside. We've prepared a special gift for him. Sung-pil is shouting as he introduces himself. Sung-pil shouts that anyone can be a victim of school violence, including your children. There are clear signs when this occurs, and they must not ignore these clues to ensure their young ones do not lose their lives. He shouts, don't live with the regret of losing your children like I did. Don't make the same mistake. Jung-soo states that money and power are two things everyone desires, but they can't persuade that organization. The executive summarizes, if you confront him, it will expose the Golden Circle to the world. There's nothing more they can accomplish in this school. Kyung-hee states that he is turning this into something significant, aiming to erase everything that has yet to be revealed. The executive agrees. However, since it has come to this point, they need to let him go, which means the teachers must remain inactive tomorrow. On a different topic, Hyun-sung wasn't the only victim of the Golden Circle at Daesung Mirai High School. Myun-gun was fighting a man named Jae-wook. He told him that he had to drop out of school or transfer if he wanted to live. The boy replied, "I'm so sorry." Moon-gun responds, "That's a lie. Do you really think you can just relax this year because you're a senior? I know you're just a rat who hid for a year. It's been a while since I've seen anyone like you," Moon-gun says. "Even if it feels bad, it will be faster for you to leave this school than to graduate." He holds Yook's hand. The boy groans in pain as he feels his finger break. Min-gun orders him to stop crying. A few days after Jae-wook secured first place in his freshman year's first semester exams, Min-gun appeared, driven by the hopes of his parents who had moved to Gangnam for his future. Jae-wook had planned to endure Min-gun's intimidation, but the pain became too unbearable for anyone to withstand. Due to the recent rumor, Jae-wook sank into deeper despair. However, after Hyun-sung retaliated, he was forced to confront the council. He believed it was impossible to confront Myun-gun until he heard a rumor. Hyun-sung was still attending classes despite being expelled. He can continue attending until the court issues a verdict on his appeal, and by the time it's resolved, he will have already graduated. Jae-wook believes that if senior Hyun-sung can stop Myun-gun, then there is hope for him as well. He introduces himself to the protagonist and says, "I have something to tell you. I'm still not sure, but that jerk Myun-gun was provoking us on purpose. And I'm also being bullied, just like you," Hyun-sung says. "Why are you saying this?" Yoo-wook asks. "I hope you overcome the intimidation." Suddenly, water splashes onto the protagonist's head. The boy asks, "Senior, are you okay?" The protagonist responds, "You're right. Mon-won is intentionally trying to intimidate both of us. So from now on, don't do anything, as you don't have any information." A friend observes that the protagonist is determined to succeed. Mon-gun says that Jerk thinks we're idiots. Warn everyone that the plan is already in motion. The protagonist stares. More members of the Golden Circle approach him. They ask, "Are you Senior Hyun-sung?" The protagonist punches one in the face before they can finish their sentence. The protagonist declares, "These damn guys better come at me now." Their commander orders them not to be afraid of him, and they all advance together. Hyun-sung delivers a powerful kick to one of them in the stomach, believing he had insight into Jae-wook based on the information from Chan-soo. He dodges another blow and causes the enemy to trip. What he did was simply be a great student. Then, that guy starts tumbling down the stairs. Another character advances toward the protagonist. Just like before, Jae-wook approached him, desperate for assistance. If he can navigate these stairs safely once more, they can finally experience peace. He sends another opponent tumbling down the stairs, prompting their commander to exclaim, "This is unbelievable." All around him, his subordinates are surrounded by blood. Hyun-sung grabs one of them by the hair and demands, "What are you doing just standing there? This is only the beginning." At school, Jae-wook wonders if the protagonist will be all right. He is certain that Hyun-sung has gone to where Min-gun is. Students rush toward the stairs, commenting that there's a fight happening. All the guys from school who can fight are targeting Hyun-sung. Jae-wook realizes this is going to be a group beating. Min-gun has set a trap, and Jae-wook is left wondering what to do next. He knows he must help his senior. He opens the teacher's lounge door and says that something bad has happened. They're beating senior Hyun-sung in the next building, but the teacher tells him to leave, repeating the order, "Don't stand in my way." The teachers are currently in an important meeting. If you understand, please leave the area. Jae-wook wonders how they can stand by and let this happen to the senior. He pulls out his phone to report it to the police. He calls the police, stating, "This is Daesung Mirai High School. There's a large group fight." The officer explains that, unfortunately, they would like to send officers immediately. However, there is a case involving 3 cars and a drunk driver that needs to be resolved first. Once that situation is handled, they can send officers. Jae-wook thinks the teachers must be in a sudden meeting. It feels like too much of a coincidence, and the boy can't make sense of it. Last night, the executive warned Myun-hung that Daesung would become a lawless land by tomorrow. You must eliminate the target. There will be no interference, no witnesses, and no evidence left behind. This is the extent of the Golden Circle's reach. Jae-wook contemplates whether he should turn a blind eye. The senior represents his salvation, but he knows this isn't his business. Despite everything, he genuinely worries about him. Hyun-sung is the first person to ever stand by his side, so he can't just stand there feeling helpless. He snaps a broom in half, he holds the stick, and this was his problem as well. As he climbs the stairs, a scream pierces the silence, startling him as he opens the door. One of the Golden Circle members engaged in a physical fight with the protagonist. Hyun-sung was holding a bloody knife. Sweating coldly, the protagonist was training in January of this year, just before heading to Seoul. As time was running out, he delivered one final punch to the punching bag. Sinwoo approaches and says, "You'll end up dead at this rate. You've already proven enough." Hyun-sung responds, "The golden circle is irrational. I don't know what kind of sick acts they'll commit, so I need to prepare for all scenarios." As the protagonist climbs the stairs, he thinks to himself, "Looks like I was right." He strikes another guy, while his colleagues remark that he's crazy for taking them all on at once. The protagonist states, "From the teachers to the police, no one will interfere. They can do whatever they want. It's messed up." The silver lining is that, regardless of what unfolds here, they will still have to act as if nothing occurred. On the rooftop, sounds begin to emerge. The protagonist kicks the door open, gripping one of Min-kun's subordinates tightly in his hands. Min-kun claps and says he came here on his own. Min-kun found it incredible. Aware that Hyun-sung was a psychopath, he crafted a storyline that was perfectly suited to him. Hyun-sung had completely lost his mind, picked a fight with them, and accidentally tripped over his own feet. The police would investigate later, but they would label him the aggressor. The outcome was clear. He would be seen as both the aggressor and the victim. An ambiguous end, Min-kun asked. "Isn't that just perfect?" Hyun-sung agreed, stating that someone would lose their life regardless. Both men charged at each other, grinning widely. In the principal's office, the teacher asked, "Is it really okay if we do this?" Kyung-hee replied, "There's no other way. We're in the Golden Circle's boat now. They even have members in the police, the courts, and politics. They can manage whatever comes their way." The teacher asked, "What if it goes wrong?" The director replied, "Min-kun isn't the only shranks in this school. You need to come up with an excuse for the cleanup." Hyun-sung took a punch to the face. He stumbled back, thinking, "This bastard hit me again. I could have dodged that, but my reaction time is slowing down." He was exhausted, but that didn't change anything. This fight had been unfair from the very beginning. He was in trouble if he didn't win. However, even though Min-kun was an S rank from the Golden Circle, he was still no match for the coach. Hyun-sung absorbed Min-kun's punch with his forehead. Min-kun complained, "My hand hurts." Another blow from Hyun-sung came in. He landed a strike across. Then, they began striking Min-kun's core repeatedly. In the last attack, Min-kun successfully dodged. He delivered an uppercut, sending Hyun-sung flying. Min-kun thought, "This guy isn't holding back his punches at all." Yet despite that, he pales in comparison to me. He had reached his limit. Nothing more could be done. Hyun-sung stood his ground even after that blow. He said, "That hurt, but I can still endure it." They would press on, driven by the need to witness who would lose their life first. Min-kun wondered if this was even possible. He was certain he had pushed Hyun-sung, yet he continued to fight back with remarkable strength. He defended against a kick, questioning himself. Does this bastard never fall? Is he really going to lose here? He screamed in fear, drawing the attention of his subordinates. One of them rushed forward, pulling an object from his jacket. Hyun-sung noticed unusual movement behind him and turned to investigate, only to be struck by a knife. He struggled to maintain his grip as Jae-wook screamed, "Veteran!" Min-kun then asked, "Why didn't you help sooner?" He wondered how many times the subordinate had managed to evade punishment. Men who were prepared to go to prison were incredibly dependable. The man with the knife shouted at Min-kun, "Hurry up and finish him. This person is truly a psychopath," Hyun-sung said. "You must be the trash who became an S rank after committing all those cruel acts." That S rank thought, "This bastard was nearly hit by a knife, yet he isn't even trembling. He's someone I should leave alone." Hyun-sung delivered a knee strike to his opponent's head. Then, ready for combat once again, he asked, "Is that all you've got? Your current situation is a result of the failures of the adults around you, including the teachers. Neglecting children can have devastating effects on their lives." The teacher asks, "What is that on the stairs?" "What were you doing?" Hyun-sung asks. "You should already know. This punk ordered them to take my life, and this is the result. Judging by their condition, I don't think the infirmary will help. You need to call an ambulance immediately. This isn't something the school can handle. You should call the police as well." Jae-wook asks, "Senior, are you okay?" But then he notices, "You entered a room that doesn't belong to you." The protagonist remarks, "As if sending dozens of people wasn't enough, they even used knives." The police are refusing to respond, and the ambulance has silenced its sirens. They are discreetly transporting these individuals away. The protagonist wonders what the reason for all of this could be. The boy asks, "Why would I know?" The protagonist replies, "It's because of the Golden Circle. You went there and made the request." Grabbing the boy by the shirt, the protagonist demands, "On the terrace," Kyung-hee says, "Everyone, listen up. We need to report this incident as just a simple student fight." The use of the knife must be disregarded. The teacher asks, can we really do that? However, the principal responds, if we leave things as they are, we're in trouble. They transformed the school into a lawless land in an effort to confront Hyun Sung. However, he sees this opportunity to turn everything upside down. Evidence is everywhere in the school. We cannot alter the statements of numerous witnesses. Hyun Sung will rely on his lawyer or a private organization. If things take a turn for the worse, we could all be held accountable. The teacher expresses regret, saying, I'm sorry. Kyung Hee responds, keep this in mind. As planned, we were in an important meeting, which is why we were late to act. She thinks, I'm sure I took care of everything, but a growing sense of discomfort still lingers. Suddenly, she recalls what she had forgotten. She tells the teacher to go downstairs immediately. She screams, go after Myung-soo-chan. The protagonist states that he had exceptional grades. He could attend any university he desired. Why would I want to hit someone like him? Myung-soo-chan was frustrated that Jae-wook, who wasn't from Gangnam and didn't have private lessons, consistently ranked first. In response, he turned to an intriguing method. The Golden Circle is an organization that extorts money to intimidate students into submission. This is how his grades began to decline and how the paradox of bullying took root. Jae-wook asks, what's the connection to all this? He continues, using that logic, someone must have commissioned this group to beat me up. The protagonist replies, there must be some skeptical students, right? I'll show you the proof. It's been less than 5 minutes since I arrived. He wonders what the teachers will do now. They didn't lift a finger when he was fighting Myung-hoon, but now that he has beaten Myung-soo-chan, he questions their response. The teacher opens the door immediately afterward and tells the protagonist to stop. The atmosphere in the room was strange. In moments like this, he knew he needed to be firm. He then approaches Hyun Sung and asks why he is picking a fight with an innocent student. Jae-wook steps in front, but the teacher ignores him. He shouts again, I told you to leave when we were in a meeting. Now you're coming here to ask us to stop, the protagonist says, disregarding senior Hyun Sung. It's clear he only came running because that guy got beaten up a little. The protagonist states, just as I told you, they were paid by the Golden Circle. The teacher responds, I have no idea what you're talking about. You need to calm down and we can talk later. Later, the executive asks, did we fail? The principal responds, the situation was quite severe, but fortunately we managed to prevent it from escalating. Now, it's your responsibility to handle the cleanup. The executive thinks to herself that she's just trying to absolve herself of responsibility. However, I need to address this mess first. This means we can't rely solely on high school students to handle it. What should I do? The simplest solution would be to handle this in secret outside of school. But I can't. The Golden Circle's commissions must be completed within the school. Adults treat this situation lightly, which is precisely why this unusual organization has persisted for decades. This case is unprecedented in the history of the Golden Circle, leaving me utterly speechless. He will be busy from now on. Then he receives a call from Yong-Suk. The executive wonders why he is calling. A short time ago at school, he asked, did Hyun Sung beat up my son? Now his entire life feels shattered. As an executive at Gunman Enterprise, I will leverage all my connections to bring him down. The protagonist declares, if I'm punished, I plan to come here with a private organization. I need to expose the truth. Hyun Suk was an executive at a large corporation. He commissioned the Golden Circle to intimidate the top-ranked student due to his son. He is aware that positions have been unstable. The timing of his son's corruption couldn't be more perfect. The teacher thinks this guy isn't a VIP. He's just a client. The situation is worse than I anticipated. Hyun Sung states, you think no one knew? The Golden Circle guarantees anonymity. But do you really believe you could keep this a secret? Let's stop wasting each other's time. The person who should be held responsible for this situation is not me. It was the Golden Circle that allowed identities to be revealed. Myung-suk shouts, my son's face is covered in wounds. He was even threatened. You must fix this, but I can't trust you anymore. He decided to inform the members of the Golden Line about this issue to file a complaint. Subsequently, he shared the news with all his friends, who then severed their ties with the Golden Circle. The executive trembles with fear as he lights a cigarette, but then discards it. I need to get rid of Hyun Sung at any cost. If this continues, I'll end up being the scapegoat. He struggles to come up with a solution. Who is this guy? We need to get out of here. In a restaurant, a waitress passes by with a cart. Proxy offers a drink to the executive, who reflects, this is the person who manages the boss's wishes. The man states, "You must know why I'm here. I understand that the client's identity has been exposed and the traitor named Shan Zhu is to blame. The issue is that this isn't the first time this has occurred, not even in regional areas. It's disrupted our clients right in the heart of Gangnam, and chaos reigns. This is the first time a member's name has been disclosed." The executive states, "Our trust will be broken." Proxy adds, "This means the Golden Circle's existence will come to an end." The executive pleads, "Give me a chance. I'll take care of this no matter the cost. If you can turn a failure into a success, it can help build greater trust within a relationship. So it's important to demonstrate this to the members. Yun Sung can be taken down, and anyone associated with him will face the consequences. If this is accomplished, you can secure a meeting with the boss." The executive drinks the soju that has been poured into his hands. He says, "Don't worry, I'll succeed." Yun Sung thinks to himself, "I gained nothing from this, but the same is true for the Golden Circle. I'm still a thorn in their side. They will continue to try to eliminate me openly. To accomplish this, they will enlist the help of others. Manpower is limited, and funds are precious. But until they expose a weak point, I will wait for my chance. I can still serve as bait." Two significant events are approaching. First, the end of the first semester, which will drive them to do everything they can to get rid of me. The waitress passes by with her cart. The executive grips the ice and answers the phone. He cleans the burns and says to contact anyone who's available. From now on, we will be conducting a cleanup in Daesan. That's the second important point. Outside Daesan, the school and the agents say, "I came here because of that lunatic, but he picked a fight with the wrong person. No matter what he does, he won't be able to protect his people on his own." A police officer knocks on the door. He asks, "Excuse me, sir, why are you stopping here for so long?" The man replies, "I am leaving now. I was on a call and thought the parking lots here were more restricted than those in Seoul." The police officer instructs him to wait and requests to see his ID. "I received a report about someone targeting students in this area. As a precaution, I'm patrolling during school entry and exit times. I'm not implying that you are guilty. This is simply standard procedure." The man hands over his ID, and the police officer expresses his gratitude. "Your name is Jung Tae-ho, and you're in Seoul for business. You must have a packed schedule. However, as a precaution, you should exercise caution while in Daesan. The police are planning to implement strict measures to prevent any issues." That man thinks, "This bastard must already know why I'm here. The first day has already gone terribly wrong, and the police officer must have noticed. An elderly man named Kim Hyun-jin lives here. I need to familiarize myself with the area first. I can't let the first day go to waste." Ki-ho lights a cigarette and reflects, "I feel better now. I should have taken out that police officer's eyes." Sin-woo appears and asks, "Are you smoking?" Ki-ho responds, "Is there a problem?" Song-ho states, "Smoking is prohibited here." His colleague replies, "If you don't stop smoking, we will have to take action." Ki-ho asks, "Who do you think you are?" But Sin-woo puts out the cigarette and says, "This is the youth council. You should smoke in the designated area." That member of the Golden Circle complained, and I was already frustrated. They are just kids, yet he hits Sin-woo. The guy dodges with remarkable ease and strikes Kai-ho on the head with a kick. Then he says, "You should listen when someone talks to you." Seong-ho says, "If you're planning something, you'll definitely see us every time you do it." They begin to beat him while a security camera records the incident. Kai-ho shouts, "You bastards," as the police officer calls for them. The man asks whether it was wrong to smoke in an alley, and if the situation should be resolved with violence. He also suggests reviewing the camera recordings to find out what happened. Kai-ho thinks they are in trouble and should hire an expensive lawyer. They cannot do whatever they want. However, the police officer calls out to Mr. Young Kai-ho, who is taken aback to hear his name. The officer continues, stating that you are at the gate of the Science High School and at the Sancheon Apartments where Kim Hyun-jin studies and resides. That camera is not functioning. Furthermore, the student stopped you because you were attempting to invade someone's home. This is evidence that you are invading, Ki-ho shouts. The youth council will act as witnesses, so you should get a very expensive lawyer. They are ruthless. The police shouldn't be allowed to falsify evidence like that. The officer replies, "We can. You should have understood the situation just by reading it. Come with me quietly, unless you want to add obstruction of justice to your charges." Later, he calls Chung Byom and says, "Appropriate measures were taken. The superiors took the bait." The director thanks him, adding that if anyone is in trouble, Myeongjin Construction Company will take responsibility. "No matter what happens, I will always remember your kindness." Chung Byom thinks, "This world is really crazy. I thought I was exaggerating, but these people actually tried to mess with Hyun Sung's family." This means everyone is here to get rid of him. Compared to these people, I am nothing. However, they will not be able to do whatever they want in disunity. We will move on to the next step. He instructs the workers to get ready. Ki-ho thanks someone on the phone, expressing relief at being able to get out quickly. However, the caller inquires if his son is already prepared. The executive finishes. They will gain nothing by crossing him. It's not as if he is the boss of this place. However, Chang Byom's victory in the air battle is a key factor. People from humble backgrounds tend to unite. Those with wealth often fear losing what they have. Therefore, you must eliminate Chang Byom. Since there are plans for him, Kai-ho must stay available. The young man asks, why don't you go after them at the same time, just like the Golden Circle always does? The executive nods in agreement. Kai-ho gets excited and declares that Hyun-sung has messed with the wrong person. He believed he could manipulate the minds of inexperienced and immature minors. But no one in Daesun can mess with Hyunjin. He claims he's the one going after kids in Daesun. If he continues this way, he's going to get. He's in a tough spot and needs to escape. His stubborn desire for revenge was over before it even started. A few days later, several officials enter the room. They introduce themselves as the tax authority, and you must stop what you're doing and pack everything up. They unplug the computers and place them into storage boxes. Chang Byom remarks, your tax authority is truly incredible. You managed to empty an entire company in just one day. The official instructs him to clarify his statement, emphasizing that it only concerns the corrupt construction company. He assumes that Chang Byom is unaware of what a tax investigation entails. After a few minutes, they complete their work and leave the site. The president asks if everything went well. Chang Byom confirms. Yes, they took everything they wanted. Then Won-jin asks, was my son confident? 2 months ago, he had been irritated to discover a statement in which Chang Byom used the construction company's name under various aliases. Myung-jin tells him to get rid of Hyun-sung if he wants to become president. However, Chang Byom replies that he can't do that, as he believes people need to be treated well. That's why he was able to defeat Chung-sok. Hyun-sung and he struck a deal, ensuring that even if the construction company encountered difficulties, Chang Byom would not abandon him. He says, I've engraved my father's words into my very bones. It's good that this happened because I'm not the president. I could be fired at any moment. This is how I will test my own capabilities. He bows and says, if my arrogance negatively affects the company, I will take full responsibility. Myung-jin believes he still views his son as an immature child. As a man, you must be prepared. But this situation is far too dangerous. It's not simply about relinquishing your position. You will need to leave everything behind. Myung-jin adds that a valuable person is replaceable and that there's no need to protect them. Chang Byom calls out, Father, and adds, as an entrepreneur, I show respect. I am not a president who treats people based solely on their beliefs. This is the life I have chosen, and this is the kind of president I aspire to be. Myung-jin states that there were more successful construction companies than theirs. However, they collapsed due to a straightforward tax audit. They were unable to manage the billions in fees. The construction company I founded isn't without its issues either. It must be prepared for the impending scrutiny. As the tax audit begins, it becomes clear that Myung-jin's foundation will be shaken. To safeguard the company, you will discard every possible bait, even if that bait is your own son. The tax official states, you don't need to worry about the construction company. Their areas are poorly managed, but they are still among the best, and they will fall easily. Therefore, the Golden Circle needs to decide the extent of your revenge. Will you settle for a simple warning, or do you intend to destroy Chang Byom as well? The executive says he'll call him later because, for a high school student, Chang Byom held his own remarkably well against the Golden Circle. Hyun-sung, abandoned by Chang Byom, feels lost and alone. Given that everything was meticulously planned, it's time to begin applying pressure on Chang Byom. The executive is puzzled as to why Song-young Chang, one of the highest-ranking officials in the Golden Circle, is reaching out. The executive answers, and Song tells him, stop what you're doing right now. You need to halt the tax audit of Myung-jin construction immediately. Hyun-jin believes that Song thinks he's impressive simply because of his high position. I will not let this opportunity slip away. Hyun-jin says, I'm very sorry, but this is a special order from our superiors. If you have a problem, you should speak to the boss. But Song warns him that Myung-jin construction is a ticking time bomb. Back home, our protagonist wraps bandages around his hand, reflecting on whether he has trained too much. He's fortunate that his nerves weren't damaged, but he must be more diligent moving forward, as he will need these hands to take down the Golden Circle. It was clear that the Golden Circle was targeting his people, but that was acceptable. He has already implemented security measures for his family, but that's not all. The people assisting him, particularly Chung Byom, are being used as bait. They have a lot at stake. If he aims to dismantle the corporation, a tax audit is a valid approach. For the Golden Circle, this is just a minor issue. The real challenge lies in the fact that counterattacking is impossible. Many months ago, he instructed Chung Boyum to follow his every command. Chung Boyum mentioned a tax audit, but quickly shifted the conversation to another topic. Our protagonist hands him a USB drive and explains that it contains information about the superiors of the Golden Circle. Chung Byom must send money to them in Myung-jin's name. If they receive the funds, they will become accomplices. Meanwhile, the tax authority is working to dismantle the construction company. This will become a scheme to bring them down as well. If they want to survive, they will have no choice but to reveal their true selves. They will protect Myung-jin simply to uncover the traitors among them. He asks Chung Byom if he isn't excited to learn who they are, and to find out just how powerful the Golden Circle's boss really is. Hyun-sung revealed information about individuals making deals with high-ranking officials. After Chung Byom grew close to Pan-ho, he resorted to using poison disguised as money. Outwardly, Chung Byom's value seemed to rise, and everyone believed they had faced no retaliation. However, the day came for the construction company to undergo an audit. He calls someone to ask how they can stop those working in the government, fearing he might be exposed for all his wrongdoings. However, he believes that pulling some strings could help maintain these relationships. He pressured those suspected of being high-ranking members by imposing a deadline. He expresses his trust in Hyun-sung, believing that his plan will succeed. This goes beyond mere confidence. As contracts have increased, competition has intensified. If the construction company remains undetected, it will achieve an even higher standing in the industry. This past year transformed Chung Byom into a successful businessman. Many days later, an unknown number calls the young man. He replies that it's the director of Myung-jin Construction. Myung-jin proposes that they meet at a coffee shop. The executive asserts that he understands the situation and gets straight to the point. He tells him, "You must leave Myung-jin Construction. If you proceed, there won't be much you can do." Chung Byum says, "This is the first time we're meeting, but you're already talking nonsense." "You can't do anything about the audit," Chung Byum asks. "Does this kid even understand why I chose this coffee shop?" But he receives no answer. He explains, "This is where I first met Hyun-sung. He didn't come across as a typical high school kid who was solely focused on girls. That guy appeared indifferent to the possibility of losing his life in that moment." Chung Byom couldn't understand why, but upon seeing him, he knew. This man was pathetic, with greed and malice practically oozing from his forehead. Hyun-jin states, "If you refuse my proposal, the construction company will go bankrupt." Chung Byum responds angrily, "You damn bastard who profits off kids. You're threatening me? I'll take you down with me." Besides, they were in his territory. He grabbed Hyun-jin by the collar. He then throws him against the table using all his strength. People begin to leave, whispering, "Don't intervene. It's Chung Bua." Chung Buyum tells the bastard to take care of it himself. Then he strikes him again. Meanwhile, Chung Buyum wasn't the only one encountering difficulties for assisting Hyun-sung. Complaints were filed against Jong-soo. The lawyer hangs up the phone, muttering about those bastards. He believes he conducted his consultation sincerely. However, problems might arise. However, for all of them to surface at the same time was anything but normal. He recalls Hyun-sung mentioning that when he made his move, the lawyer would be targeted. To bring him down, people would go to any lengths. If he could withstand this, it would make up for everything. Jong-soo believes he was right once again. He must have the ability to see the future. If he was going to fall apart like this, he wouldn't have given up his role as a prosecutor. He'll see how far this goes. When he bites, he doesn't let go. They can try to force him, but it won't be easy. He makes a call and says, "It's been a while since I saw Dong Cole." Later, he meets with his friend and says, "This brings back memories of when we used to drink our cheap coffee right here." His friend remains as cold as ever, unable to break the ice. Dong Cole then asks, "Why did we meet?" Jong-soo hands over a paper and says, "This is about the Golden Circle, an organization involved in criminal activities. I've selected the verified cases. Read these papers and you'll understand," Dong-call says, asking, "Is this a personal request?" Jong-soo replies, "This is an accusation from society. If you get involved in this, you'll have to give up a lot." Jong-soo asks, what should I do? I need to get rid of this cancer. No matter how much I think about it, Dong-kol, you're the only one who can handle the blow. He says, so I'll leave a copy here. If you don't want to read it, feel free to throw it away. But if you want to help, just give me a call. He adds, my client is a victim of the Golden Circle, and his name is Kim Hyun-sung. Dong-kol stands there, sipping his coffee as he reflects. I've heard about the Golden Circle before, but he doesn't know exactly what kind of organization they are. The number of reports has been increasing, and it's likely just the tip of the iceberg. For Jong-soo to have provided him with such detailed information personally, it truly highlights the level of corruption in Korea. Additionally, this Hyun-sung is the tutor of his son, Min-woo. If he had offered help back then, it wouldn't have become a problem. It's true that Hyun-sung found himself in an unfavorable position. However, the reason he didn't take action was that he is a prosecutor. He doesn't make exceptions for anyone, but this is different. It's a system designed to bring together the rich and powerful, allowing them to amplify their wealth and influence. It seeks to destroy the individual. He contemplates what choice he should make in this situation, determined not to become someone he feels ashamed of. He makes a call stating, this is Kang Dong-kol. I want you to come to my office tomorrow. He needs a favor and thinks to himself, I have countless reasons to investigate this case. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. At a restaurant, Proxy states, I gave a hint and a chance, but the result is the complete opposite. Hyung-jin states, I have no excuse. I will fix this situation. Proxy replies, you stuck your nose where it didn't belong, chasing results. You lost the chance to destroy Hyun-sung's connections. You must demonstrate that the Golden Circle will go to any lengths to achieve its goals. He adds, fail him in the first semester exams or make sure he doesn't take them at all. Just get rid of Hyun-sung. Hyung-jin shouts, I promise I will prove my worth this time. In his office, Chang Byo-um announces, your threat worked. They received a call ordering them to stop the tax audit. Hyun-sung expresses his gratitude for keeping the promise, acknowledging that it must have been a tough decision for the construction company. Jang Byo-um replies that it wasn't the first time. Jang Byo-um says that for someone like him to manage a business, he needs someone with a mind like yours. You should stay safe. Still, Hyun-sung wonders if everything will be all right. He thinks to himself, this is just a guess. However, only a select few high-ranking members are aware of the boss's identity. If those powerful individuals hadn't trusted him, the Golden Circle would never have come into existence. This tax audit was crucial because Congressman Keol played a vital role in the dominant group. Even in his past life, he was active during the fall of the Golden Gate. He built his reputation over 20 years, likely connected to the Circle, a suspicion he had harbored from the start. To confirm his doubts, he set a trap using Kim Pan-ho's money. Kyung-kyo quickly took the bait. It wasn't just Kyung-kyo who reacted. Others did as well, including Kim Jil-young. These were the high-ranking members he revealed through the contracts of Young Chan-soo and Hyung-jun. Conversely, following the incident, the atmosphere at Daesung Mirai High School shifted significantly. Students started to respect Hyun-sung as more rumors circulated about the Golden Circle and the validity of Suchan's commission. However, since it was something the minors couldn't handle, they maintained a certain distance. The students weren't the only ones who faced the consequences. Before the exams, they manipulated the teachers to torment the protagonist as much as they could. Kyung-hee believes they no longer trust her. Even the students share this sentiment. She suggests, what if we were more discreet and analyzed the situation first? Hyung-jin replies, we're in the same boat. If she fails this time, we will both be responsible, and it won't matter that I'm a foreigner. The director is taken aback by this revelation. Hyung-jin responds, you're not so innocent yourself. Kyung-hee encourages him to proceed with his plan. In the classroom, the teacher asks, why are you late, Hyung-sung? He replies, I was doing a favor for the literature teacher. The teacher then says, those are two different things. You're just doing whatever you want because you're at the top of the ranking. He touches Hyun-sung's forehead and asks, are you going to hit a teacher? I can't even teach because I'm so scared. This was only the beginning. Another teacher advised him to resolve this issue with sincerity. Every time a new class began, Hyun-sung's name was mentioned, creating a challenging situation for students who were unaware of the truth. However, Hyun-sung accepted it and maintained his composure. A few days later, in the teacher's office, the teacher says, your attitude in class has been terrible. I expected you to be a good student. Now, he must write a reflection paper. If he doesn't do it well, he'll have to start from scratch. In the classroom, Hyun-sung starts to write, reflecting on his thoughts. They are restricting my time and imposing punishments on me. This is likely part of a Golden Circle plan. Some classmates ask if I'm okay and if it's true that the teachers are picking on me and the golden circle is tormenting me. Yun-sung confirms that it was indeed their order, but this is the most they can do. No matter how powerful these scoundrels may be, they can't do much within the school. So don't be afraid. The ones with the most to lose are the teachers and the golden circle. Hyun-sung thinks to himself that he will endure this until they break their own rules and reveal their true malice outside of school. He completes his reflection note and hands it to the teacher, who thinks to herself, I'll see how long he lasts with this. He's still just a student after all. However, he is taken aback. He shouts, he's a crazy bastard. Then he asks, do you call that a reflection? The text revealed that the teachers had another source of income, which was linked to corruption. Hyun-sung asks how the Golden Circle will react if the teachers' corruption is exposed. It would be an intriguing experiment to see if they would risk losing control of the situation to take your life, or if they would choose to abandon you instead. He thinks they better prepare, because his reflection note is perfect for tying up loose ends. I believe the Department of Education has already received the report. As expected, the teacher rushed out. He thinks that they even failed to pursue their own people. The Golden Circle must satisfy its clients to survive, but they can't stop one student. It's only a matter of time until their downfall. If they have nothing to gain, they'll erase all traces. To them, I am a ticking time bomb. The master will do everything in his power to eliminate me, but he won't take action outside of school. And that's not bad for me, but I need to go deeper. Honestly, this feeble act of sabotage was insignificant. The biggest concern would be if they altered my answer sheet or manipulated my grades. That means I need to resolve this before the exams arrive. Then they won't be able to use their tactics. Won-gi will discuss his reflection with Kyung-hee. She'll ask Hyunjin to take care of it. However, thanks to Hyun-sung's strategy, it will end right here. At the Civilian Protection Center, Dong-kil inquires, how can a school like Daesung Mire have teachers who accept money to torment a student? The manager simply states, that's not our problem. Dong-chil orders to check Won-gi's assets. He wonders how he can calm down when even the vice director is corrupt. There are instances where parents utilize their absences and early departures, sometimes involving transactions. I want to understand what that entails. The secretary acknowledges this but emphasizes that they must adhere to the established process. Dong-chil yells, by then it will be too late. While they take their time, his son endures school violence. He despises all of it. The role of the South Korean Department of Education is clear. They must investigate this case. The manager believes he will go crazy because of this civil group. He wonders how Jonghan News found out about this. Dong-chil believes he arrived here based on information he received from Yun-sung. Even Jung-han, recognized for his reliability, is present here. This means Hyun-sung now has even more supporters rallying behind him. Many people gathered at the park for the annual summer festival, excited to enjoy the various activities and entertainment. Families set up picnic blankets on the grass while children ran around playing games. Local vendors lined the pathways, offering delicious food and handmade crafts. As the sun began to set, a live band took the stage, filling the air with music and laughter. The atmosphere was vibrant, with everyone coming together to celebrate the season and create lasting memories. Days ago, the protagonist asked the deputy to wield his power. He reflects on discovering high-ranking members including Cha-yul-young, and even identifies the leader of the Golden Circle. Kyung-kol was the one he wanted to destroy above all others. Hyun-sung continues, I created this situation for you to take a stand. If you resolve this problem, it won't be difficult for you to become a presidential candidate. Pan-ho finds this enjoyable. Yoon-sung has flawlessly fulfilled his promise. He states that since he created this, he plans to have some fun with it. He wants to know, what can I do for you, young man? Yoon-sung asks him to keep the corruption at Daesung Mirai in the headlines, ensuring that people recognize his interest in the case. Pan-ho starts laughing. If you need my name, you can use. In the present, the civil group emerged as the headline of the case, with clear evidence to support their claims. Yonghan News quickly published an article about it. Although the article appeared unrelated to the Golden Circle, the revelation to the world caused them to back down at the school. A man claims to be from the Department of Education and emphasizes the importance of being truthful about violence. That department was aware of the scrutiny, so they began their little performance. Afraid of retaliation if the students speak out, Kang Jae-wook finds himself wondering what he should write. Provocation won't solve anything. This school is unfair, and he wonders what Senior Hyun-sung would do in this situation. He recalls Hyun Sung's words, "If someone messes with you, you must make them pay for their actions." Jae-wook expresses that he won't remain passive, as he did before. He recognizes that it's time for him to change. The protagonist faced a challenging decision that tested their values and resolve. In a similar situation, would you have made the same choice?